So, what did they tell you about why they wanted you to come talk today?
See if they can find who, you know what?
Well, let me tell you a couple things, Brooke. First, my job is partly to get to know you as best as I can. And make sure that you're okay, because things have kind of been hard, I imagine. Okay. Are you going to school?
No, because I'm trying to stay away from the press. My friend said that after school, there's all these media people waiting there going, hello, did you see Burke in class today? No, I did not. I think he was absent. Huh. Oh, thanks.
Huh.
They go,
So do you feel like you're pretty safe?
yeah.
Yeah? Do you ever worry about it?
Not really.
No?
I'm usually just playing my Nintendo.
Yeah. Any secrets, do you think?
I probably do, but I don't really remember them.
Yeah.
And if I did remember any, I don't think I'd tell you.
Why not? I'm a good person to tell secrets too.
Because they're secrets.
That's true. Have things changed at your house a lot?
A lot, yeah.
Yeah, what's changed?
Well, you know, the police have it blocked off and stuff.
Well, what about for you and your parents? Okay.
You know, parents are sometimes crying.
Yeah.
But I'm basically just going on with my life. You know.
What do you think happened?
I know what happened.
I mean, when she got killed. How do you think that happened?
I think. Well, I asked my dad where did they find her body, and my dad said I found it down in the basement, and so I think that someone took her very quietly and tiptoed down the basement, and then maybe took a knife out, and then, you know, or something like that.
Do you think that's how she died?
Or maybe a hammer in the head, maybe.
So what did your parents tell you about your sister dying?
I just, when I got there to the house where the kind of, you know, type thing, my dad said, JonBenet's in heaven now. Just got to burst into tears.
How bad? How are you dealing with it now?
I kind of forget about it because I'm just going.
You're just playing your video games all the time.
Go.
But let's take a break. Maybe you could draw your picture of your family for me while you tell me about it. Can you do that for me? I can't draw. But this doesn't really matter. It's not a test of your drawing. Just so I get to know your family as best I can. So the first person you would draw would be who?
Oh, I got one.
Okay. So who's next? Who would you draw next? Mom. Okay. So what's your mom do? She work up at the house?
Work as a mom.
Work as a mom. So what do you like best about your mom? That's it? Was your mom the kind of mom that gives lots of hugs and kisses?
Yep.
Both you and your sister, or just you, or just your sister?
Both of us.
Anybody else in your family? Are you going to draw?
What about me?
What about you?
And you know, it's been a long, painful process for you. Up to now. Hasn't it? And for your mom and dad?
Probably.
Why do you think you're here?
You want to find out who killed my sister?
Why did you feel scared? You know, when mom came rushing in.
I felt like something bad happened.
Did you hear mom and dad talking?
I just heard mom like going psycho.
Going psycho?
Yeah, or like, you know.
Did you go down and see what was going on?
Just stay in bed.
So what went through your mind then?
Then I thought, maybe JonBenet is missing. But that's not that likely, so. No, I mean, what are the chances of that happening?
Is there anything about that night, if you can remember hearing anything during the night?
I don't remember hearing anything. Because I was sleeping, you know.
Did you sleep?
I always sleep real deeply and I can never hear anything.
Would you ever go downstairs and downstairs in the basement play?
Yeah, I had a train, electric train there.
How about the last year you lived there? Did you play there much?
Sort of.
Now, when you'd go to bed at night, what was your normal routine? I mean, would you eat a snack before you went to bed?
I might get a snack. Not usually.
If you got a snack, what would you normally get? Or what would Mom let you have?
Pudding or yogurt.
Pudding and yogurt? Some parents let kids have cookies and candy and cereal and fruit and things like that.
I think, yeah, she would suggest like fruit and
So what kind of fruits would you typically have at home?
like pineapple maybe.
Yeah, do you like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that your favorite fruit? What was JonBenet's favorite snack?
I don't think she had a snack.
What about pineapple? Did she like pineapple?
Yeah, she liked pineapple. I just like laying in bed with my eyes open. And so thinking of what might have happened.
Did you hear Mom and Dad talking?
I sure Mom like going sicko.
Going psycho?
Yeah, like go like,
Did you go down and see what was going on?
Stay in bed.
Is there anything strange about it being out there to you? And you find it odd that it's not. What did you do next?
Laid in bed, my eyes closed, trying to get to sleep. Kind of wondering, would something bad happen? Would something bad happen? Or what? I was trying to think of what might have happened.
So you're curious.
Yeah.
When you're curious about something, what do you normally do?
Try to find out what the answer is.
Did you do that after Mom came into the room?
No, I figured somebody would probably come in and tell me. Or I would find out later in the day.
Can you tell me what this picture is?
That's the dining room table.
Can you describe that to me?
They go, something.
Okay.
Looks like glass with a tea bag in it.
Okay. Does that look like cereal inside there?
No.
Or does it look like...
There's a little big one piece right there.
Uh-huh.
Maybe like fruit or throwing a spoon.
When did you really find out that JonBenet was dead?
I was at the Bernie's house and I saw him was sad inside. And my dad told me that JonBenet in heaven.
What did you do?
Started crying.
The body of 6-year-old JonBenet Ramsey was laid to rest in Atlanta.
What do you remember about that? About JonBenet wetting her bed or wetting her pants?
I just remember she wet her bed.
What would happen when JonBenet would wet her bed? What would Mom or Dad do?
Mom would change the sheets and all that stuff. And Dad wouldn't do anything. He had to go work every morning.
Would you leave it there for a long period of time? Like, I mean, are there times when maybe the dishes don't get cleaned up right away? Or do they typically get cleaned up?
I remember specifically.
23rd of June, 1998.
The Broomfield Police Department,
right at the
time was approximately 9:04.
A year and a half after JonBenet was murdered, John and Patsy Ramsey, sitting in separate rooms at the same time, were questioned by Boulder authorities in a Colorado police station. These tapes have never before been seen publicly.
There's been a lot of speculation by a lot of people that maybe you didn't know anything about the murder, but maybe Patsy did.
Questioning John is Lou Smith, a homicide detective then working for the Boulder DA's office.
It's preposterous. I mean, Patsy loves both her children dearly, but frankly, she and JonBenet were extremely close.
Do you remember how JonBenet was dressed?
She had on a little top with a silver star on it and black pants.
How about Patsy? How was she dressed?
She had like a red Christmas sweater on.
What have you heard about the pineapple?
Well, we were asked, did JonBenet eat pineapple, and because apparently it was found in her system. I think part of the question was, what did she eat when she got home? I'm sure she didn't, because she was absolutely sound asleep. If I narrowed that box down even further to 2, I would pick Priscilla. There's a lot of data that kept flowing in afterwards to us from friends that said, Priscilla was very jealous of Patsy.
However, police cleared both Priscilla and Fleet White of suspicion early in the investigation. The Ramseys also demand the rest of their close friends remain silent.
The circle of friends were telling each other, do not talk to reporters or the police. That was the beginning of questioning what was going on with John and Patsy Ramsey. But I'm a kind of a person that when somebody tells me not to do something, I turn around and do it anyway. And I was interviewed by the police twice. Then I was cut off so quick, and there was so much anger and resentment towards me. It was frightening.
And once again, the Ramseys take their case to the public.
I'm appalled that anyone would think that John or I would be involved in such a hideous, heinous crime. But let me assure you that I did not kill JonBenet. This $100,000 reward is for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer of our daughter. You may be eluding the authorities for a time, but God knows who you are, and we will find you.
The police counter with their own news conference.
They do remain under an umbrella of suspicion. They are significant in this case. We have a lot of new questions, and they can help us answer those questions.
It is a tactic of law enforcement to come out and make a declarative statement. The attempt there by the police was hoping to put the Ramseys under immense pressure in the hope that they might crack up. The media became a critical element to how this would play out in the days and weeks after JonBenet was discovered dead. In one corner, you had the police almost accusing the Ramseys of doing it. In the other, you have the Ramseys protesting their innocence and leveraging the media to put out a reward to find the real killer. And the varying stories left people to make their own judgment.
Next time on JonBenet, an American murder mystery.
It's a case where the members of the community are not at ease because there's a killer on the loose.
Everybody wanted this case solved.
But it soon becomes clear that the investigation has been compromised.
Law enforcement screwed up. They screwed up from day one.
The Ramseys have said all along that an intruder killed their daughter. Did the police get this all wrong?
A top homicide detective comes out of retirement.
Lou Smith believes that the original investigators missed some very important evidence.
It had to be an intruder that came in and killed JonBenet.
Was JonBenet's murderer a family friend?
He had given JonBenet a little note that said, something special will happen to you after Christmas. Whoa, what did that mean?
Or was the killer an obsessed fan?
He'd created a shrine to JonBenet.
JonBenet was a pedophile's dream come true.
He says that his favorite age for a little girl is 6. JonBenet was 6 when she was killed.
And in an exclusive interview, we speak to the only man arrested for the crime.
You want me to confess to something that gets me 30 years in prison? That.
Thought about almost everybody we know because you just don't trust people anymore.
John even suggests the friend who hosted
Christmas morning photo of the kids.
Detective Tom Haney questioned Patsy, who at the time was taking medication for both anxiety and depression.
If I told you right now that we have trace evidence that appears to link you to the death of JonBenet, what would you tell me?
That is totally impossible. Go retest.
How is it impossible?
I did not kill my child. I didn't have a thing to do with it.
And I'm not talking somebody's guess or some rumor or some story.
I don't care what you're talking about.
I'm talking about scientific evidence.
I don't give a flying flip how scientific it is. Go back to the damn drawing board. I didn't do it. John Ramsey didn't do it, and we didn't have a clue of anybody who did do it. So we all got to start working together from here this day forward to try to find out who the hell did it.
48 hours
Those were probably thrown down on the bathtub. Pick those up. Over here in my dress.
Okay, now let me just stop you there. The clothes that you say were thrown down, those were clothes you'd worn the night before?
Right. I put the clean underwear on. But I put the black velvet pants on and a red sweater, red top.
Seems odd to me.
Early.
Okay.
I do this a lot.
You recognize that?
No.
The Ramseys told police that JonBenet had gone straight to bed that night and had not eaten at home. But autopsy results did find undigested pineapple in JonBenet's stomach. And police discovered fingerprints on a bowl of pineapple left in the family's dining room on the morning of the murder.
I didn't put the bowl there, okay? I did not put the bowl there. I would not do this setup like this.
Okay, but let's go back to your line of reasoning here. If they weren't, no, talk to me.
Okay.
Look at me. If they're not yours and they're not John's, then they would be somebody else's.
Right.
But now I'm telling you they're not somebody else's. Those prints belong to one of the two of you.
They did? You're sure? Well, I don't know. I did not put that there.
You know, sometimes the simplest, most obscure little thing can be so significant.
Right. I did not feed JonBenet pineapple. Okay. So I don't know how it got in her stomach. I don't know where this bowl of pineapple came from. I can't recall putting that there.
Looking at it today, do you notice anything about it? Anything that you recognize? Anything that looks familiar, similar to anything you've seen before?
This M kind of looks like an M that I've seen somebody make. I don't know. You know, I racked my brain over this a million times. But, you know, everything else was just...
Do you notice any similarities to, say, your style of indentation and signing off, use of exclamation points, anything like that?
Well, I mean, as you know, I've had umpteen handwriting samples.
Correct.
And they all want to say that my A's, you know, look like this, or...
Because of some of the similarities apparently in Patsy's handwriting or this woman.
JonBenet got up, and somebody in that house, legally, lawfully in that house, one of the three of you, also happens to be up, or gets up because she makes some noise. And there's some discussion or something happens, there's an accident, somebody...
You're going down the wrong path, buddy.
Okay, somebody accidentally, or somebody gets upset over bedwetting, that's one of the things that's been proposed. Okay.
Didn't happen. If she got up in the night and ran into somebody, it was somebody there that wasn't supposed to be there. I don't know what transpired after that, whether it was an accident, intentional, premeditated, or whatnot. But it was not one of her 3 family members that were also in that house. Period. End of statement. I mean, I appreciate being here. I appreciate it. It's very hard to be here, but it is a damn sight harder to be sitting at home in Atlanta, Georgia, wondering every second of every day what you guys are doing out here. You know, have you found anything? Are we any closer? Is the guy out here watching my house? You know, is my son safe? My life has been hell from that day forward. And I want nothing more than to find out who is responsible for this.
What do you think about these fibers?
After John discovered the body and she was brought to the living room, when I laid eyes on her, I knelt down and hugged her. But I had my whole body on her body. My sweater fibers or whatever I had on that morning are going to transfer to her clothing.
You were shown photographed wearing a red coat.
It's kind of a black and red and gray fleece.
Bruce Levin from the Boulder District Attorney's Office led the questioning.
Mrs. Ramsey, I have scientific evidence from forensic scientists that say that there's fibers in the paint tray that match your red jacket.
The paint tray is significant because a brush from it, along with some rope, was used to strangle and sexually abuse JonBenet.
We believe that fibers from her jacket were found in the paint tray, were found tied into the ligature found on JonBenet's neck, were found on the blanket that she's wrapped in, were found on the duct tape that's found on her mouth. I have no evidence from any scientist to suggest that those fibers are from any source other than your red jacket.
Well, but yeah, come on, I mean, what other sources did they test?
Patsy's attorney, Lynn Wood, asked prosecutors to produce the evidence. When they wouldn't, he refused to let Patsy go on the record.
What was the scenario you had in mind that you were trying to protect against?
One of my children had just been brutally murdered in the sanctity of our home. I had one remaining child, and I didn't want him let out of my sight. I didn't want him to return to school. I didn't want to return to Boulder. I was frightened for all of our safety. But then it became apparent that it would be in Burke's best interest to be back in a routine in his normal environment with his friends, and I saw the benefit of that. And I said the only way I will let him go is that if there's a great deal of security put in place.
And that's why I hired professional security, Tracy Temple. And
yeah.
For us to be able to put the case against an intruder together, the intruder is going to ask that question. The intruder is going to say, why is it that the parents of a month after their child is murdered allow their son to be transported at a time when he's most vulnerable, at a time when their own security people said, this is crazy, to be transported with no protection? And that's a legitimate question. Now, are you going to let her answer or not?
Let me say this to you. That, again, Mr. Kane, and I don't, Mr. Kane, Michael, you know, you have a perspective. I just think that what you're trying to represent about the lack of security. Let me finish,
you're an
Michael.
obstructionist.
I'm not an obstructionist.
You go out there and you tell these press people that they cooperated, and I will go out and tell them what really happened in here.
Well, Mr. Kane, what's happening here is you're going to looking to storm out for no reason.
No, I'm looking to storm out because I can't ask a question.
take 5 minutes and just be reasonable enough to listen.
Look, I don't need this. It's a game. You're playing a game.
Take 5 minutes. Yeah, let's take
You're
5
playing a
minutes.
game.
I mean, yeah, come on. I don't want to,
No, we're going to take every 5 minutes every time I ask a question because you're going to you want to know what it is that's in my mind. I just told you what's in my mind.
Mr. Kane, we're both trying to do our jobs under very unusual and difficult circumstances.
Right. So my job is not to stand in the way of the truth.
We're on the video record at 9:14.
Okay. Good morning, Mrs. Ramsey, Lynn Wood. This is the deposition of Patricia Ramsey in the case of Robert Christian Wolf versus JonBenet Ramsey and Patricia Paul Ramsey. Do you need the index number for that, for the tape? No? Okay. Mrs. Ramsey, have you ever attended a deposition before?
We ought to make sure we just
make sure we get everybody
well
on record here.
We might want to make sure we've got a record of who's here and then a couple of other stipulations. I'm Lynn Wood. I represent John and Patsy Ramsey.
I'm Jim Rawls, co-counsel with Mr. Wood for John and Patsy Ramsey.
I'm John Ramsey. Derek Bauer. Eric Schroeder. Evan Albin, co-counsel with Darnay Hoffman on behalf of Mr. Wolf.
Yes, and of course, Darnay Hoffman, lead counsel on the Chris Wolf case.
And I think we have agreed that this deposition is taken pursuant to the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure and that the deposition is taken pursuant to agreement of counsel. Mrs. Ramsey will read and sign, and I'm sure that can be undertaken before any notary public.
Also, this is a deposition that's being taken subject to a so ordered stipulated protective order. Also,
it is.
And confidentiality agreement between counsel.
And in that regard, I want to make just one statement, Darnay, if I might, on the record.
Sure.
Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 26B1 states that the scope of discovery is as follows, and I quote, "Parties may obtain discovery regarding any matter not privileged that is relevant to the claim or defense of any party." And it goes on to state, for good cause, the court may order discovery of any matter relevant to the subject matter involved in the action. As you know, Darnay, that represents the change that was effectuated in the scope of discovery with the December 2000 amendments to the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. And in the stipulation and protective order in paragraph 2, the parties, including the plaintiff and you on behalf of the plaintiff, have agreed that, and I quote from the protective order, consistent with the amendments to the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, which became effective December 1, 2000, the parties recognize the right of parties' counsel to issue appropriate instructions to parties during their depositions in order to maintain the appropriate scope of discovery as defined in the rules, end quote. I make that observation solely because I do not want there to be any subsequent misunderstanding or misrepresentation as to why it may be necessary during the course of this deposition for me as counsel for the Ramseys to instruct Mrs. Ramsey that a subject that you're inquiring about is beyond the scope of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. That is to say, you may inquire into something that's relevant to the subject matter, but since there has not been good cause shown and a court order entered, as we have noted in our protective order, the parties have agreed that we would instruct the witness not to answer because it would go beyond the claim or the defense in this action. And it would not be in any way a matter of Mrs. Ramsey being unwilling to answer a question. It would simply be a matter of, as you and I know, we don't make the rules. We are simply obligated to play by the rules. And so, therefore, we will obviously play by the rules today. And if we do get outside the relevant scope of discovery, I will exercise my obligation as recognized by you to make an instruction to her not to answer the question. Agreed?
Absolutely. Okay. And in fact, what I thought we would do is that if we run into a roadblock with respect to what is in fact relevant or not relevant, what we could do is to simply make a notation for the record, and then I thought that the most prudent thing for everybody to do is that as we're coming to the close of discovery, that almost in like an omnibus motion, both parties could present Judge Carnes with anything that they wanted in the way of an instruction to compel an answer if appropriate. So if we need to get a judge's ruling on issues or whatever, we'll just simply preserve it in the deposition record, and then what we would do is at some future date just simply go before Judge Carnes and just have her make a one-time ruling on all of our issues and claims and whatever else with respect to discovery, which I think is probably the most economical way to do it, and maybe I think Judge Carnes would probably appreciate it if we handled it that way.
Well, I just don't want the record to be misconstrued, that obviously we understand that there may be obviously need to, in this deposition, to make the instruction, and it's not to be used against the witness. It's simply a matter of trying to properly follow the rules, and then if necessary, if someone believes that the witness should have answered, then obviously that party has the right, as that party deems appropriate, to file a motion with Judge Carnes and get a ruling. I think I think we agree on what we stipulated to, and I think we agree on the scope of the deposition. I don't really think we're going to have a problem. I think you'll state the issue of the claims made by Mr. Wolf and the defenses raised by the Ramseys, and we don't go beyond that, we're not going to have a problem, I don't believe, on that particular issue.
Just for the record, so there's no misunderstanding later on in the deposition, what precisely do you see the claims as Mr. Wolf is representing them in the complaint for the purposes of establishing relevance here?
Mr. Wolf has made a claim, as I understand it, that the Ramseys published certain statements in their book that were false pertaining to him, that they published certain statements in their book that were also defamatory with regard to Mr. Wolf. That makes up the first part of his libel claim, and then he contends that they published those statements, false and defamatory, with actual malice. And as I understand the claim, the actual malice is based on the allegation that Patsy Ramsey killed JonBenet, and that Mr. Ramsey has been part of a cover-up. The second part of the case, as I understand it, is that, subject to the statute of limitations problem, Mr. Wolf is asserting that the Ramseys hired investigators to give the Boulder police information about Mr. Wolf, which inflicted emotional distress upon him. Those are your claims, as I think I clearly understand them. Have I got them right?
Absolutely. And the only reason I'm asking you to articulate them for the record is so that if I go into any of these claim areas, you'll at least deem them relevant for the purposes of the deposition.
I'll have to deal with that on a question by question basis.
I understand, but you do understand that if in fact one of the claims is that Mrs. Ramsey was somehow involved in either the authorship of the ransom note or in the death of her daughter, that questions involving that are in fact relevant for the purposes of the federal rules.
I don't have any problem with acknowledging that issues regarding ransom note authorship by Mrs. Ramsey and the issue of whether she, as contended by you and Mr. Wolf, killed her daughter, are clearly part of Mr. Wolf's lawsuits, and that's part of the burden that Mr. Wolf has to carry to prove that beyond clear and convincing evidence. The point being, though, that there are a host of matters that would go to the subject matter but are not specifically confined to those claims and the defenses, the basic defense being truth, that the published statements were true, and that, in fact, Mrs. Ramsey was not involved in the criminal death of her daughter. I think the only other defense we have is not something you'd be questioning Mrs. Ramsey about, and that might go to the issue of, I think, the 13th defense and the issue of publicity by the plaintiff. But I don't think we're going to have a problem, but, you know, for example, personal private information about the Ramsey's life at present certainly would not be relevant to the claims made. And that's just one example. And so I just want to make sure we protect that on the record. I think we understand where we're heading, and so let's get going and get there.
Okay.
You want to swear the witness, please, Mr. Gallo?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth to be honest?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Mrs. Ramsey. Thank you for being here. You've just heard your attorney explain basically the claims in this action. Is there anything that you need clarified with respect to what he said before we go forward?
I don't think she could answer that question.
Okay, I want to give her the opportunity
We'd have to send her to law school and let her go 24 years of practice before we'd have to ask her if she can understand anything I might say.
Okay. All right. Mrs. Ramsey, I believe that you were the co-author on a book called The Death of Innocence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'd just like to ask you, in your own words, though I know there's a discussion in the book, why it is that you wrote the book, Death of Innocence.
My husband and I wrote the book so that we could make sure that the truth was presented accurately from our own hearts and lips.
Were there any other reasons?
No, sir.
I'm going to, there's a reference on page 408 of the, here, of your book. I'm going to show that to Mr. Lynn first.
Want to
the paperback
mark this as
edition. No, I would just simply want to refresh your memory with respect, yes, with respect to the paperback, where there's.
Okay, are you asking her to look at the highlighted portion?
The highlighted portion there, just to refresh your memory with respect to maybe another reason why the book was written.
When you're not representing that this paragraph talks about why the book was written.
Well, it's one of the express reasons for going into the material that is going into there, with the hope that the killer will be caught. The truth being that the Ramseys, contrary to reported media reports, were not responsible for their daughter's death, and that this book, in fact, not only shows that, but also the book contains a chapter on the murderer, meaning that there's a profile of the potential murderer. And I wanted to know from Mrs. Ramsey whether the purpose of the book was something more than just a general, you wanted the truth out. Was the purpose of the book also to present information to the public, who might then be able to come forward, as to who the murderer was in this particular case?
Right, that didn't have anything to do with page 4.
Well, it's mentioned there that's one of the stated goals of the Ramsey.
We may be parsing words. This talks about their goal to bring the killer to justice.
Right, and was this
the book
part of your goal?
Consistent with their goal? I think that's a fair question.
Okay.
So, could you repeat the question?
All right. You'll be asking me to do a lot of that today, believe me. Was one of the goals of writing the book to help in the solution of this crime, identifying the possible murderer, meaning that if you put this information before the public, that maybe somebody would have information that could then come forward. And you object?
I object the form of the question, but go ahead and finish. I interrupted you. I thought you were through.
I'd just like Mrs. Ramsey to explain whether or not that was part of the goal of the book, was basically to assist in finding the killer, JonBenet Ramsey.
Well, I believe there was a section of the book that talks about the profile of the killer, as we have been told about him. So that information, yes, was included in the book to be brought forth to the public in the event that that would assist in someone remembering things that would lead us to the killer.
So would it be fair to say that the purpose of the book was to do something other than just simply tell the truth about the case, that there was you were trying to assist the investigation in some way by including certain information in the book, such as the profile of the murderer?
The reason that I wrote the book is so that there is in one place, in black and white, an accurate account of what happened. I mean, when I was writing it, I was thinking of my children and my grandchildren. There are so many stories out there that are false and misleading and untrue. I wanted, you know, I was thinking of this as a historical document to give to my children.
Could you explain, to the best that you remember, the process by which you wrote the book? I mean, did you sit down with a pen and pad, or did you use a dictaphone? How is the book written, given that both you and John are listed as authors, the actual writing process?
I object to the form of the question. Okay. You may answer the question if you understand it. The problem is you kind of sometimes ask 2 or 3 questions within one.
No, I understand.
And I want her to be clear on exactly what the question is. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think he's trying to find out whether you actually physically typed on a computer, dictated into a tape, made handwritten notes. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you understand that?
I think we did some of all of that.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Ramsey sit physically together and write the book, or did you write it in separate, environments? Meaning you're in one part of the house, he's in another part. Did you compose it that way?
Some of all of that. We were living in an apartment at the time, so it was a small living space. So we were.
At some point, I believe there was some. Well, I'll withdraw that question. Did anyone else assist you in writing the book?
We had an editor that was provided by the publisher, and a ghostwriter, if you want to call it that, who helped us with some of the structure and organization.
Who's the ghostwriter?
I think his name is in the book there. Let's see, is that, I think. Oh, Robert Wise, Reverend Robert Wise. Mm-hmm.
When you looked at the final manuscript of the book, was it very different from what you had originally prepared and given to Mr. Wise, or Reverend Wise?
Well, now you assuming that they prepared a manuscript and gave it to Wise,
yeah,
and then got back a manuscript?
At some point, I'm assuming that their work product was turned into a manuscript of some sort, and that Mr. Wise worked with it in some way.
Well, I'm not sure that's right.
All right.
It may have been given to him piecemeal, Darnay. I think you need to figure that out first.
I'll withdraw that question and ask you very simply whether, explain exactly how you worked with Reverend Wise on writing the book.
Well, he would sit and we would talk, and I had some things that I had written. Sometimes he would ask questions about things. You know, it was kind of a back and forth. Sometimes he would take something I had written and edit, and then, I mean, it was kind of an evolving process.
Did he use a tape recorder to take any of the things that you were saying?
I believe so, yes.
Did you give him written notes to look at?
I can't remember exactly. I don't.
Did you prepare notes for the book? Written notes?
Yes. Sometimes. I mean, I had some things that I had written, some things we just talked about.
Did you keep copies of your notes?
No, I did not.
Do you know what happened to your notes?
They were thrown away as I finished with that part of the writing.
You threw them away?
Yes.
Were you shown a copy of the what we would call the rough draft of the book before it was sent to the publisher?
There were many drafts, yes, that we would keep reviewing.
Who would prepare the drafts?
A typist, I think, or the editor, perhaps. Okay. She kept a main manuscript going.
And main file?
I'm not sure how she did it, but she would keep it.
Were you given an opportunity to review the final manuscript before it was sent to the publisher?
I believe so. I believe so.
Do you remember reviewing?
Not specifically. I mean, there were so many iterations, I can't remember exactly which.
When was the first time you had an opportunity to read the book from beginning to end, as it was published?
After it was published?
As in the form in which it was published.
Like the galleys?
It could have been a galley. I don't know what point.
You mean the hardback book?
Yeah, the hardback book.
Probably when it was completely published in March.
So, did you see anything that looked like what they call galleys?
I don't think I saw galleys.
So, the first time you actually were able to read the book then is when it appeared in hardcover, in the actually bound hardcover edition?
Well, I mean, I read the manuscript.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you call that the book.
So there was a manuscript, a completed manuscript that you were able to read before you before it was sent to the printer. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And did you review it?
I believe I did.
And did you look at portions of it in terms of statements that were accurate or not accurate?
Well, I primarily, the way the book is written, I speak, John speaks, I speak, John speaks, and I was mainly concentrated on what I had put in the book.
Do you remember in the book whether or not there is a theory of the crime that was, as you believed it may have been committed, talked about in the book, written about?
I'm not sure
Well,
what you mean.
the book contains a theory of the crime. Do you remember what the theory of the crime was in the book?
I'm not too sure what you're talking about in the book.
Oh, well,
I mean, there may be,
I mean, the whole book is...
there may be a number of different theories that are discussed in whole or
Well, I
in part.
just want to see what she remembers.
But we're not here to engage in a memory contest about what is or is not in the book. If you have a question about something that is in the book, I think fairly you're required to put it in front of her, give her the opportunity to look at it, put it into context, and then respond to your question. So if there is something in the book, be it theory or whatever, show her what you want her to look at. She'll be glad to answer your question.
Well, I am going to test her memory right now.
We're not going to engage in a memory contest of what's in the book.
I have a right to see what, if anything, Mrs. Ramsey currently remembers about the theory of the crime.
That's a different question. You're asking her about what is in the book, and she's entitled, and you know she's entitled, to see something that you are referencing in the book, put it into context, and then answer your question.
Well, Mrs. Ramsey, I'm going to withdraw the question. I'd like you to tell me what, if anything, you can remember about the theory of the crime that you may have developed over time.
Someone was in our home the night of December 25th and murdered our daughter while we slept.
Is there anything more about that theory that you remember or have developed?
Well, that's basically it. There was someone who was not a member of our family in our home that night, took JonBenet from her bed and murdered her.
With respect to that theory of the crime, is there anything else that you can remember about it?
What do you mean? Is there anything else you can
remember
about
that night, as far as it leading to developing that theory?
I'm going to have to. That's a question that is either so vague or so broad. You're asking her now to say, is there anything she can remember about that night that would lead to her developing that theory? Why don't you ask her a specific question, Darnay? Okay. That's too broad and too vague.
All right. What is it about the events of that evening and the next day that has led you to this theory of the crime?
I found a ransom note. I found my daughter missing from her bedroom, and several hours later, our daughter was found dead in our home. That's pretty clear to make one draw the conclusion that someone came into our home and murdered her.
And you don't feel it was a member of your own family? Is that correct?
No, sir.
I think your answer is really yes, sir. Is that correct? Would require a yes response so that the record is clear. Don't we agree, Darnay?
Yes, that's
It was not a member of my family.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take just a short break because I'm going to go into another area. I just wanted to sort of like generally establish this. So let's take a 1 or 2 minute break. I know people can't hop up or whatever.
If you need to, we don't mind moving.
No need to. I just wanted just a natural break.
We can take it off the video too.
Yeah.
Maybe you could keep it down the coffee.
We're off the video record at 9:39.
I'll leave that for later.
We're on the video record at 9:39.
Hello, Mrs. Ramsey. Okay. Lynn, I want to proceed when you're ready.
Oh, absolutely. Go right ahead.
Oh, okay. Mrs. Ramsey, I would like you to look at page 407 of the paperback edition of your book, The Death of Innocence. I've highlighted a section I'd just like you to read, which begins numeric number 4 and then the ransom note. Could you read that, please, for the record?
4. The ransom note. Considered earlier and throughout the book, the note was written by the killer and remains an extremely important clue. An adequate amount of handwriting samples from the killer should conclusively tie him to the long and rambling note.
Mrs. Ramsey, do you still agree with that statement?
I'm not sure which statement.
The statement that you just read in your book, do you still agree with it?
Well, it's my belief that whoever wrote the ransom note probably had something to do with her murder. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes, I am. I just want to know that, I know this book was written a couple of years ago, and I just want to determine whether it's still your belief, that this statement is still your belief, that you believe that this statement to be true today.
Yes, I believe that. Yes, I believe that.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to turn to page 145 of The Death of Innocence, the paperback edition of it. And I'd like you to please read out loud, starting where it's highlighted, a week and a half after the 1st of February. If you could read that, please.
A week and a half after the 1st of February, the Denver Post ran an interesting observation on the handwritten ransom note that Douglas had spoken about on Dateline. The paper said, "Leaving a handwritten document at the scene of the crime in most cases is tantamount to leaving one's calling card. Bradley and other forensic document examiners say that it's nearly impossible for a person to disguise handwriting so that an expert can't link a suspect to a document, such as the note found in the Ramsey home. The older a person is, the more automatic and difficult it becomes to conceal the clues, and the longer a document is, the harder it becomes to disguise one's writing."
Thank you. Do you agree with that statement?
For clarification, does she agree that that is what the Denver Post said, or do you ask?
No, I'm asking her. Well, I'm not asking her whether that's what the Denver Post said, because they're indicating in the book that. I just want to know if she agrees. Just because the statement is in here doesn't necessarily mean she agrees with it. I just like for clarification. Do you agree with that statement?
Or has any idea who Bradley is? For example,
I wasn't. I'm not really concerned about whether she knows who Bradley is. I just want to know if she agrees with the statement that leaving a handwritten document at the scene of the crime, in most cases, is tantamount to leaving one's calling card. And also, why don't you
do it one at a time?
Start with that. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, I've been told that this is the ransom note of ransom notes, the longest one that people have ever seen, and that it's a lot of information
for discovering someone's handwriting. So I don't know whether it's tantamount to leaving a calling card, but.
Okay. I was wondering why you had put this statement in this book, if you don't agree with it.
I didn't say I didn't agree with it.
I'm not sure that's her statement.
Oh, okay.
Again, going back to look in context, who writes this?
No, I understand.
This was something that was in the newspaper.
Yeah, I know, but it was included in the book for some purpose, and I'm assuming, reading it, and I don't want to make an assumption, but I can only assume reading it, that it's put here because you agree with the basic premise of the article, or at least the basic premise of the section that's excerpt for this.
What's the question?
Well, I just want to know if she agrees with the first sentence, leaving a handwriting document at the scene of the crime, in most cases, is tantamount to leaving one's calling card. Do you agree with that statement?
With all due respect, I think she's given you an answer to that exact question.
Oh, okay. I wasn't certain that she had.
Let me make sure, so that we're not. I don't want you to not get an answer.
I mean, it would be consistent with the earlier statement on page 407 about an extremely important clue.
Yeah, I thought she did answer that. She said, well, I have been told that this is the ransom note of ransom notes, the longest that people have seen, that it is a lot of information for discovering someone's handwriting. So I don't know if it is tantamount to leaving a calling card. I mean, that's what she said.
Okay, so, if she could say yes or no, it would be very helpful.
That would be, but it would only be helpful if it was the only answer she could give. I think she's entitled to give you her full answer, including an explanation. And I think she's told you she doesn't disagree with it, but the use of the phrase leaving a calling card, she's not in a position to comment on it.
Okay.
A calling card would have been better because it would have had the person's name, address, and phone number.
Okay. I was curious as to why this had been put in the book, if you remember. Do you know why this statement was included in the book? The one that you just read, leaving a handwritten document at the scene of the crime?
Well, I don't remember exactly. It's been a couple
If
of
you
years.
remember.
Why I don't remember exactly why we put it in there. I believe this is a section that John wrote, so you might want to ask him that.
All right. Were you ever asked to give handwriting exemplars at any time by anyone after your daughter's death?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell me who asked you to do that, not violating any attorney-client privilege?
The Boulder Police Department.
Did anyone else ask you to give handwriting exemplars beside the Boulder Police Department?
I gave several of them, but I can't. I believe it all had to do with the Boulder Police Department,
So nobody,
whether it was the CBI
all
or.
right, but nobody other than law enforcement asked you to give them handwriting exemplars. Is that true?
I don't remember anyone else asking me.
Okay, I just want to clarify it. And do you remember how many times you were asked to give handwriting exemplars by the law enforcement people or authorities in, I'm assuming it's in Colorado?
Yes, 5 or 6, I think. Something
Okay.
like that.
In the back of the book, Appendix A, page 428, actually it's, you can identify 429, it doesn't have 428 on the upper left-hand corner. It's called A Chronicle of Cooperation. And the paragraph that's second from the bottom, there's an indicating when handwriting samples were given by John and their dates, and then Patsy, their dates, and then Burke, their dates. Would you just review that and see if that refreshes your recollection with respect to the dates? Are those dates accurate or substantially accurate? If you can remember.
I'm sure they probably are.
And I'm counting them. There's a date, December 28th, January 4th, February 28th, April 12th, and May 20th. All right, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like 5. Is that what you remember?
That
to be the number of times?
That seems to be accurate, yes.
Okay. Were you ever asked, given an explanation by the law enforcement authorities as to why they were asking you to come in so many times to give exemplars? Why they needed you to give exemplars over a period of like 5 different dates?
I don't remember them really saying why they needed more.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Did anyone else, without telling me what was actually said, give you a reason as to why you were being asked for so many exemplars?
Here, you're not to give him, nor do I think he's asking you to give him any information about any discussion that you had between yourself and your attorneys. If there was any such discussion, he's not entitled to know that, and he's not asking about that.
Was there anybody else, for instance, maybe Lou Smith may have asked you, maybe somebody from Alex Hunter's office might have asked you or told you or whatever, something that's not a privileged communication between you and your attorneys, if you remember?
No, just every time they asked me to do it, I willingly gave it.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you about your reaction to that. Were you surprised that you were asked for so many exemplars, to come back 5 times, in fact? Were you surprised by that? Were you concerned about that?
I was not concerned particularly.
Do you know if anybody at any time expressed an opinion as to whether you were the author of the ransom note that while you were doing this?
During the handwriting exemplar process?
Yeah, when you were being asked to give handwriting exemplars, did anybody in law enforcement express the opinion that they thought you were the ransom note writer?
I don't recall them ever saying that.
Do you know whether or not anybody ever expressed the opinion in front of you that John was the ransom note writer?
I never heard anyone say that.
Now, what I'm going to do is I need some, we're going to go through a little housekeeping. I'm sorry, I just have to do this for purposes of laying foundations. I'm going to ask you to mark these as exhibits and Lynn, I'm going to give you a copy.
Okay.
This is for identification purposes. Here, Lynn, if you want to look at that.
Is there a way to relate this to the exhibits?
What I'm going to do is basically, I would like to show these to Mrs. Ramsey at this time and ask her, one, in a foundational way, whether she recognizes what she's being shown. Can she identify it, and can she identify the handwriting?
Okay. Are these the exhibits that are attached to the first set of? Do you have them by exhibit number?
No, I don't. No, I don't. Right now, I'm doing it in a particular order, which doesn't relate to that. Whether these ultimately are used or not is another matter. But right now, I'd like to. Could you just mark this as exhibit 1, please, or whoever you want me to do it? Yeah, I'm assuming they're using A, B, C, and I'll be using 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. Mrs. Ramsey, I'm going to show you a document that has been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 for identification. And I'd like you to look at it and take your time. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize the photograph.
And let me just say this for the record, Darnell.
Yes.
I think that you have given her an enlarged copy of what was possibly one of the exhibits to one of the reports that you filed early in the case with respect to your mandatory responses. And I think she has answered in request for admissions to her best ability whether she could decipher from those copies whether she was the author of the handwriting. To the extent that you are giving her the same exhibits but in a different form, either larger or in color versus black and white, etc. Just want to make sure that if there's any confusion down the road between her ability to try to decipher it now and what she looked at then, that might be the explanation.
Well,
and so that's why I had asked if you wanted to present her with the actual exhibits that would.
Well, I actually, no, I want to be able to, I basically want her to be able to see what it is. I'm looking for content, not for
comparison with other
it's not comparison.
copies of those.
Just merely want
sources.
her to
Okay,
indicate whether she recognizes the photograph.
That's fair.
I think I've seen this photograph before.
Can you identify, without naming anybody in the photograph, can you identify any of the individuals in the photograph?
Just JonBenet.
Okay. I would like you to now look at the handwriting below the photograph. Do you recognize the handwriting?
Not particularly.
All right. Do you, so you say not particularly, you don't recognize this as being your handwriting, is that correct?
I don't remember writing it. Is that what you mean? I mean,
But-
I don't know. I may have.
All right, but do you recognize the handwriting as being your handwriting?
No.
Okay. Now we're going to go to another exhibit. I'll leave this with you right here. Okay, now, if you could mark this exhibit 2. Lynn, here, I'll give this to you. There we go. Thank you. Now, Mrs. Ramsey, I'd like you to examine a document that I've given you that's been labeled Plaintiff's Exhibit Number 2 for identification. And I'll ask you if you recognize any of the photographs in the document.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you if you recognize any of the handwriting in the document.
Recognize it as mine or someone else's? or
Now
just-
I'll go to the next question. Do you recognize any of the handwriting as being your handwriting?
Not particularly.
So you couldn't say with any degree of certainty that that was your handwriting?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to, Lynn, I don't know what you're doing with those. Do you need
Well, you
copies,
took the
Lynn?
last one back.
Yeah, okay, fine. Now I'm going to ask sorry about this. This is one of the more boring parts of depositions. I'm going to ask that this document be marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 3 for identification. Lynn, here.
Oh, I think we have it.
It's 2 pages.
Now, Mrs. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to look at Plaintiff's Exhibit Number 3 marked for identification and ask you whether or not you recognize this document.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
An entry form for the Boulder Christmas Parade.
Have you ever seen this entry form before today?
Yes.
Could you tell me when you've seen it, if you remember?
Well, I obviously saw it to fill it out.
Okay. Then that was my next question. Do you recognize the handwriting in this entry form?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me whose handwriting you recognize it to be?
My handwriting.
So all of the handwriting on both pages is your handwriting, is that correct? I mean, no one else.
Well, this on the second page is pretty blurry, but I
Right.
believe it is mine.
Okay, so nobody at this event filled in part of it for you?
No.
Okay, you filled this in completely yourself?
Yes,
is that
I did.
correct? Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to show you another document, which I'm going to, if you don't mind, have the reporter mark as Plaintiff's Exhibit 4 for identification. Thank you. Mr. Wood, there we go. Now, Mrs. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to look at a document that I've handed you, which has been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit Number 4 for identification, and I'm going to ask you whether or not you recognize this document.
No, I don't.
I'm going to ask you if you recognize the handwriting in the document.
I recognize my signature.
Do you recognize any other written part of the document as being your handwriting?
It looks similar, but I can't say for sure.
Okay, so are you uncertain as to whether the additional handwriting is yours or not, outside of the signature?
Yeah, I'm uncertain.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to ask the reporter to mark this as plaintiff's exhibit number 5 for identification. And now, Mrs. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to look at a document which has been labeled Plaintiff's Exhibit Number 5 for identification. And I'm going to ask you whether or not you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
Looks like a greeting written on the inside of a Christmas card.
Do you remember writing a Christmas card like this?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you whether or not you can identify the handwriting.
Yes, I can.
Can you tell me whose handwriting you believe it to be?
Mine.
Thank you very much. Okay. Going to ask the reporter to please mark this document, Plaintiff's Exhibit Number 6 for identification. Thank you. It's 2 pages, I believe. I'm going to ask you, Mrs. Ramsey, whether or not you can identify the document that I've handed you, which is marked Plaintiff's Exhibit Number 6 for identification.
Yes.
Can you tell me what the document is?
It's a handwritten note.
Can you identify the handwriting?
Yes, it's my handwriting.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now, I'm going to ask the reporter to please mark. This is Plaintiff's Exhibit Number 7 for identification. And I'm going to hand this to Mr. Wood. Mrs. Ramsey, I'd like to know if you can identify the document, or actually the image or figure, on Plaintiff's Exhibit 7 marked for identification.
No, I can't.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look at the handwriting and tell me if you can recognize the handwriting.
This is such a bad copy. Do you
No, I
have the
understand.
original?
No, I don't. If you can't recognize the handwriting, you can just simply say, no, you cannot.
I cannot.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to ask the court reporter to mark this document, Plaintiff's Exhibit Number 8 for identification. And Mr. Wood. I'm going to direct Mrs. Ramsey's attention to the writing that's what looks like is on a box. It says Ramsey Xmas, and then also looks like some writing on the lower right-hand side, which just says Ramsey. I'm going to ask her to look at that carefully. And I'm going to ask her, first of all, if she can identify to the best of her ability what is in this photograph.
It looks like pictures of boxes taken through a window pane.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you if you can recognize any of the handwriting.
This lower one may be mine, but I'm not sure.
Okay. And the upper left, it says Ramsey Xmas.
I don't know.
Okay. So you don't recognize it as being your handwriting?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Coming to the end, I'd like the reporter to mark that as plaintiff's exhibit number 9 for identification. Mrs. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you, I'm not going to even try to ask you what you're looking at. I'm just going to ask you if you can see any of the handwriting in this document.
Is that an admission that nobody can even determine what the object is?
Well, the objects would be subject. One looks like a box at the lower part, but I'm not going to ask Mrs. Ramsey to determine. I'm just wondering if she can make out any of the handwriting. And if she can she with any degree of certainty tell me if she recognizes any of the handwriting?
It's pretty hard to tell.
Okay. You can just simply say no or
no.
You're not certain. Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
I can see the original, maybe.
No, I understand. But based on this document, you're not able to determine. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now. Okay, I'm going to ask the reporter to mark this as plaintiff's exhibit number 10 for identification. Okay. Mrs. Ramsey, what I'm showing you is a series of letters, and I'm not identifying their source. I'm just simply showing you a series of letters. I'd like you to look at them carefully. Again, this is plaintiff's exhibit number 10 for identification. Can you, without knowing the source or where these letters are from, identify any of them?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to also look at the letters and ask me if you see any similarities in the way in which these letters are written. And we'll just start from the bottom, looking at the B. B.
Ask you if I see any similarities?
No, I'm going to ask you to comment on whether you see any similarities in the handwriting.
Well, let me just ask you, Darnay. I mean, Patsy Ramsey is not a questioned document examiner.
I just want her personal observation.
We don't know what alterations have been done to these documents. I know where these documents came from. They came from one of your experts, and I think they're
I would prefer that you don't identify the source.
Why not?
For the purposes of
She's
this
entitled
demonstration.
No, we're not here to play games.
No,
She's entitled to know.
Mr.
No,
Wood,
let me finish, Darnay.
Mr.
She's
Wood,
let me finish, please.
You can't have a standing objection where you basically counsel, give information to your client in your objection, which is what
Darnay.
you're doing right now.
Right.
And I would like you to stop it.
No,
I have a right to show her. For all you know, I'm trying to test her perception. You don't know what I'm doing with
perception.
this. I'm not saying that this means anything. I'm asking her to look at these letters, ask her if she recognizes any of them, and then after doing that, asking her if she can perceive any similarities in these letters. That's all, just as a layperson, her personal observation. And I have a right to do that, and I'm going to ask her to do it. I don't have to identify this. This could be an eye chart for all you know. All right, for all you know, I'm testing her perception.
Darnay, it's not an eye chart. It's a document that
No, it's not. Don't identify the document, Mr.
Are you going to let me finish, Darnay?
No, not if you're going to identify things. Not if you're going to have a standing objection.
We're going to take a break now, and then
all right.
I'll come back, and when I get a chance to when I get a chance to make my statement on the record, to perfect the record, we'll start again. But if you're not going to give me that fundamental right, then we're not going to start again, Darnay. Do you understand me? Because you're not the judge.
If you want to stop, the deposition, all right. Well, first
if you
of all,
don't stop interrupting me, we're going to have to stop.
I have to interrupt you if you are in fact going to give your client information that you're not supposed to give your client while I'm asking her a specific question, which is what you're trying to do right now, at least in my opinion. Yes, you are. You're trying to identify. I know what you're doing. You're trying to identify the source of this, and I don't want you to do that for the purposes of this. A question.
We're going to take a break now, and when I have the ability to make my record without interruption and instruction,
I'd like you to make the colloquy
You're
without.
Just not going to stop interrupting, are you?
I'm not going to let you basically give your client information in a standing objection.
Darnay, if I make a statement on the record that is inappropriate, you may take that up with Judge Carnes, and Judge Carnes can determine whether I have inappropriately instructed my client through an objection. But you are not the judge, and you're not going to make that decision today. You have the right to say what you want to on this record. I have that right also. So, when you decide that we're going to play on that level playing field, let's get started again. But you're not going to sit here and be the judge and tell me what I am going to do or not do, whether you like it or agree with it or not.
Now, Mr. Wood,
so we're now going to go off the record and take a break.
Now, Mr. Wood, for the purposes of, before we go off the record and take a break, I foresaw this as a possible stumbling block or speed bump. And as a result, Evan Altman was kind enough to call Judge Carnes' office, and she is willing, in a phone call, to make an immediate ruling on whether or not what I'm asking Mrs. Ramsey to do is proper, and whether or not your objection is proper. She is in her office. She is available for an immediate conference.
I have not been allowed to make my statement. And if we want to address with Judge Carnes at this point, excuse me, if the issue to be addressed with Judge Carnes is whether I'm allowed to make an objection without interruption from you, then I will be happy to take that up with Judge Carnes. If we're going to take up an objection of mine with Judge Carnes, I think I fairly ought to have the right to state it on the record.
No, but I would like you to make the statement to Judge Carnes before you make a statement in front of your client on the record, basically notifying your client of precisely what it is that I'm doing with respect to this, which I don't
know
want
what
you to
you're
do.
doing with this.
Well, yes.
I'm not trying to make a representation of that.
Let's talk to Judge Carnes, because we went to enough trouble to call her office yesterday and see if she was available for a conference, because I foresaw this problem precisely coming up.
I yet to understand what you want to take up with Judge Carnes.
Well, let's call her. I'll tell her. I quite frankly, I'm going to ask her whether or not I'm going to have you state your objection that you're going to give on the record to her on the phone, and we're going to find out whether or not she thinks it's proper for you to make that objection. And then if she rules that it is proper to make it in that form, you can make it in that form.
So you want me to state my objection for the first time on the phone with Judge Carnes. So
That's
you're going to call Judge Carnes
to,
you're going to call Judge Carnes to address with her an objection that you think is inappropriate that I haven't even been allowed to make yet?
No, you started to make it, and it was clear from your making it what you were trying to do, which is basically make the equivalent of a standing. You're trying to give your client information improperly in order to influence her answer. That
is just pure bunk, Darnay.
Well, sorry, that's what I see it to be. That's why we have Judge Carnes waiting by the phone for
if you have an issue to take up with Judge Carnes, you have the right to do whatever you want to do. I don't have an issue with Judge Carnes yet.
Well, you may have it if you don't get on the phone with us and talk.
I'm going to participate. I'm not going to allow you to ex parte a conversation with Judge Carnes.
She wouldn't allow it either. No judge would allow an ex parte communication. You know better than that.
Why don't we define so that we can read the record to her exactly what the controversy is at the moment? Because I still don't understand it, because I haven't been allowed to state an objection. I may not even have an objection.
In fact, I'd like you to read back what you were about to state as an objection, in fact.
Okay. I started off and said, you said the question to Ms. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to comment on whether you see any similarities in the handwriting, and that's on this exhibit number 10, without identifying it for her. And I said, let me just ask you, Darnay, Patsy Ramsey is not a question document examiner. Mr. Hoffman, I just want her personal observation. Mr. Wood, we don't know what alterations have been done to these documents. I know where these documents came from. They came from one of your experts, Mr. Hoffman.
That's the point at which, that's the point at which you're starting to give her information.
Mr. Hoffman, I would prefer you don't identify the source. Mr. Wood, why not? She is entitled to, and then you interrupted, and I don't think we
This is the area that
so
we
the question
have our
is whether or
conundrum.
not, when you give her a document, is she entitled to know the source of the document before she answers questions about it?
No.
Let's put that issue before Judge Carnes.
Okay, yep. And we're going to read that statement. That's what I'm objecting to, what you're doing there. So that we'll read that to Judge Carnes.
I think I understand what we want to do with Judge Carnes. And that's
All right,
to ask
let's
her whether,
do it.
when you question her about a document, she's entitled to know
No, a
what the
particular
document
type
is.
of document. Okay, not
She's
all
entitled to know what
documents.
the document is.
For all the video record. Well, the video record at 10:33.
Okay. Mrs. Ramsey, I'm going to show you a document that's been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 10 for identification. And I'd like you to look at the document. Please look at it carefully. This document, for the record, contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 letters that are side by side, vertically on the page. The letter D, what looks like the letter S, what looks like letters R and O, what looks like an N, what looks like an O, what looks like an exclamation point, what looks like a G, and what looks like a B. Now I'm going to ask you, Mrs. Ramsey, if you can identify any of these letters as being your handwriting.
No, sir.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you to look at these letters and tell me, in fact, I withdraw the question. I'd like you to look at the lower letter B, what looks like it could be a letter B at the bottom.
Left or right, there's a mark with some sort of a funny mark over it.
Yeah, looks like a little hat. Those letters, for the purposes of this discussion, look like they might be the letter B. I'm going to ask you whether you see any similarity in the two letters. Any visual similarity? You as a layperson, not as an expert, just looking at it visually, do you see any similarities?
And if I might have my objection.
Sure, at this
record,
point, please.
Simply that I object to the form of the question. I do not believe it's appropriate to ask a layperson a question that goes to what you might believe to be a question document issue from an expert, particularly when you have not identified the source of the writings before the witness. You have not identified and answered whether these documents have been in any way altered, blown up, enlarged, positioned differently. So I object to the form of the question for those reasons.
All right, and
may
also,
answer the question,
also
Mrs.
for the
Ramsey.
purposes, I'd just like to state that this answer would not be used for any evidentiary purpose, realizing that there's no proper foundation as to source, as to how these letters came to be what they are. But I will just say one thing for the record, that lay people are, under Article 9 of the Federal Rules of Evidence, are occasionally allowed to identify handwriting as lay people. Frequently letters are shown to lay people, and they are allowed to authenticate handwriting to that degree if they have familiarity, which is one of the reasons why I asked you if you were familiar with any of the letters. Now,
and I did not object when you asked her whether she believed that to be her handwriting.
Right, and that's all I'm asking.
But now you're asking her
No, I'm not going to ask her.
there's similarity, and from a lay perspective, and I will accept your stipulation that you will not use that answer for any evidentiary purpose. And with that stipulation, you may answer the question.
I'd like you to look at the letter B and tell me if those B's look at all similar to you.
Well, they're both lowercase b's.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything about the B's that to you look similar beside the fact that they're lowercase? The way they're drawn?
No, not particularly.
Okay, I'm going to ask you then to look to the letter above the letter that we've identified as B and what looks like it could be a G. And I'm going to ask you to look at the G.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to ask you whether or not you see any similarities between the G's and what those similarities are.
Same stipulation.
Same stipulation.
Thank you.
Well, they're both lowercase g. They're both more the same size than the B's are.
Is there anything, what about the way in which what looks like what could be described as a tail with the G? Is there any similarity with respect to that?
It swings to the left.
Right. Do they look similar, the tails, to the G?
Somewhat. I mean, it's a
Just
G. You make a G with the tail to the left.
Okay.
Is that what you mean?
Those look similar, like similar tails.
You're talking about.
And the G.
Well, I mean,
Again, I
one's
think she answered your question.
squiggly, one's squiggly, and one is smoother.
Okay.
But I mean, depends on how many things you want to.
Just looking for whatever points of similarity that you, as
I
a
would say they're
layperson,
most
could say.
similar in size, or they're.
All right, and dissimilar. You can just simply make whatever visual observations you want about it. I just simply want your reaction.
The one
to
on the
each-
right is more shaky. It looks like
And what about the one on the left?
it's not as shaky, and the one on the right has a little swoop up on the tail, and the one on the left does not.
Right.
The one on the left has a thicker circle of the part of the G, and the one on the right.
Now I'm going to ask you before I withdraw that question, do you have any other observations, similarities or dissimilarities that you'd like to express?
No.
All right, I'm going to ask you to look to what looks like explanation points, and I'm going to ask you if you see any points of similarity or dissimilarity. between
Same
the two.
stipulation.
Same stipulation.
Thank you.
Well, one's thick, one's thin, one has a bigger dot than the other. That's fat, that's...
Anything
well,
about the
this-
slope or angle or anything else that's similar or dissimilar?
I don't know what slope or angle means.
Oh, the way in which it's going up and down.
Well, that's how you make an exclamation point.
Right.
It's straight down with a dot under it.
Okay. Do they look similar or dissimilar with respect to how vertical they are?
Well, the one on the left is squigglier and leans at the top a little bit.
All right. I'm going to, any other similarities or dissimilarities before I move to the next one?
I don't think they look alike.
Okay. The next objects or letters look like they might be O's, the letter O. Or they could be a zero from a number, but in any case, a zero or an O.
Or it could be even an attempt to make a Q.
Could be, but you can identify it any way you like, Mrs. Ramsey, and please point out any similarities or dissimilarities that you see, and Mr. Wood, the same stipulation.
Thank you.
I don't think they look a thing alike.
All right. So you'd say that they're just dissimilar. Could you point out their dissimilarities?
The dissimilarities,
Yeah,
one
dissimilarities.
is large, one is small, one is really heavy and feathered, kind of, and one is smoother.
All right. Any other similarities or dissimilarities before I move on that you'd like to?
They both have an opening in the middle.
Right, the hole in the donut.
Yeah.
I'd like you just to look up to the next letter. Now that could be an N, could be a truncated R, hard to say. I'd like you to look at that and just tell me what similarities or dissimilarities you see between the two letters.
M too.
It looks like a
Could be
pie.
anything. Yeah, could be. For all we know, it's a little horse or something that's truncated, or poodle actually.
A poodle?
One of those
Ooh,
show
this-
poodles.
I'm not seeing the poodle here.
This is
Darnay.
psych test.
This is right, a Rorschach
Yeah.
for attorneys. If you could look at that, those two letters, and with the same, Lynn, what is it? The same stip?
Same stip.
One's shorter than the other one. The one on the right shorter than the one on the left. The one on the left has a little triangle thing over top of it.
I just want to draw your attention to the fact that they seem to merge. There seems to be, whatever it is, it seems like one thing is running into another, or there's something hanging off it. It could be It's an awkward-looking letter. It could be an R and an O. It could be any number of other configurations.
Which one are you looking? Are you looking at this one?
Oh no! Oh no! I'm sorry. Are we still at the poodle? I thought we were going to move on after the poodle.
I thought we were still at the poodle.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I never saw a poodle, for the record.
All right.
Neither did I. That's why I'm staying
Fine.
there.
You're not going to go there, Lynn, right? All right.
Oh, so you're at the third one down
Before
now?
I finish that, I just want to give you the opportunity. Do you have any other observations of similarity or dissimilarity?
Of the
with
little pie one?
Yeah, the little pie.
No.
Okay. Now.
I mean pi like a Greek letter
Yes,
pi. You know.
exactly.
Pi r square.
Right. Now we'll move to the next configuration, and whatever that is. I see it as an R and an O, but that's just the way I look at it. I'd like you to tell me what you see and similarities and dissimilarities between the lettering.
Same step.
Same step.
What? That doesn't look like anything in the alphabet that I've ever seen. I mean, it doesn't look like a letter to me.
All right. Fair enough. Okay, so any specific dissimilarities, except that it just doesn't look like a letter between the two non-letter.
Well, the one on the right seems to be heavier and has a little piece sticking out from the left side, and the one on the left has a little bird over top of it or something, mark. And
all right.
it looks like they were made with different weights of a pencil or something.
If you have no further observations, we'll move to the next lettering. The what looks like could be an S.
Or it looks like it could be a 5.
Okay,
at the
could be a
top.
5 too. Any similarities or dissimilarities between the two?
The one on the left is larger than the one on the right. The one on the right looks more like an S than the one on the left. The one on the left is more circular, kind of on the bottom. Then the one on the right is, the bottom portion looks more angular, sort of.
We have the same step on this.
Same stipulation. Any other observations of either similarities or dissimilarities before I move on, Mrs. Ramsey?
No.
I'll ask you to look at the top and final one. What I would identify as a D, but that doesn't mean it is a D. I'd like you to look at that and tell me what similarities or dissimilarities that you see there. And Lynn, of course, we have the same stip.
The left one looks like an A to me, and the right one looks like a D. It looks like maybe a shaky or older person might have written it, because it's kind of squiggly. This one has a higher, the one on the right has a higher stick on the side than the one on the left.
Right.
And the open space, the donut hole is bigger on the one on the right than the left. And I don't think they look alike.
All right, fair enough.
And they're like two different letters to me.
Thank you for putting up with that exercise. And Mr. Wood, thank you also. Okay. Okay. You remember earlier we had I had you read about the handwriting from your book, and I would say that maybe we both concede that the handwriting is an important part of the evidence in this crime.
She can speak for herself, but we're not going to have her speaking.
All right, no, I'm sorry.
No concessions.
No, okay.
She's answered your questions about that and with respect to her beliefs.
I'm just using that foundationally to move on so that there's no question as to why I'm moving into a particular area. And it goes to the issue of why Mr. Wolf is here in this lawsuit with respect to some elements of it. Why in the complaint there is what may appear to you to be an extremely unfair accusation or representation of you as author of the ransom note, as the person who killed her daughter or whatever. And a lot of this is to try and determine the degree to which the handwriting experts that Mr. Wolf is using in this case can accurately determine whether you are in fact the author of the ransom note or not, which is part of why we've been doing this. I just want to show you something that is, I just want you to look at it, and it again is why, so to speak, why I would like you to mark this for Plaintiff's Exhibit 11, and I'm going to show this. Now, I'm not making any representations in this document as to whether, in fact, its submission means anything other than this was prepared by 2 handwriting experts. This document is not being submitted to prove the truth of anything in the document. So if you could mark that, and Lynn will stipulate to that effect. Would you mark this document as Plaintiff's Exhibit 11? Now, Mrs. Ramsey, I'm going to tell you that that document, along with reports, handwriting reports, were prepared by document examiners Sina Wong and David Liebman. And other handwriting was prepared, other handwriting was used in the form of the police exemplars that were given to my office by Mr. Wood pursuant to discovery request. And those documents are without a doubt your handwriting because they were identified by Mr. Wood as being the handwriting exemplars that you personally gave to law enforcement in Colorado at their request during that 5-day period. Now, the problem for Mr. Wolf in this case is the fact that not one of the experts, Sina Wong, David Liebman, an expert known as Gideon Epstein, Larry F. Ziegler, and an expert known as Donald Lacey, have all identified you as the ransom note writer. There's no, it's not a close call as far as they're concerned. They have identified you. One of them, in fact, said, without doubt, you are the author of the ransom note. So in order to be certain that they are, in fact, correct in what they are looking at as examples of your handwriting, I wanted you to look at some of the documents that I gave you. And now I want you to look at the document there and see why, in fact, the issue of your authorship is such a problem.
You have a question?
Yes.
Let's ask the question.
Okay. Mrs. Ramsey, did you write the ransom note? Mrs. Ramsey, did you write the ransom note?
And before you answer that, I want to object to the form of the question, and I want to specifically object to each and every one of the prefatory comments with respect to that question, which started off a long time ago, where you said to move on so there was no question why I'm moving into a particular area. By Mr. Hoffman, it goes to the issue of why Mr. Wolf is here in this lawsuit, beginning at that point, down through and including everything except for your stipulation, which we will accept. I want to move to strike all of the prefatory comments from that beginning down through where you said and ended. Now I want you to look at the document there and see why, in fact, this, the question of your authorship, I believe, is a problem. All of those are improper as to form. I move to strike each and every one of them with the exception of your stipulation. I also want to tell you that I was very courteous in letting you sit here and in effect lecture my client. That is your one and only lecture, Mr. Hoffman. You are here to ask questions. Now, your question, as I understand it, if you'd like to restate it, is did Patsy Ramsey write the ransom note? Is that the question?
Yes, it is.
Why don't you restate that? Because I think the other question isn't worth the paper it's written on or the time you've taken up to ask it, because it's totally improper as to its form.
All right.
Now,
First of all,
ask her a question.
First of all, I'm going to respond to your ad hominem attack.
It's not an ad hominem attack.
It's an ad hominem attack, and it's done for the purposes of grandstanding, which, you know, seems to be the way you're operating.
Take that up with Judge Carnes. Why don't you just ask the question?
No, I'm going to respond to your ad hominem colloquy, which was in effect an attack on me. I was not lecturing Mrs. Ramsey, and Mrs. Ramsey, I apologize if I, in fact...
You don't have to respond to that.
I'm
You
not
have a
asking her to
question, Mr.
respond
Hoffman?
to it. No, Mr. Wood, I'm going to respond to your ad hominem attack, which is what I consider it to be. Fact is, I was not lecturing Mrs. Ramsey. I was explaining to Mrs. Ramsey, prefatory to asking her a question which could be regarded as very insensitive, which is simply, did you write the ransom note, as to why I was asking that question. And quite frankly, I don't think it was improper of me to show a certain sensitivity to a mother whose daughter has died rather brutally.
Darnay, you have not shown this family any sensitivity since March of 1997. Now, let me stop you here. No,
that's
sir.
not before.
No, sir, let me stop you here. I am not going to sit here and have you go back and forth and talk with my client or lecture my client. You are here under the federal rules of civil procedure to ask questions.
Yes.
I have the right to make an objection. If you deem my objection to be an ad hominem attack, take it up with Judge Carnes. I believe that my objection is 100% good. Now, ask a question, let's get answers, and let's move on. We don't need the back and forth every time I make an objection. Okay?
Well,
Please, let's get going.
You're responsible for some degree for the back and forth. Quite frankly, under the federal rules, I don't think you have the right to interfere and try to control my deposition.
I have the right to make an objection.
Yeah,
I did make an objection, and I asked you to state your
but not as an attack on
question.
counsel, which is what, in fact, this was. This was an ad hominem attack. You characterized what I was doing with your client as lecturing her.
I think the
as
record
showing
will
a
speak
lack
for
of.
itself.
And also, I think that you spoke outside of anything that was going on here, which was to conduct that you consider to be improper on my part outside of this deposition.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You just
now.
made a reference. You can read it right back to my lack of sensitivity to
when
the
you sit
Ramsey
here and-
family in general.
You're the one making
I'm
representations
talking
on the record about being
why.
concerned.
No, I'm not
Darnay.
making representations. I
You're
am
wasting
explaining.
all of our time now.
No,
Darnay.
this is my time. Okay, this is my
you wanna
deposition
waste it?
time, and I'm going to make a record responding to your ad hominem attack on counsel.
Why don't you go ahead and
Okay.
make that record?
I've
When
just
you're
been
through,
making it. I've
she'll
been
come
making
back
it.
and she'll answer questions. You don't have to sit here and listen to this, Mrs.
If
Ramsey.
she doesn't want to, that's fine.
Yeah, you don't have to. You can take a break and you can go ahead and make your response. And
What-
when you have a
whatever-
question, we'll
whatever-
bring her back in here and we'll answer all your questions.
All right,
They're properly formed.
Okay, now, all right, what we'll do is this. I'm going to ask Mrs. Ramsey a very simple question.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ramsey, did you write the ransom note that was discovered by yourself on December 26, 1996 at your home?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, thank you. Now, at this point, I think we'll take a break. I think this would be an appropriate time to take a break. Thank you.
We're on video record at 10:55. We're on video record at 11:07.
Okay. At this point, I'd like to move on to another topic area, but just for the purposes of making a record, Mr. Wood, earlier in the deposition, said that he was going to object to, or asked to strike statements that I had made prefatory to a question that I asked Mrs. Ramsey concerning the authorship of the ransom note. And just for the record, I object to any attempt to have that stricken from the record. And that's all I want to say with respect to that. Mr. Wood, if you want to add anything to that.
Next question.
Okay. Now I'm just going to go into, I'm going to ask for some clarification of things that are in the book, things that I didn't understand. I'm going to turn your attention to page 378. It's chapter, in fact, I can let you look at that. There are two statements there. In fact, Mrs. Ramsey, if you'll just give me your book, I'll just quickly highlight it. I'm sorry about not having done this beforehand. Okay. All right. Okay. I'd like you to read the highlighted portions of on page 378 in your book, The Death of Innocence. That's the paperback edition.
The Boulder grand jury said no to an indictment.
And then the next statement that I've highlighted.
The grand jury's secret decision.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to whether or not the grand jury did, in fact, make a decision based on that statement?
Well, the district attorney, I believe, made a public statement that said there would not be an indictment.
Okay. But there's a reference here to the grand jury's secret decision.
Right.
Do you have any knowledge of a secret decision by the grand jury? Any personal knowledge? Are you referring to that?
Well, I think all of the grand jury information is under wraps or under seal or something.
Okay, so, but do you know whether or not the grand jury, in fact, made a decision in your case?
Just going from what the district attorney said, that there was no indictment.
Okay. But this doesn't indicate, the reason I'm asking you this question is that, all right, I'll withdraw. Is it Patrick Furman? Was he an attorney of yours at one point?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Were you aware that Mr. Furman made a statement that was published in the Boulder papers to the effect that there was a rumor that the grand jury had taken a straw poll and had decided not to indict?
Object to the form of the question.
Okay.
In that I think you've inadvertently perhaps made reference to the wrong lawyer.
All right.
But if you have a statement to show, that might be helpful.
Let's do. I don't have that statement. I'm just asking her if she's heard that.
I am not aware of a statement by Mr. Furman
Or
in the paper.
then I'll ask you by any of your attorneys.
No, I'm not.
To the effect that the grand jury, that there was a rumor that the grand jury had taken a secret straw poll and had decided or voted not to indict.
Talking about public statements, not anything the attorney said to
No attorney. I don't want you to reveal anything that is an
No, I'm
attorney
not
claim.
aware of such a statement.
Okay, because all right. So the statement, the grand jury's secret decision, is not referring to any personal knowledge that you have about what went on in the grand jury room with respect to any decision to indict or not indict. Is that correct?
I think that adjective was used just referring to the grand jury as a whole does everything behind closed doors.
Okay. All right, so it's just a figure of speech. Is that correct?
Actually, I did not write this section.
Oh,
John
okay.
wrote this. You might want to ask him this
All right,
question.
very good. Thank you very much. All right, now, there's an incident in the book on page 191, which you might remember. It's fairly lengthy, and I just want you to review it. I'm not asking you to read it. It involves the alarm system that apparently failed, and when you came home, I think you were in your home in Charlevoix, was that it? And it's the next to last paragraph on 191. If you could just look at that, just to refresh your memory generally.
Where it says John put in an alarm
System, yeah.
And you can read any that you need to put that in context.
Mhm. Okay.
Do you remember that incident?
About putting the alarm system in?
No, but that incident where, no, your feelings with respect to security and whatever. It's not an incident. I'm going to refer to another part of the book in a minute. I'm just simply your state of mind and security systems.
I guess I'm unclear about what you're asking.
All right, what I'm going to ask you is this. What do you know whether or not first of all, when you were living in Boulder at the time of the death of your daughter, did you have a security system in your home?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. Was that a security system that you used at the time you went out that night, December 25th, as you explain it in your book when you went out visiting people? Did you have the security alarm on that night?
No, we did not.
When you moved to Atlanta, did you install a security system in your homes, any of them?
Yes, we did.
Did you have a security system in the home that's been identified as the Atlanta, not mansion, but I don't have the address, the house where John was assaulted in May of I think it was 2001? Do you know if there was a security alarm in that facility, that home in Atlanta?
There was, when we moved in, we installed a very elaborate security system. Then subsequent to that, we had some extensive remodeling done, and the security system was dismantled and was subsequently reinstalled.
Who was in charge of in Boulder with turning the security system on or off? Was that you or was that John, normally?
We normally did not use the security system in Boulder.
And why was that?
Because we felt safe in Boulder.
In Atlanta, I believe the security system was not on when John was assaulted. Do you know if that was true or not?
I don't believe that it was on.
Right. Do you know why it wasn't on?
I don't know why it wasn't on.
Were you concerned that it hadn't been left on?
And you assume it was not dismantled at that time?
Well, yeah, actually I ought to go back to that because you did mention dismantlement. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to be lenient with you. We've had a few back and forth, Darnay, but I had a lot of trouble understanding what this has to do with Chris Wolf and the allegations in his claim or the defenses to this case.
Okay. Do you want me to explain?
If you feel like you need to, it might be helpful.
All right, fine. Oftentimes, a jury or a trier of fact, as the case may be, is allowed to consider something other than forensic evidence in determining whether somebody is involved in a crime or not, or just in any event. And sometimes it's the demeanor of the witness on the stand, whether a witness is in fact telling the truth or not telling the truth, or whether there's inconsistencies in the story which are such that a jury would have a right to draw what we call an inference, and from that inference what we call consciousness of guilt. So the theory is that if a person is thought to be not telling the truth, or simply his story is so implausible or inconsistent that it indicates that there is a consciousness of guilt, which a jury can use, at least in a criminal case, to determine guilt, or can be an element in it. I hope I'm stating the law correctly. And that is one of the areas that I'm going into in the deposition for the purpose. Depositions, from what I understand, Lynn, from the federal rules, allow you to go into areas where you might be able to impeach a witness later on. And so sometimes the questions don't appear to be relevant except for the impeachment purposes. So that's one of the reasons why I'm going into this area.
Well, I'm not going to make a statement about whether I agree or disagree with your statement of the law. It's your right to make that statement. I understand impeachment. I understand that it has to go to a relevant and material issue. I have grave doubts about whether an incident in 2001 that occurred in the Ramsey's home here, where Mr. Ramsey was assaulted when he got in and found someone that had broken in and stolen a number of items from his home, has anything whatsoever to do from a relevancy standpoint or from an impeachment standpoint with the issues raised in Chris Wolf's libel lawsuit. But I'm going to let her answer the question because I don't think, it's one of those things that we don't need to come back and do later.
Okay.
You can get the answer,
All right.
but I just think that, if you just keep in mind that I think you're pushing the envelope here, if not going beyond it.
For the purposes, in case you raise an objection, I'll just simply explain just very.
I'm gonna let her answer it, and you
all right,
do what
briefly,
you got to do.
Why I'm doing this and what it is about the security system that I find intriguing in this case, and it's the fact that there were concerns expressed in the book about the security of the Ramsey family, and the fact that the Ramsey family felt insecure. And naturally, one of the areas that you would think would concern a family is the fact that a night when their daughter had been murdered, the security system had not been working. And if there was any...
I believe in the book...
No,
hold on.
Sorry.
This is where we don't need to go.
Okay.
The security system was not turned on. And I think if you are familiar with the book, they made it very clear why they didn't use it in Boulder.
Right.
The point is, you're asking about an incident that occurred, you say, in 2001, where Mr. Ramsey came home while his house was under renovation with construction workers there and found someone in his home stealing the items, and there was a physical altercation. And you're asking about the security system here in 2001. And I'm just simply letting you know, Darnay, I'm going to let her answer questions about that. But I think you are over the line on relevancy to the claims and defenses in this case. But I'm trying to be lenient because I want you to have the opportunity to push the envelope out. But I would just ask you to keep in mind that we are stretching this, in my view. And I would ask you just,
I'm trying to
no
enlarge,
explanations are needed.
No,
Your theory of the case is not needed. Just ask the question. I'm going to let her answer.
I'm just trying to enlarge the envelope so that you see that the envelope isn't being stretched.
The envelope to be enlarged is supposed to be under the rules by you making a showing of good cause and getting a court order.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to prevent you from having.
I'm letting her answer.
Go in front of it. Okay.
Just ask the question.
All right, Mrs. Ramsey, were you at all concerned the fact that your husband was attacked in your Atlanta home? I don't know if you have one or two. Atlanta home, and the security system had not been turned on?
I object to the form of the question.
Okay.
You may answer the question.
I was concerned when I learned that my husband had been physically attacked. Yes.
Were you concerned that the alarm system had not been turned on?
I did not know. I was not at the home when all this happened, so I didn't know whether the alarm system was on or not.
Okay. Do you know, were you told by anyone if the alarm system was or wasn't on at the time of Mr. Ramsey's assault?
I don't believe that it was on.
Okay.
You'd have to ask him that.
All right. But that's your belief, is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
It was midday.
Yeah. There was also, I believe in your book, you described an incident where you came back to your home in Charlevoix and everyone was waiting in front of the house because I think Mr. Ramsey, in fact, describes this incident.
What page?
I don't know if I marked that. What I may have to do is go back to this question after lunch because I think that this may be one page that I didn't mark, and I'll go back to it. I was just going to ask her if she recalled that particular event without having to reference it to the book. If she needs to look at the book.
Which event is that?
In Charlevoix, there, I believe, is an incident that you recount where something happened to the alarm system, and I believe you and your mother and maybe other members of your family were waiting nervously outside for the alarm system people to arrive, and they didn't. And I believe John went looking through the, I believe it's the Charlevoix home, to see if there was an intruder. And I was just curious as to how that alarm system had failed, that security system.
I don't recall that part in the book.
Well, after the lunch break, I just may bring you back very briefly to ask you if you have any memory of that by referring to it in your book there.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Did you ever at any time make a statement to anyone other than your attorneys that you had written the phrase Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey, which had appeared on one of the pads that the police found in your home, and has been referred to as the so-called practice ransom note.
I mean, just for the record, are you stipulating that you have evidence that the phrase Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey was written on what's been called a practice note?
No, I'm not going to stipulate to that. I don't.
Well, I mean, I
can't.
think if you're going to ask her about something that we ought to know exactly what you're
No,
referring
fair
her
enough.
to, because I'm not sure that that's correct at all.
I just didn't want to have to bring it in a long-winded way. There were, in order to properly ask this question, I'm going to have to ask her a couple of foundational questions.
Sure.
Mrs. Ramsey, did it ever come to your attention, through whatever source that's not privileged, like attorney-client privilege, that there may have been what the police have identified as a practice ransom note being written?
Yes, I have heard of a practice ransom note.
All right. Now, can you tell me what it is that you heard was on that practice ransom note?
I don't know that I ever heard exactly what was on the practice ransom note.
Did you at any time ever say to anyone, say Pam Griffin or someone like that, somebody that you knew, that you in fact had written whatever was on the practice ransom note?
No, sir.
Now I'm going to ask you to look at your book here, and page 210. And it's pretty, it's right by the photographs. Right down here, you'll see, by now, anyone who knows John and me, just read the 2 sentences out loud.
By now, anyone who knows John and me will agree that if there's anything we avoid, it's the tabloids. When I pass the magazine rack in the grocery store, I literally try to look the other way.
Is that an accurate statement of how you feel?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask the, in fact, that make sure that that was from page 210 of the Death of Innocence, the paperback edition that Mrs. Ramsey just read. I'm going to have the reporter please mark this as Plaintiff's Exhibit number 12 for identification, and I'm going to show you this. Mrs. Ramsey, can you identify Plaintiff's Exhibit number 12?
It looks like a Xerox copy of Editor and Publisher magazine.
Right. Can you tell me if you recognize the people in the photograph?
I certainly do. Lynn Wood, my husband John, and myself.
Do you remember sitting for that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you know why that photograph was taken?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me why?
For this publication.
For the purposes of being on the cover of the publication?
I didn't know at the time it was going to be on the cover necessarily, but yes.
Did you have any idea of what the substance of the article in the publication would be about?
I believed it to be an article about Lynn Wood.
And did you have an opportunity to read the article when it came out?
When it came out, yes, I did.
Do you remember what the article was about?
It was just about Mr. Wood's law practice.
Mm-hmm. And would you say that this article is consistent with an attorney who challenges the media for misrepresentation?
I got to ask you, Darnay, what does this have to do with anything?
Oh, it has a lot. It does. All right, I'll just.
I mean, why don't you tell us succinctly what this article has to do with Chris Wolf's claims or the defenses to his claims in this libel action?
It has to do with statements made in the Death of Innocence, which I just had Mrs. Ramsey read.
We'll answer questions about that.
Okay. Because the next question is, given the fact that clearly, you gave your support to your attorney for the purposes of this photo to appear on the cover of editor and publisher.
Don't.
Okay.
I asked them if they would have the photograph made because the request was made to me. I mean, Darnay, this is ridiculous. We don't need to go into this.
Because, yeah, we
Ask
do.
her about the death of innocence.
No,
is there a claim, Chris Wolf claimed to be liable by this article or anything that was said in it?
But it does go
All right,
to
well,
the...
let's go to something else that has relevance.
Right. It goes to the issue of the stated purpose, one of the stated purposes of the book. You have to understand, I have a right to know what purposes were involved in
Why
writing
an
this
editor
book.
and publisher chose to write an article about my law practice and my cases has nothing to do with the purposes of John and Patsy Ramsey in writing the book, The Death of Innocence.
Okay, well,
So
I'll
let's move
try
on
and
to
connect
something
it up.
that's relevant.
Now, could you please mark that Plaintiff's Exhibit 13 for identification? Okay, and I'm going to show this too. Now, Mrs. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to look at what I have marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 13 for identification and ask you if you recognize it.
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm going to ask you if at any time you ever gave a interview with the National Enquirer.
We spoke with a representative from the National Enquirer as part of some litigation that we were involved with for Burke.
Did you ever agree to be interviewed by the National Enquirer for publication?
Hold on. Tell me how this is relevant to the libel claims of Chris Wolf. Whether John and Patsy Ramsey were interviewed by the National Enquirer.
Because I'm going to ask her about statements that were made in the National Enquirer which relate to the murder in the case. That's why I'm asking her.
Ask her about the statements.
I'm going to first
Why
display
she
the
did it.
foundation that, in fact, she even had
I've let
this
you
interview.
say that she gave the interview. Why
I
she
just
gave the
want her-
interview
I
is
just-
not relevant.
Well, I'm going to ask. I want to ask her why.
Ask her. Well, I've told you that's not relevant to any
No,
claim.
you can't make that objection.
In the
okay?
stipulation.
You can
for-
direct her not to answer. I want you to direct
if you'll let
her
me
not to
finish.
answer. Okay.
Why do you want me to do that?
Because
you mean you come here with a plan to ask irrelevant
No,
questions?
not at all. But quite simply, it's the proper form because I'm going to ask the question of Mrs. Ramsey and ask her if she'll answer it, despite counsel's objection.
She's going to follow. Let's set
Okay.
this ground rule right now. Mrs. Ramsey is going to follow the instructions of her counsel, and you're not going to ask her whether she will or will not.
Oh no, I will, and I'll tell you why, Mr.
Well,
Wood.
you may,
I'll tell you why, Mr. Wood.
you know,
I don't
Darnay,
think you
your
understand procedure. And
I don't think you understand courtesy. Down here in the South, we don't interrupt people.
Procedure.
You have interrupted me repeatedly.
You're using that as a ploy. You're using manners as a ploy.
Interruptions
to
are
avoid
interruptions.
these. All right, you've interrupted me many times. I would say
Not
that
not
if you went
repeatedly or
back and
intentionally.
counted my interruptions of you or Mr. Rawls in Chris Wolf's deposition.
You weren't even there, except by telephone.
But yes, but the fact is that no counsel interrupted you to the
This
degree.
man asked proper questions. There was no need to have to go through all this kind of back and forth.
You're wrong.
No, I'm
you
not
are
wrong.
out of order here, sir. You
Darnay,
are out of order.
Darnay,
Okay?
I'm being patient with you.
No. I'm being patient
Darnay.
with you. This is my deposition. This is not a forum for you to grandstand, to look like a big shot in front of your clients.
Now, Darnay,
It's not what this is.
Darnay, I'm not going to sit here and listen to that. You are not going to characterize what my efforts are for my clients in a deposition as grandstanding or otherwise. That is totally inappropriate. Look, I am trying to make an objection and, if necessary, an instruction, which at the beginning of this deposition we all agreed was appropriate if you went outside of areas relevant to the claims and defenses in the lawsuit. I happen to believe that if the question you're trying to get to is why did John and/or Patsy Ramsey agree in year 2000 or 2001 to an interview with the National Enquirer, that is not relevant to the claims or defenses in this libel lawsuit. If that's the question, I am going to instruct them not to answer. So why don't you just ask the question and let's get it, and leave off all this back and forth, and what I do think might be better described now is somewhat of an ad hominem attack, which is okay if you want to do it, but it's just a waste of all of our time.
Just to clarify one thing, I believe that in the event that the judge were to issue an order for Mrs. Ramsey to compel her to answer certain questions, that the record must reflect the fact that she has refused to answer it, not that her counsel, because the judge will not be ordering you to answer it, they'll be ordering Mrs. Ramsey, and unless the court is clear that it is Mrs. Ramsey who is refusing to answer the question and not yourself, I have to make that as a record, and that is the law, sir.
Darnay, please ask your question, and then I'm going to instruct my client appropriately and if necessary, and then, the Judge Carnes will determine the law. Just ask the question, for gosh sakes. Let's get going.
Mrs. Ramsey, do you know why you agreed to a National Enquirer interview?
And I instruct you not to answer on the grounds that that issue is not relevant to any claim or defense in this lawsuit.
Now, Mrs. Ramsey, will you still answer the question?
I instruct you not to respond to that question. She will, in fact, follow her lawyer's instructions, just as any client should appropriately follow her lawyer's instructions, so that she does not waive any right she has to have Judge Carnes review this issue and rule appropriately.
Can I take
Next
that
question,
as a no
please.
from your witness, that she will
You
not?
may take that for exactly what it is. My statement on this record. Next question, please.
All right, Mrs. Ramsey, I'm looking at this interview, and actually, since we have 2 minutes, what I'd like to do is give you an opportunity to review this interview, because I'm going to ask you questions about statements that you allegedly made in the interview. And since we have only a minute to go before we change, I think this will be an appropriate time
Whatever you like to do.
to break and give you an opportunity to read the interview. Okay? All right.
The video record at 11:35.
Mrs. Ramsey, I have shown you what has been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit, I believe, number 13 for, or maybe, has it been marked? Yes. Plaintiff's Exhibit number 13 for identification. Have you had an opportunity to review the document that I've handed you?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I'm now going to ask you again, do you remember giving an interview for the National Enquirer?
I remember talking with them as part of litigation we had with them concerning Burke.
Now, I just want to ask you,
Oh, I'm sorry.
statement that, do we need to do that again? No. Did you pick up the answer? Okay. All right, just simply, I'm going to hand you another copy, and I've highlighted just statements that the National Enquirer claim that you've made. And just simply for the purposes of asking you whether, in fact, you made that statement, I'm not going to go beyond that. I just want to see if the Enquirer's quotes are, in fact, accurate, where you're quoted. If you'll look at the bottom of the first page, you'll see they, quote, have you saying, we have never talked about anything. Is that an accurate quote?
Who is the he I was
Right,
supposed
Burke,
to
I'll read the paragraph before it. The Ramseys were asked whether Burke, now 14, ever asked for details of JonBenet's death. Quote, we have never talked about anything, said Patsy, who wore a purple suit and a white blouse.
What's the question?
Question is did you in fact say that? We have never talked about anything.
In that context.
Is this quote accurate? With respect
Yeah, but
to...
I mean, they may have talked to her in an interview and taken bits and pieces out of context. I mean, I don't know.
I don't remember. I don't remember whether I said that in conjunction with having talked to Burke or not.
Okay. Substantially, is that accurate? Have you ever talked to Burke about anything regarding the JonBenet murder, as they've stated here? That's all I want to determine, whether that's accurate.
Yes, we've talked about some things.
Yeah, okay. Is the substance of that quote accurate or inaccurate?
Well, I may have said that, but it may not have been about talking to Burke or not. I'd have to see. They take things out of context a lot.
Oh, okay. I just want to know what it is that they are taking out of context here. So, again, I don't mean to belabor this. Did you or did you not, in substance, say that you've never talked to Burke about anything? to the National Enquirer?
I don't remember saying that.
Now, turn to the next page and you'll see highlighted on the right, quote, when children are really tired and they don't go potty before they go to bed, sometimes they have accidents, unquote. Do you remember making that statement to the Enquirer?
That sounds like something I may have said.
Okay. Is it substantively correct then?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. I draw your attention down a little bit further where, quote, and I'm going to read the paragraph just prior to your quote to put it in context. Patsy, who is naturally right-handed, was asked if she could write with her left hand. Quote, can I write with my left hand? She said, pondering the question. A smile crossed her face and she replied, quote, I can, but not very well, unquote. Did you make that statement to the Enquirer?
It sounds like something I might have said, yes.
Okay. Is it substantively correct that you can write with your left hand, though not very well?
Well, I am not left-handed. If push came to shove, I could probably write something if I'd broken my right arm, but I am not in the manner of writing with my left hand all the time, no.
Have you ever told anybody at any time that you were ambidextrous?
No.
That's all with respect to that. Thank you. All right. Now, with respect to your book, do you have the book here?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you to turn to page 283. Okay. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to exchange this and just show you the highlighted portion there. And I just, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like you to read it to yourself and then read it out loud.
Okay.
Okay. If you don't mind reading it out
For
loud.
the first time, I learned that someone had drawn a heart on JonBenet's hand. Who had drawn that heart? The killer, JonBenet? I doubted that my daughter had done so. Certainly as a younger child, she might have drawn things on her hand, but at almost 7 years old, she was beyond that stage, in my opinion. She cared about her appearance and was not likely to have done so. And if she had, she would have had to draw it with her right hand. Which hand was the heart on? I don't know the answer to that.
I'm going to ask you whether that was John or yourself making that statement in the book. Is that information from John or from you? But sometimes it becomes confusing as to where one voice is and another leaving off, because it's for the purposes of
Let me see if I can help
Okay.
cut to the chase. This is talking about the June 1998 interrogation
Yeah.
or interview. Lou Smith interviewed John. Did he ever interview you?
No.
So that
It looks like maybe this was John's.
Looking at the next paragraph, it talks about John A. The other people's pictures were crossed out, but mine was circled.
Right.
I think that was John Ramsey's picture,
All right.
so that probably answers it.
Now,
It sounds like John
All right.
was writing it.
I want to ask you whether or not you know personally whether or not JonBenet ever drew hearts on her hand or hands at any time when she was a small child.
When she was much younger, she did, but not in recent years, no.
So would it be fair to say that you would be surprised if JonBenet had drawn a heart in her hand the day before?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not JonBenet had either washed her hands or had either bathed or showered prior to going to bed that night at any time on December 25th?
I can't recall.
Okay. If she had drawn a heart in her hand, do you think you might have seen it sometime during the day?
I may have. I don't remember seeing a heart.
Okay. Are you surprised that the autopsy apparently indicates that there might have been a heart drawn in her hand?
Yes.
Did you ever at any time tell anybody that you were in the habit or practice of drawing hearts in JonBenet Ramsey's hand?
No.
Just as a sign of affection? No. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to give this back to you, and I'll take that back. Thank you. All right. I'd like to ask you, with respect to the beauty pageants regarding JonBenet Ramsey, were those pageants frequent or infrequent?
I'm going to ask you to tell me what beauty pageants that JonBenet Ramsey participated in have to do with this lawsuit. We have responded to your request for production of documents where you ask for, in number 21, all documents concerning JonBenet Ramsey's involvement and participation in child beauty pageants. And we have stated in our response that we object because it was limitless in time and scope, unreasonable, and seeks documents with no relevance to the claims or defenses made in this lawsuit, as JonBenet Ramsey's participation in child beauty pageants is not at issue. You have not made any attempt to compel a response to that or taken any issue with our position. I don't believe that JonBenet Ramsey's involvement in beauty pageants has anything to do with Chris Wolf or with any of the claims that you make in your lawsuit.
All right, so are you objecting to the question?
If you want to do one of your explanations of how JonBenet Ramsey's participation in beauty pageants has anything to do relevancy-wise, if you could point me to the claim in your lawsuit or the defense that it's relevant to, that would help.
Okay, it
just
simply goes to the issue, again, of consciousness of guilt, impeachment for the purposes of witness testimony at trial. It would basically give us an opportunity, if there is in fact contradictions in the answer, basic things that all trial lawyers are trying to do when they have depositions.
Hold on a second. I'm going to give you some leeway on this issue in terms of questioning. Your question, as I understand it, is now asking whether the pageants were frequent or infrequent. We'll do it on a case, question by question basis, understanding that I think that the relevancy here is tenuous at best, but I'm going to give you the opportunity to go through it a little bit.
I just simply want to know whether or not, as her mother, you felt that the level of activity in beauty pageants was high or low in your mind?
Low.
Low. Did you keep a room in the house known as the pageant room in your home in Boulder?
No.
Okay. Did you keep a room where you kept all your trophies and all of JonBenet's pageant trophies in your home in Boulder?
She had some in her room, some in the playroom. There were different places.
I just have one other question. Did you at any time tell anyone that JonBenet was going to be the next Miss America, or that she was being groomed to be the next Miss America?
Well, she could hardly be the next Miss America. She was only 6 years old.
No, I understand. But at the time you were taking to the beauty pageants, did you at any time say to anybody that you were grooming JonBenet to be the next Miss America?
I don't know. I may have said something
Okay,
like that.
if you don't know, fine. All right, how are we doing with the time, gentlemen, as far as...
A little before 12.
Okay, how much before 12 are we?
Just a few minutes.
Well, why don't we break for lunch? This would be a good time.
Whatever you'd like to do.
Is an hour adequate for everybody? Mrs. Ramsey, I doubt, Lynn, I should address this to you. We're not going to run more than tops 2 hours past the lunchtime, and it may not even be that much.
So 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. I mean, we're here for as long as you want us.
No, I understand, but
here.
I'm just giving you a rough idea so that everybody can be mentally out the door around that hour.
Any chance that you would like to go ahead and take John to see if there's a chance you could finish him
I
today?
haven't finished my preparation. I'd just like to start fresh in the morning and just review the answers.
Just make that offer to you.
Yeah, but thank you very much. It'll be a little bit longer than just a couple of hours at the end of today. And thank you very much. Okay.
All right.
We're off video record at 11:55. We're on video record at 1:03.
Okay. Mrs. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you if you can tell me who Chris Wolf is. Do you know who Chris Wolf is?
Yes, I can tell you who he is.
Yeah.
He is a suspect in the murder of our daughter.
When you say a suspect, how do you know he's a suspect in the murder of your daughter?
Well, I understand that the police had him as a suspect early in 1997. And his girlfriend is, I believe, the way that we came by his name.
Do you know why his girlfriend came to your attention?
Yes, she called and said that she believed that he was the murderer.
Do you know who she called?
She called my parents' home.
And
I believe she had tried to call the Boulder Police Department, but they had not returned her calls.
And do you know who it was that she spoke to in your family with respect to?
I think initially she spoke with my mother, and then I believe my sister.
Do you know the substance of what she said to your mother?
Generally, she said that she was his girlfriend. He came home to her residence. Apparently they were living together. He came home late in the middle of the night, changed his clothes, and acted very strangely the next morning when he saw that things were being reported.
Now, did you just say earlier in your answer that she had been attempting to contact the Boulder police but had been unsuccessful and therefore was contacting your parents for that reason?
I'm going to object to the form of the question and misstates the witness's testimony.
Okay. Can I have a read back with respect to the answer?
I believe that she had tried to call the Boulder Police Department, but they had not returned her calls. I don't think that means that she had not ever spoken with them.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Well, I was about to ask her if she could clarify that, whether she knew whether or not it was that she was, the calls were being returned because they had never spoken to her.
I don't know. I just know that she apparently had made an attempt to reach them.
Okay. Do you know what your parents did with the information that, or the person that spoke to her on the phone, your parents' home, what they did with that information? Did they call anybody, or?
Well, I think they told us about it.
Do you know who they told? Not, revealing any attorney-client privilege.
Well, I don't, I mean, somehow in the chain of events, we found out about it, alerted our investigators about it, and then I don't know what happened after that.
Do you remember when you first heard about Chris Wolf as a potential murder suspect? You personally?
I can't remember exactly now.
Do you? Was there any discussion when you wrote your book, Death of Innocence, over Chris Wolf being included in the book? Do you know if you had any discussions about that, you yourself, with any of the people that were writing the book with you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me the substance of what those discussions were?
I remember Janet Toma, the editor, saying that she thought that we should speak to a lot of the untruths that had been imparted in other books, or like specifically Steve Thomas's book and The Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, or something like that, that book. And she said Chris Wolf had been mentioned a lot in the media, and she felt like we needed to speak to that, as well as other myths.
Did you agree with that suggestion? You personally?
Well, I remember John and I both saying that, you know, that we kind of, you know, said, well, are you sure we should really go into all that detail? And she said, absolutely. She felt the readers wanted to know, you know, any untruths that we knew of and could refute.
What was the untruth in the issues or the Chris Wolf's involvement in the case that you were trying to clarify? What was the untruth in reporting that Chris Wolf was a suspect? What was your editor and what were you trying to clarify by reporting that in your book?
Well, I don't know that was an untruth. I think she was just saying that his name had been brought up quite a number of times, as had Bill McReynolds and Linda Hoffman Pugh, and those were kind of the names being bantered about in the media and other publications, and she felt like we needed to speak to those. You know, talk about you know, Fleet White, talk about just names and incidents that were sort of the no footprints in the snow, all those little urban legends, we called them, you know.
Well, what was the urban legend about Chris Wolf that you were trying to clarify?
I'm going to object to the form. I think y'all may be missing each other. I think she's talking about dealing with myths and urban legends and addressing individuals that have been talked about. And you're saying that it's one and the same, and that may be what she's saying, but I don't think she means that. If you're misunderstanding, maybe y'all could clarify what you're talking about.
Well, the editor said that she felt like we should, anything that had been already out there in the public, that we should talk about if we knew anything about that.
Okay.
So there it wasn't, I mean, Chris Wolf's name was not an urban legend. That was a true statement that he had been a suspect.
Right.
You know.
Do you feel that he was fairly a suspect?
Was he fairly a suspect?
Yeah. Do you feel that it was fair that he was a murder suspect? Or had been
From
discussed
what
as
I
such?
know about his background, yes, I do.
Okay. And do you feel that in the other media that your editor was referring to, like Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, or whatever, that there was anything that you needed to correct in the way of misinformation?
I have never read that book, so I don't know. I can't say that specifically. She just said that his name had been mentioned, so so we just, you know, she wanted us to address that.
Were you ever given an opportunity to look at any evidence that would implicate Chris Wolf in this crime? You personally? Given any evidence or an opportunity to look at any evidence without telling me what it was? Did your investigators come to you and say, we have evidence concerning Chris Wolf?
And you guys are going to go into now.
I don't want to go into anything other than
attorney-client privilege or work product privilege, I think. So anything other than what you may have learned from your attorneys, investigators, or your attorneys, he's entitled to know. Otherwise, I think he would agree it's privilege.
Yeah, I just want to know if you were ever shown any evidence without identifying who showed it, just simply among the group of people that you associated with in helping you solve this crime. Did anybody within your own group show you evidence of Chris Wolf's involvement without identifying who the people were that showed it to you? Just in a general way. Did you ever see a file about Chris Wolf's involvement in the crime that may have been prepared for you by somebody working for you?
Well, it might have been prepared by somebody working for, regardless of who it was prepared for.
Yeah, and you just
do you understand what he's asking?
Not quite. Not
no,
really.
just simply, again, I have to tread
well,
a fine
you're saying
line
that
here.
the evidence.
Yeah. Did you ever see anything, you know, in
I have
writing?
seen some of his effects. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
yes,
or,
I have.
or anything that was purported to be evidence pointing to Chris Wolf as a potential murder suspect. Have you ever actually physically seen any of that yourself?
I have seen some of his personal effects, yes.
Okay. Were these personal effects meant to show that he might, in fact, be a murder suspect or be someone who could have killed your daughter?
I believe so.
Okay. I have one sort of quick question here. Did your sister Pam ever tell you that she knew who the killer of JonBenet Ramsey was?
No, she didn't.
Never made a statement like that to you?
Not emphatically like that. She's given me her opinion of who she thought might be this or that.
Right. Did she tell you who, in her opinion, she thought was the killer?
Yes.
Can you name the person in question, or persons that she thought were the killer? Was or were the killer? Is.
Could I? Yes,
Yeah.
I could.
Would you?
Well, she's named several people.
Could you just give me their names?
Let me ask
Is
you,
it
Darnay.
appropriate?
Well, I mean, what possible relevance could it have? I don't know if Chris Wolf is one of them or not. You could ask that, I think. But what possible relevance could it have to your claims to go into the issue of who her sister says she believes might be the killer?
Well, because her sister actually made statements that got reported in the media to the effect that she knew who the killer was. In fact, had seen that person only recently. And I was wondering whether or not she'd ever made that statement around Patsy, a statement like that.
Why
And then whether
don't you take
identified
her
it.
deposition and find out what she was talking about? I think that would be more appropriate.
Okay, I'll take that under advisement then, thank you. Okay, back to the issue of Chris Wolf. Do you know whose decision it was when when your book, The Death of Innocence, was, bound in hardcover and ready to sort of be given to the media? Who decided to issue press releases and to the effect that the book would name murder suspects, that your group of murder suspects?
When you use the phrase "would name murder suspects," are you equating that with the book stating the identities of individuals who had previously been identified as murder suspects? Because I don't know of anyone who was quote-unquote named a murder suspect as if that was the first mention of that person in that book. Do you understand the difference?
No, I
I'm
understand.
asking? I think it's a fair question to
absolutely.
clarify. Thank you.
I'm going to try and ask. I may have to ask it in multiple parts with a yes or no. When you were preparing your book, did you think there might come a time when the book was released that the names of the people that were discussed as possible murder suspects, either by yourself or by law enforcement authorities, might actually become public knowledge in the publication of this book?
Well, if their names are in the book, it was going to be public knowledge.
Okay. Do you know who made the decision to advertise this book as naming, well, actually, in the colloquial, it was like the Ramseys name their murder suspects.
Where is this?
It's not here. It's in media that was circulating around the time.
I don't think we can speak to whatever media was circulating. I mean, the bottom line is, Darnay, they identified people that had already been identified as suspects, and they discussed them. And let me finish. And you're trying to ask her about some perhaps misinterpretation or some interpretation circulating in the media that they were for the first time going to identify suspects. And I don't think it's fair to do that unless you show her what you're talking about, and then she can answer the question, and then she will answer the question.
Actually, really, all I really want to know is who was responsible for deciding how to promote this book in the media when it came out? Do you know who the individual was that made that decision?
I would say the people at Thomas Nelson Publishers.
Was there any specific person that you know of personally that was going to be making those decisions or did make those decisions on how to promote the book?
It's a large company. They have a marketing department. I don't know.
Okay, so you were never introduced to anybody in the marketing or promotional part of Thomas Nelson who discussed the promotion of this book with you personally? Said, well, this is what we're going to do or not going to do?
I don't remember having those specific discussions.
Okay,
no.
so you weren't actually asked for your advice with respect to any of the marketing of the book? There was no discussion between author and the marketing or promotion part of it?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, with respect to Steve Thomas.
Do you understand the question to include perhaps asking your input on whom you would be interviewed? Understand the question include. Let me ask you, Dornay.
Sure.
I don't think Patsy understood. When you use the term marketing and promotion, I interpret that as meaning that you're including, perhaps discussing with them the interviews that they were either considering or actually being or giving.
Yeah, just the overall. Yeah, I meant just the whole.
I don't think she got that part.
Okay.
Because
I was thinking like
advertisements in the paper
or
and things.
copy.
So ask her. You may want to rephrase that again and include.
I mean, we had discussions
press
about
interviews.
where we were doing press interviews, but not about print advertising or something like that.
All right, then. Did there really ever come a time when you were preparing your book for publication that you had occasion to talk at Thomas Nelson or with anyone Thomas Nelson might have hired to help in this area, involving media interviews such as print interviews, radio interviews, television interviews, anything like that? Were you brought into any discussions involving that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you given approval, the right to approve or disapprove of any of those interview vehicles?
I think the final decision fell with Thomas Nelson, probably.
Okay. With respect to in your media interviews or whatever, were you ever told that there were areas that you could go into or not go into by anybody at Thomas Nelson when you talked in your interviews?
No.
So that if you chose in an interview to name an individual or not name an individual who appeared in this book and who may or may not have been named as a source in other books, that the discussion of that individual, you weren't told not to talk about anybody in that was named in the book, meaning that no one said, Chris, don't talk about Chris Wolf in your interviews, or don't talk about anybody that's a potential murder suspect.
Object to the form of the question. It's multiple in nature.
Okay.
Did they tell me, what are you asking me?
Wait,
Did they tell me what to say or not to say?
No, did they say there were areas that you really shouldn't discuss
No.
in your media interviews? So that any decision to, say, discuss Chris Wolf or mention Linda Hoffman-Pugh or mention anybody in your interviews, that was a decision that you made for yourself in answering
During
that
the
question?
interview?
Yeah, during the interview.
Yes.
Okay, so no one coached you or encouraged you to make statements like that. They were made voluntarily by yourself.
In answer to an interviewer's question,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, so I want to establish. Okay, thank you. Now, this may be one of the last topic areas I go into today with respect to your deposition. And I'm going to ask you if you're familiar with Steve Thomas's book, JonBenet.
I know that he wrote the book. I've not read it.
Oh, okay. And this may be a subject of discussion for Lynn and I, and he may or may not object, but we'll see. Since you haven't read it, what I wanted you to do was have an opportunity to read. You can review it. We can, you take whatever time you want. Just to simply read 3 or 4 pages of his book, where he in effect outlines his theory of what happened that night. Because then I'd like to be able to ask you for the record whether or not any of these statements are true or false.
Well, you can go ahead and just ask me the questions. I generally know his theory.
Let me say this to you, Darnay. Are you referring to?
It's in the paperback. It's 318.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Excuse me. In your client's request for admission number 108, you set forth, I thought, in verbatim quotations,
Yeah.
Steve Thomas's description or theory of the case.
Right.
And asked my clients to admit or deny whether that was an accurate statement of the passages from the book, which they admitted.
Yeah.
What I would say is that we know that they've been forced to look at that by virtue of responding to your request for admissions, even though they didn't look at it in the book proper.
Oh,
Why don't you just go ahead and ask her specific questions, and let's leave Steve Thomas's book to Steve Thomas's
Okay.
lawsuit, because
All
he's
right.
got enough to answer for that himself.
No, I
without
understand.
her
Because
asking
all I
for
wanted
it.
to do was just simply because
Yeah.
it's one thing to simply say, yes, you admit, for the purposes of a request to admit that these statements were made in the book. And
But
it's
I'm
another
saying
thing to
she's read
simply,
it.
I just
She
like
has
her
a
to.
general
yeah.
familiarity with it because you included it in your request to admit. So I would ask you to go ahead and ask her specific questions. And like I said, let's leave Steve Thomas's book to his lawyers to worry about. As I say, they got their hands full on that one. We don't need to get into that today. Why don't you just ask her specific questions about the murder of her daughter, the death of her daughter, factual questions about what may or may not have been done, etc. She'll answer any question you have in that regard.
All right. I had just basically wanted her to review it before I asked her. And
Don't believe
she's-
it's necessary, because
you
we're
don't-
not going to test the truth or falsity of Mr. Thomas's book.
No.
We will test
No.
her knowledge about factual issues related to the death of her daughter.
Okay.
That's why I don't want to put it in the context of Mr. Thomas's book, which we, as you know, clearly can't claim to be libelous.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to need a minute to
Sure.
make sure that I go into relevant areas rather than irrelevant areas. All right. What I'm going to do, rather than, because I think most of what he talks about is not factual, it's more his subjective interpretation of evidence, and I can't ask her whether his subjective interpretation is true or false. I'm going to ask her if she's read the complete statement, and then ask her whether or not she, in fact, was involved in any way in the murder of her daughter, as
Right.
Steve Thomas, because I think these statements speak for themselves as far as his hypothesis. She doesn't know how to test a hypothesis. I'm not really asking her to do that.
We don't. The question of whether Steve Thomas's statements are hypothesis or factual, capable of being proven true or false, is not an issue for us to
Yeah,
debate today.
that's
and
right.
I think you understand that.
Yeah.
She's not here to test Steve Thomas's hypothesis or factual representations,
No, I agree with
whatever the case may be. She's here to answer any question, and I want to say this to you without any doubt in your mind of what I'm telling you, Darnay. She is here to answer any question that you have that asks her about factual information relevant to the death of her daughter. So you have the opportunity today, for however many hours you have left under the federal rules, to ask her anything about that. She's prepared, ready, and willing and able to answer any of those questions. So that's what I'd like for you to do. Let's go at it that way, and you fire away and she'll answer them.
Okay. One of the most controversial pieces of evidence is a red Boy Scout knife, or as a whittling knife. I don't know, it was a Swiss Army knife. Do you know whether or not Burke owned a red knife at any time?
He had a couple of them.
He had more than one?
I believe so.
Do you know if he had more than one at one time?
Yes.
Okay, so it wasn't like he owned one and then lost it and owned another one.
Oh. No, well, I don't know that exactly. I guess he's had a couple of them in his life. I don't know.
Do you know the whereabouts of that knife on Christmas Day?
Which one?
The red knife that I was just referring to.
She said he owned a
She had
couple.
two. Well, do you know the whereabouts of either one of those knives?
No.
There was apparently a kitchen knife found.
Kitchen knife found where?
Found at the scene of the crime, somewhere in the kitchen or whatever. Just asking.
Can you? That'd be news to me.
Oh,
but
okay.
then
All right.
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, if you
All
could
right.
help me.
All right.
I mean, if the question is, did you have kitchen knives? I mean, I'm not going to
No,
stop.
I know she
mentioning
has
it,
kitchen knives,
But when you represent, please, when you represent something as being evidence. I just have to make sure that that's just not.
I'm not saying any of this is
made
evidence.
up out of
It's
whole
simply-
cloth because
these
the
are-
tabloid
these are-
would say it was evidence.
Yeah, no,
Most
not
of
at all.
that doesn't
Just wanna
exist.
determine whether she knew or knew. Let me ask you this question. Are you a coffee or a tea drinker?
I
Generally.
drink both.
In the mornings, when you prepare yourself for the day, generally, what do you have, coffee or tea?
Usually coffee.
Could you just describe what would be a typical weekday for you when you get up in the morning?
Now or back in 1996?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, in 1996. Just a typical weekday morning. Who would normally get up first in the morning? Was John generally an early riser? Did you get up beforehand? That sort of thing. Go down and make coffee.
Could we take we're talking about a typical Monday through Friday where the kids were in school.
Yeah, nobody's going
John
on
was
vacation.
going to work.
Right.
Can you do that, Patsy? You understand what he's asking you?
Just,
Well, I mean, just in general, I mean, we'd get up, get the kids ready for school. He'd go to work. I would do things around the house or shopping or school volunteer work and pick up the kids, and that's about it.
When you get up in the morning, would you just generally dress first and go down and start preparing meals for the family, or would you go down, prepare the meals first, and then go get dressed?
There was probably no set pattern, but usually I'd dress first.
I'm sorry, you would dress
I would
what,
usually get dressed,
before you would go down to the kitchen to prepare meals?
yes. Usually. I can't say for sure, but
Okay, but
usually.
your best recollection. Okay. And then after you dressed and gone downstairs, normally what was the meal preparation like for your family?
The kids would usually have cereal, I think, before school.
Mhm.
Oatmeal sometimes.
Mhm.
Fruit, Pop-Tarts, whatever was around.
Okay, and you were generally dressed for the day by that time, and when that was done, then I just take it that you would just go about your business for the rest of the day, whatever that was.
Yes.
Did you ever prepare meals in a more informal way in the morning, like go down in, like, say, a black house coat with something that might like have rose-colored flowers on it or whatever, that sort of thing? Ever prepare meals in the morning informally?
I want probably, I don't know about the rose color robe you're talking about, but
Or the black robe with rose-colored, or anything like that.
Well, or anything like that. I
Or
mean, what
any
is-
type of clothing like that.
All
All
right. What do you mean when you say anything, clothing like?
Well, I just
like a black robe with red robe, pink roses.
Well,
What
Linda
are you
Hoffman
asking?
Pugh once identified her as.
Why don't you just be direct and ask her the
okay.
question if she owns
Well, I
such
was
a robe,
direct-
and if she ever
I did-
wore it? That'd be,
okay.
go right at it.
Did you ever own a black house coat with pink roses on it, or a black robe? I don't know if it was a house coat or how you would describe it. I don't know how women identify these types of informal garments.
I can't remember. I know I have a white one with pink roses. I may have, I can't remember. I've had a lot of robes.
All right. With respect to JonBenet, was pineapple a favorite meal of hers?
She liked fruit in general,
No particular fruit?
just most any fruit.
Okay. And was that a preference for Burke also, fruit, like his sister?
He liked it. He likes fruit, but not as much as she did.
Do you know if JonBenet would play in the basement area?
She did not play much in the basement.
Did she ever express an aversion to playing in the basement area?
An aversion?
Yeah.
No.
What was the basement area generally used for in the house?
Burke had a train set up in one area of the room, of the basement. There was, and generally the rest of it was for storage of seasonal decorations, art supplies, school project supplies, that kind of thing.
So if you didn't know what to do with something in the house, you just take it down, have it sent down to the basement? Was that the general storage area for things?
Largely, yes.
Because Linda Offenpugh has told me that that if you didn't know what to do with something in the house, you'd always say, take it to the basement. That was a favorite phrase of yours. Is that
You
correct?
asking her whether Linda Offenpugh told you that, or whether that's
No,
something
whether
she might
that's
have
in
said?
fact a favorite phrase of hers.
Let me ask you so that the record is clear. Would you rephrase that so she'll
Okay.
know exactly what you're
All right.
asking her?
Was the phrase, take it to the basement, a favorite phrase of yours if there was something in the house that you didn't know what to do with?
I can't say what is a favorite phrase or not. I'm sure I don't
Say
know what that is, but
frequently the solution to any problem about where to take or store anything in the house?
probably so.
With respect to the day in question, whose decision was it to call the police when you found the ransom note? Do you remember?
John and I, we just said, what do we do? Call the police. I don't know that it was specifically one decision or the other.
Whose idea was it to call all the people that eventually arrived, your friends or whatever, that came afterwards?
Oh, I did that.
Can you tell me why you did that?
It just seemed instinctive. It was just kind of a very stressful time, and I just called on friends.
Had you read the ransom note by that time?
I don't think I had read all of it, no.
Were you aware that it was a part in the ransom note where you were told not to contact authorities?
I think I read that later.
Did you think that there might be a chance that if you called a group of people over to the house and it was being observed that the kidnappers might in fact see that you disobeyed the condition of their ransom note?
Well, that just didn't go through my mind at that time.
Were there any, I'm going to withdraw that. I don't know if it's going to be relevant. Okay, then what I'm going to do, because I don't think there's very much more about that particular day that I really want to go into that you haven't already given the way of statements that I've received. I just want to clarify a few things. Lynn has been very forthcoming in giving me discovery or whatever. So rather than rehash all of that, I just want to address a few questions. I'm going to close the deposition by asking you one question. It's just I feel I'm obligated to do it, and then we're going to end the deposition unless there's something Lynn wants to add. And I'm just going to ask you a question. Mrs. Ramsey, did you write the ransom note that was found on December 26th at your Boulder home?
I believe you've already asked me that, and I said I did not write the ransom note, no.
And did you have anything to do with the death of your daughter?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, thank you. I'll finish.
For the record, I mentioned to you, Darnay, during the break that I think there has been, correct me if I'm wrong, one instruction on my part to Mrs. Ramsey not to answer a question. Am I right?
Yes.
That question went to making inquiry of her as to why she and her husband granted an interview to the National Enquirer. Since the last thing I want to do is to fight a motion battle over that, and because I have been consistent throughout in my representation of the Ramseys, as I think they have been even before I was involved in terms of trying to answer every question, if you will agree that we are not waiving any right to the question of relevancy in allowing her to answer that question, I'm going to let her answer it and effectively withdraw with that understanding my objection and instruction. Is that okay?
That's fine.
So with that agreement, if you'd like to ask her, and Patsy, if you would answer the question for him, please.
All right, I'm going to formally ask you. Mrs. Ramsey, I showed you a document that was identified as Plaintiff's Exhibit 13. I'm going to show that document to you again. Could you identify what it is that document purports to be?
They are copies from a tabloid article, National Enquirer tabloid article.
Would you characterize the statements that you made in this article as being statements that were made in the course of an interview, formal interview with the National Enquirer?
It was an interview in conjunction with some litigation for Burke that we were involved with.
If it was, see, this is why it's a tricky area. If it was for litigation, I don't want to go into what the litigation was about. And naturally, if she gave it for the purposes of the litigation, then she's required to by law.
No, it was not given as a requirement of the litigation as a matter of law.
Oh, okay.
But I think what she's saying is that the issue about the interview came up in connection with actually the resolution of some of Burke's claims.
Because I don't want to get into if this was part of the settlement. If that's really what she's going to say, is that she agreed to this interview because it was part of a settlement agreement.
I agreed to the interview because, I mean, we are not afraid to face even our most vile opponent, of which I consider the National Enquirer to be one of the most vile. And, you know, we have faced Steve Thomas, we have faced the National Enquirer, we have nothing to hide, and I'm facing you today, Mr. Hoffman.
Okay.
I did not kill my daughter, I did not write the ransom note, and I don't know who did either of those things. And I'm not afraid to answer any questions from either you or from them or from the police department or for anyone else for that matter. And that's why the interview was taken.
Okay. The only reason I'd asked it was in relation to a statement that was made in the book about how disapproving you were of the tabloids. And
to this day, I disapprove of the tabloids.
And also, I believe that Mr. Ramsey once stated that it was his intention to see that if anything came out of this case, it would be a change in the way in which the media reported certain news. And I was just wondering why, after these strong statements of principle, that you basically were willing to give a tabloid an interview. That's all, my only reason for asking
because we
that.
wanted to prove that we have nothing to hide and that we can sufficiently face our most vile opponent.
Okay, thank you very much. Lynn, I have no further questions.
1 second. So that we are clear, because you have obviously done a good job of economically handling the time, despite some of the colloquy earlier in the day. It is clear on this record that you are completing well within the maximum 7 hours allowed by the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. You understand we're willing to sit here for the remainder of the afternoon for however many hours and answer any questions. Now that we've made our one change of heart, you understand, Mr. Hoffman, that we have answered every question. Patsy Ramsey's answered any question you put to her and has expressed a willingness to stay for several more hours and answer any other questions, right?
Well, I do know that I'd have to review the transcripts that you made certain objections over and above the objection with respect to that. And there was an ongoing colloquy between the two of us.
We have that transcript available on this computer.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure, because you've come a long way from New York, and there's a lot of lawyers that are here today, to make sure that Chris Wolf and his attorneys have had every opportunity to ask any question relevant to the claims or defenses in this case. And if you are representing that you have now done so to your satisfaction, then the deposition is in fact complete.
Again, it's subject to
if there's any issue that you want to look at now, we don't mind taking a break.
Yeah.
Turn my computer around. You can scroll through the entire deposition.
Right.
And if there's a question, she's here. We can come back and after the break and you can clarify it.
Well,
I'd rather take the time today to make sure that you're done and not take any chance that we'd have to come back and put together this type of a force of
I
people.
really don't foresee that there's any area, and Mr. Wood, I just want to tell you that.
That's all I wanted to know.
Yeah, at lunchtime, in light of our earlier discussion, I felt that given I had a chance to review all of the, which was quite substantial, the discovery documentation, and in doing that, realized that a lot of what I would be asking had been in an asked and answered situation, and there was simply no reason to subject Mrs. Ramsey to questions and answers that she's already given on other occasions.
And in fact, you have been provided with complete transcripts of the April 1997
That's
police
correct.
interviews, of the June 1998 police and district attorney interviews, and of the August 2000 police interviews. We've given those to you.
Absolutely.
And I think you would acknowledge that as she did today, for you, she did in every one of those. She answered every question, didn't she?
I believe she did, to the best of her ability.
All right, deposition concluded. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And Mrs. Ramsey, thank you for coming.
Oh, let's go back on one second. Let me go back on one second, if you don't mind. Just so it's clear. Are we back on? One thing I do want to make clear, because this has come up in other depositions, in whole or in part, and I want to state it now so that there's no doubt about it being something that even has to take a moment's reflection. Subject to the court reporter's need to coordinate the videotape with the stenographic transcript, the written transcript, which I understand takes some time in order to ensure complete accuracy. I want to state that on behalf of the Ramseys, this deposition shall not be deemed confidential. No part of this deposition will be deemed confidential. My clients are perfectly willing for this entire deposition, either in the written stenographic form or in the videotape form in its entirety, to be made public. And we make that statement unlike any other witness in this case. Every other witness has claimed confidentiality in whole or in part. We claim no such confidentiality. We're willing to let anyone that wants to see it in its entirety see it. So with that statement, then we're completed.
That means that when the videotapes are, do you need to review the videotapes before?
No, I've made my statement without the necessity of reflection or review. The Ramseys are willing to allow this deposition to be made public in its entirety. The only delay, as I understand it, in being able to do that is for the videographer and the stenographer to review the transcript in writing and the videotape to make sure that there is a coordinated and accurate transcript. Once that process is done, whoever would like to see this deposition in video or to read it in writing, the Ramseys make no claim to confidentiality.
Okay, fine. Thank
Okay.
you. And thank you once again.
Yes.
We are. 145. We're on video record at 9:49.
Good morning. This is the deposition of John Ramsey in the case of Robert Christian Wolf versus JonBenet Ramsey and Patricia Paul Ramsey. I am the lead counsel for the plaintiff, Chris Wolf. The gentleman here identify themselves.
My name is Lynn Wood. I represent the defendants, John and Patsy Ramsey.
My name is Jim Rawls. I am co-counsel for the defendants, John and Patsy Ramsey.
I'm Patsy Ramsey. Haley Paul.
Eric Schroeder. Evan Altman, co-counsel with Darnay Hoffman, representing the plaintiff.
Okay.
The deposition is taken pursuant to the federal rules of civil procedure. The deposition is taken pursuant to agreement of counsel. Deposition is taken pursuant to a stipulation and protective order agreed to by all parties, which protective order specifically states, as we went over yesterday, the right of counsel to make sure that this deposition is not abused and that only areas that are relevant to the claims and defenses in this lawsuit are inquired of today in this deposition. Anything you want to add to that, Mr. Hoffman?
No, sounds like pretty much what we agreed yesterday was the case. And I believe yesterday you also explained what you believe the claims were, in fact. that would be relevant with respect to the deposition. So based on yesterday's statement, we'll just continue the deposition.
Can you swear the witness, please?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give you the truth, all truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your full name, please, sir?
JonBenet Ramsey.
Have you ever attended a deposition before?
Yes.
Are you familiar with deposition procedure?
I wouldn't say I'm familiar with it. I've been in one deposition.
All right. If at any time you don't understand
He
the
will
question,
answer questions, and he understands how to proceed with answering your questions. You do not need to counsel or advise him in that regard. Your job is to ask questions. If you would go ahead and pose a question to the witness, please, sir.
This is my deposition, Mr.
It is your
Wood.
deposition, but you're not here to
Please.
lecture or counsel or advise my witness on what he is to do or not to do. Trust me, he will answer your questions, and if he doesn't understand them, he will so indicate. Ask your first question, please.
Mr. Ramsey, who is Chris Wolf?
Chris Wolf is your client, and he is a person who came to our attention as someone who should be looked at as a possible suspect in the murder of our daughter.
Do you remember how Mr. Wolf came to your attention as a possible suspect?
I believe he contacted my wife's parents. No, I'm sorry, his girlfriend contacted my wife's parents and said she firmly believed that he was the killer of my daughter, that he had been out all night, returned home early that morning, and that we needed to look at him.
Do you know what was done with that information when your parents or Mrs. Ramsey's parents were given that?
I'm sure we referred it to our attorneys through our attorneys to our investigators.
Right. Do you know which investigators were responsible for investigating that claim on your behalf?
Not for certain. I think probably they were involved, each involved at different stages.
Do you know the names of the investigators that were involved?
I do.
Could you give me the names?
Well, there was a group called Ellis Armistead and Associates, David Williams, John, and I can't think of his last name. Those were the principal investigators that our attorneys retained.
Without revealing the substance of what you were given with respect to any reports that your investigators may have given you, do you remember if you ever saw any investigative reports concerning Chris Wolf?
I don't remember seeing any investigative reports regarding Chris Wolf.
Do you remember whether or not you were shown investigative reports with respect to any of the other potential suspects that you may or may not have been looking at?
I don't recall ever seeing a report on any suspect that they might have looked at.
All right. For the purpose of my next question, I'd like the court reporter to please mark this as Plaintiff's Exhibit
14.
14? Is that it? Plaintiff's Exhibit 14 for identification. And actually, I'm going to turn to the point, you can review the whole document, but the point at which I'm going to direct Mr. Ramsey to look at this. Thank you.
You want me to read this part that's highlighted?
Yes, after you've had an opportunity to read it to yourself, please read it out loud.
You want me to read it out loud?
Yes,
I'm sorry,
please
I wasn't
do.
listening.
Thank
I was
you,
reading.
Mr. Ramsey.
Katie Couric, you also mentioned Chris Wolf, a total stranger whose girlfriend reported that he had disappeared on Christmas night and was very agitated, rather, when he watched the news of the murder on TV. John Ramsey, Katie Couric, why do you mention him? John Ramsey. because he'd been widely mentioned in the news, and we wanted to clarify the facts that we knew, John Ramsey. I can tell you when we first started looking at it, one particular lead early on, my reaction was, this is it, this is the killer. And our investigator said, whoa, whoa, whoa. He'd say, don't do a Boulder police on me, don't rush to conclusions.
Do you remember making this statement?
I don't remember making the statement, but that was a number of years ago, I guess. So,
in fact, just simply for the record, I believe this is the Katie Couric Today show. It was aired on, I believe, March 24th, and I believe it was in the year 2000.
You're talking about the statement to Katie or the statement to the investigator?
The statement to Katie. That,
do you understand that he was asking if you remember making a statement to Katie as opposed to the investigator?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you remember who it was that you were made the statement, this is it, this is the killer? Do you remember who that person was the investigator had shown you material on?
Yes.
Can you name that person?
I don't recall his first name. Helgoff was his last name. Fellow that committed suicide on Valentine's Day, the day that Alex Hunter told the world that they were going to get the killer.
Right. So you were not referring to Chris Wolf in that statement, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I want to ask you, in the statement, there is a reference to an early lead. What kind of lead was it? Was it, you know, specifically, since you weren't shown any files?
Do you mean how was he imparted, the information imparted to him about Helgoff?
I'd asked him earlier if he'd ever had an opportunity to review any of the investigative files on any of the murder suspects.
You asked him if he had ever reviewed any investigative reports.
All right, reports.
And now you're asking him how he obtained the information about Helgoff.
Yeah, if he hadn't seen any investigative reports.
I think, I don't recall specifically whether my attorney told me about him or one of the investigators, but typically I communicated with my attorney.
Were you actually shown evidence, or were you just simply given a summary?
I have not seen any evidence that the police have.
Any evidence that your investigators have?
I've seen a few things relating to your client. I don't know that I've seen anything relating to Helgoff.
Were you involved in directing the activities of these investigators that were working on your behalf?
I was not.
Then what was basically your association with the private investigation of the potential suspects in the murder of JonBenet Ramsey?
The investigators were retained by our attorneys, and they stated to me that the principal purpose of those investigators was to prepare a defense in the case that the police might bring a charge against me. I hoped that they would also follow up on leads that came to us, but I was frequently reminded by our attorneys that their principal role was to prepare a defense, should that be necessary.
For a moment, I just want to direct you to the morning of December 26th. And to the degree that you can remember things today, I'd like to ask you if you could just briefly summarize what happened when you got up that morning.
Well, I got up, was showering, getting prepared for a trip that we were leaving on early that morning. I heard Patsy scream. I ran downstairs. She told me that JonBenet was missing, that there was a ransom note. She asked me, what should we do? I said, call the police. Sometime during that frantic period, we checked on Burke. He appeared to be asleep to us. A uniformed officer arrived reasonably quickly. And I focused all the energy I could focus on getting my daughter back from that point on.
When the police officer arrived, do you remember the name of the police officer?
I think it was French, was the first one there, Officer French.
Did you have an opportunity to observe what Officer French did at that point when he arrived? Did he speak to you?
He spoke to me. I told him my daughter had been kidnapped. He said, do you think she might have just run away? And I said, for heaven's sake, she's only 6 years old. No, I don't. He asked us all to, Patsy and I, to stay in the sunroom, which is a small room off our living room. So I didn't see all that he did beyond that.
You say that he asked you to stay in the sunroom. Did you remain in the sunroom the whole morning?
We did not. Other people arrived. The police arrived. They asked to use our cell phones because theirs were dead. They asked us to do a number of things that required us to leave that room.
Did Officer French give you any explanation as to why you want you just to remain in the sunroom?
No.
Okay. Did anybody ask you to go back to the sunroom and remain there?
No.
Did any other law enforcement official ask you to remain in any other part of the house?
No.
Do you remember, in a general way, where you were in the morning from the time the police arrived and you left the sunroom? Could you just sort of walk me through what was going on?
I was in the house. That's probably the best I could tell you.
Did you ever have occasion prior to, say, 1 o'clock in the afternoon to go down to the basement?
Yes.
How many times?
Twice.
Prior to 1 o'clock?
I don't know what time it was. I wasn't
prior
paying
to the
attention.
time that I believe it was Linda Arndt had asked people to begin looking around the house?
Linda Arndt asked me to look around the house. Yes.
Did she ask anybody else to do it?
I don't remember her specific instruction, no.
Prior to Linda Arndt asking you to look around the house, how many times did you go to the basement?
Once.
Do you remember at what time in the morning you went to the basement?
I do not.
All right. Do you remember what you saw in the basement when you went down there?
I saw a partially open window with broken glass and a suitcase beneath the window.
When you were, did you see anything else there?
Not that looked out of the ordinary.
May I ask why you went to the basement at that time?
I was trying to determine how someone could have gotten into our house.
Did anyone ask you to go to the basement at that time?
No.
Do you know if anybody saw you go to the basement at that time?
I have no idea.
When you saw that the basement was in the condition that it was in, as you've just described it, and you came back upstairs, did you inform anybody of what you found in the basement?
I don't recall specifically if I did or not. I have a vague recollection of telling Linda Arndt that I found an open window with broken glass, but that I perhaps had broken that glass myself months earlier.
Do you think you might have mentioned that to any other law enforcement officer beside Linda Arndt?
Not that I recall.
When Linda Arndt asked you to go down to the basement, I think that was sometime in the early afternoon.
I don't remember the time. I really don't.
When she asked you to go down to the basement, could you explain why you chose going to the basement since you'd already been there earlier?
She told me to go through the house and look for anything, go through the house thoroughly, as I recall, and look for anything that seems out of place. And so my intent was to do it thoroughly.
Did you ask Fleet White to join you?
I think I did, as I recall.
Do you remember exactly the sequence of events when you went down to the basement the second time?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me where you looked?
I went back into the train room, showed Fleet the broken window, explained to him that I might have broken it myself months ago. Showed him the suitcase that I saw under the window, which I felt was very out of place. We looked for any large pieces of broken glass, and then I got up and went to the cellar room, opened the door, and found JonBenet.
Do you remember why you decided to go to the cellar door at that particular time?
It was the next door outside of the train room. Other than that, no, it was a methodical search in my mind.
Was there a reason that you hadn't looked at that door the first time you went down to the basement?
There's no external exit from that room. So the first time I went to the basement, I was trying to figure out how someone could possibly have gotten into our home.
Do you remember whether or not Fleet White said anything to you while you were down in the basement, showing him the broken window and the suitcase?
I don't remember that he said anything.
Okay. Were you the first one to go to the cellar door?
I don't know.
When you opened the cellar door, can you describe, to the best of your recollection today, what it was that you saw?
I saw a white blanket, and I knew immediately I'd found JonBenet.
Had you turned the light on, or?
I don't remember turning the light on.
When you found the white blanket, what did you do?
I took the tape off of her mouth. I tried to untie the cord that was wrapped around her arms, and I kissed her and talked to her.
Did you do anything then, after that?
I realized that she wasn't just asleep, that this was not good, and I carried her upstairs.
Do you know what, if anything, Fleet White was doing at that time?
I have no idea what he was doing. I wasn't aware that he was around me.
So you wouldn't have known whether or not he had stepped into the cellar area where her body was?
I don't remember him stepping into the cellar area, no.
Do you remember asking him to go upstairs and get assistance or help?
I did not. I did not ask him that.
During the time, I'm going to direct your attention to a time that's earlier than the time you found JonBenet's body, and that is the time when the police were in the house. Between the time Officer French first arrived and the time Linda Arndt asked you to make a more thorough search of the house. Were you questioned by the police?
Yes, I think I was.
Do you remember making statements to the police?
I remember responding to a number of questions they had.
Do you remember if you were asked whether or not the house was secured when you went to bed the night before?
No, I don't remember that they asked me that question.
Do you remember ever telling any law enforcement officer that the house had been secured before you went to bed that night?
I remember telling, I believe it was Linda Arndt, that I thought all the doors were locked. And I didn't understand how someone could have gotten in. Of course, I learned later that one of the doors was found wide open.
Did you know whether or not the security alarm was on that night?
It was not on.
Did you tell Linda Arndt or any other police officer that the security alarm was off the night before?
No, I don't believe I did.
When when you spoke to the police, did you offer them any theories as to why you thought JonBenet was missing?
I responded to a number of questions they had.
Do you remember some of those questions?
Oh, they asked, was anyone angry with you at work? Was anyone around you acting peculiar recently in the last few days? Anyone you could think of that would do such a thing?
And do you remember what you answered?
Oh, not completely. I know that in terms of people that were angry with me at work, I mentioned Jeff Merrick, who we had terminated due to performance, and he was extremely angry to the point of making threats in the past 6 months prior to that. Patsy made me aware of Linda Hoffman-Pugh's strange behavior just prior to, but you need to ask Patsy about that because that's not firsthand information.
Anyone else?
I don't believe so.
Do you remember what, if any, other questions you were asked by any of the law enforcement people that were present?
Oh, they asked if we had any recent pictures of JonBenet. That's the only one I can remember.
Were you asked at any time by law enforcement during this period what had transpired the night before in your home?
During that period? I don't recall that they asked that.
Can you remember what occurred on December 25th, say from the morning on?
Generally, I can.
Could you give me just a general summary to the best of your knowledge?
I remember the kids bounding into our room that morning, excited to open their presents. Our normal tradition is that I go downstairs, turn on the Christmas tree lights. I brought a bicycle out of the garage that I had as a surprise for Patsy. The kids came down, we opened presents. JonBenet wanted me to take movies, but my battery was dead. We had breakfast, a Christmas breakfast.
Do you remember what was served at that breakfast?
No, I don't. Probably pancakes.
Was that a family favorite?
Mm-hmm. Wait a second. You asked him a question, and he was trying to answer it. Why don't you let him finish his answer?
All right, sorry.
I enjoyed making pancakes for the kids, and JonBenet enjoyed decorating them. So yes, it was kind of a special treat.
And after you'd finished breakfast, do you remember what you were doing?
At some point, I went out to the airport to pre-pack some gifts in the airplane, check it out, get it ready for an early morning departure. I remember kids being in and out of the house when I was there, neighborhood kids. We were going to go to the Whites that evening for a dinner. I remember JonBenet asking me to help her ride her bike around the corner, around the block, her new bike that she'd gotten for Christmas. That's generally what I remember that day.
Do you remember what happened in the evening, what you were doing in the evening?
Well, we went to the Whites' house where they had family and relatives, friends, I guess. We were perhaps the only friends there for a Christmas dinner.
Do you remember anything else about that Christmas dinner at Fleet White's?
Nothing notable. It was a family dinner.
What, if anything, did you do after Fleet White's dinner?
We left. Patsy wanted to drop 2 gifts off at the Walkers and the Steins, which we did on the way home. We pulled in the driveway into the garage. JonBenet was asleep in the back of the car. I carried her upstairs and put her to bed.
Was that the last time you saw JonBenet alive?
Yes, it was.
Do you know if Patsy joined you in the bedroom when you put JonBenet to bed?
I don't recall that she was in the bedroom when I was in the bedroom.
Do you remember what JonBenet was doing that evening when you were over at the Fleet Whites?
She was playing with Daphne upstairs. She and Daphne had both received a little bead-making machine, and she and I and Fleet and Daphne sat on the floor and made necklace beads.
Do you remember anything else?
That's the highlight of my memory.
Do you have any memory of what she was doing after you left Fleet White's?
She was asleep.
How soon after you left Fleet White did she go to sleep?
I don't know. Sometime between the time she got in the car and when we arrived home.
Do you remember whether she woke up at any time between the time you saw her asleep in the car and the time you put her to bed that night?
She did not.
At that point, after you put her to bed, what, if anything, did you do?
I went downstairs to get Burke in bed. He was putting together a little plastic toy that he'd gotten for Christmas. I helped him finish it so he could get off to bed. And we did that, and then I went to bed myself.
When you say you went to bed yourself, do you remember exactly the sequence by which you prepared for going to bed that night?
I think I took my clothes off, brushed my teeth, put my pajamas on, and crawled into bed.
Did you do anything else?
Not that I remember.
Did you use anything to help yourself go to sleep?
I took a melatonin tablet.
Do you know the amount of melatonin you took?
No, it was a over-the-counter tablet.
Was it a single tablet or half a tablet or 2 tablets?
I think it was a single tablet, as I recall.
Do you remember the brand?
No.
Do you know or remember whether or not you read anything before going to sleep?
I read for a few minutes, as I recall, before I turned the light out.
Do you remember at any point Patsy joining you in bed that night?
Patsy was in bed before I went to bed.
Do you remember what Patsy was wearing when she got into bed or was in bed?
I don't remember specifically, no.
All right. Did you wake up at all during the night?
I did not.
Was this routine pretty much the normal routine when you went to bed at night, when you were at home?
To take off his clothes.
To do precisely what you said. Was anything different than, anything different than that?
Pretty standard routine.
Pretty standard routine. And
except I usually didn't take a melatonin tablet every night.
Why were you taking the melatonin that night?
I wanted to be sure I slept well because we were going to get up early and I was going to fly to Minneapolis and then on to Michigan. I wanted to be fresh.
Do you know if Mrs. Ramsey was taking any medication to help her sleep?
Not to my
any
knowledge.
Melatonin?
No, I don't believe so.
You mentioned that you were going to fly to, where was it?
Minneapolis and then on to Charlevoix, Michigan.
You have a pilot's license, I presume?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me what sort of pilot's license you have?
I have a commercial license. I have a flight instructor license for airplanes, for instrument flying. I have a multi-engine rating, and I have an instrument rating.
What sort of planes does that allow you to fly?
Anything below 12,500 pounds gross weight.
Does that include twin engines?
Yes.
Does it include any kind of a jet?
Most jets are over 12,500 pounds that I know of.
May I ask you where you learned to fly?
My dad taught me.
Did you ever have occasion to fly when you were in the military?
No, I did not, other than in flying clubs.
Was that the normal means by which you would travel? You would fly yourself, or did you take commercial airliners? Travel around the country whenever you were traveling.
If I was flying for business, I normally would take commercial airlines. If I was flying personally with my family, we normally flew ourselves.
You say that, I understand that you were in the Navy, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. When you were in the Navy, can you describe, if you remember, pretty much what area you were responsible for as a serviceman?
Well, I was a civil engineer corps officer. I was stationed in the Philippines for 2 years. I was the civil engineer for the Naval Supply Depot in the Philippines. I was transferred to Atlanta, where I was the base engineer for the Naval Air Station in Atlanta.
Could you describe what you were doing as an engineer?
Contract management. We ran all the base utilities, maintenance and repair, road construction, long-term planning, site planning.
Were you actually involved in any hands-on engineering projects?
I had a staff that did that. I was in charge of the staff.
So, were you ever involved in any of the actual construction?
Did I pound nails? No.
Or do anything like that in any sort of manual labor way?
In the military?
Yeah, in the
I
military.
did not.
Okay. When you were not in the military, did you do that?
I enjoy remodeling and doing work with my hands, yes.
Did you do any remodeling in your home in Boulder?
We did quite a bit of remodeling. I did not do any of the work there, as I recall.
Did you have occasion to do remodeling in any of your other homes?
We have remodeled every home you've owned.
Have you personally done any remodeling in any of these homes?
Yes.
When you were in the Navy, you went through basic training, naturally.
I went through Officer Candidate School in Newport, Rhode Island.
And can you just describe briefly what your basic training was like?
It was physical training, it was navigation, celestial navigation, seamanship, rules of the road relative to ship movement, and generally familiarization with military procedures and the military system.
You say that one of the areas that you were instructed in was seamanship?
Navigation and piloting. You were being prepared to captain a ship.
Did any of your basic training involve, and I don't know if they still do this, learning various nautical knots?
No.
Do you sail at all?
I used to.
Did you pilot your own sailboat, or did you have someone do it for you?
No.
Did you receive any training in sailing?
No.
Are you familiar with the various knots involved in sailing?
I'm really not. I should be, but I'm not.
All right. So how would you generally moor your craft?
I would tie it up on a cleat.
Was there any sort of knot that you used that you could identify that has a technical term?
I don't know the technical term for it.
Have you had occasion to be able to look at the knot that was tied around the so-called paintbrush garret?
I have not.
Okay. Is there any reason why you haven't?
It's very painful for me, Mr. Hoffman.
I understand that. But with your nautical training, do you think that you could in any way be able to identify the sort of knot?
No.
Do you know whether or not any of, if your private investigators hired anyone to look at the way in which that knot was made and to give a report on it?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know if any of your investigators have been involved in trying to look at forensic evidence?
What is forensic evidence?
Any of the physical evidence that might have been at the scene that you might have had occasion to have?
Well, I think any evidence that was at the scene was in the possession of the police. I don't know that we had any physical evidence that...
Would the ransom note be considered physical evidence in your mind?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know whether or not your investigators had occasion to have anyone who was professional in this area examine the ransom note?
I believe they did.
Do you know, well, first of all, were you ever given a copy of the ransom note?
Patsy handed it to me that morning. Yes.
Do you know what happened to the ransom note after Patsy handed it to you?
I gave it to Officer French when he arrived.
Did you give the ransom note to any of the friends that you had invited?
I did not.
Do you know if the ransom note was passed around to other police officers? Did you have occasion to observe?
I don't know.
Do you know what happened to the ransom note after you gave it to Officer French?
Not for certain. I think they took it and made copies of it.
Do you remember the next time you saw the ransom note?
I think Linda Arndt or someone gave me a Xerox copy of it that morning as we were waiting.
Do you know why she gave you a Xerox copy of it?
No.
Did you ask for a Xerox copy of it?
No.
You say you had an opportunity to read the ransom note when it was initially discovered by Patsy.
Yes.
Is that correct? Can you tell me how much time you spent reading it?
Not specifically. It was, I spread it out on the floor and tried to read it as quickly as possible.
Do you remember when that, was it in the morning that Linda Arndt gave you a copy of the ransom note?
It was prior to finding JonBenet. I don't remember specifically what time.
Do you know how she was able to make a copy for you?
I do not.
When she gave you a copy of the ransom note, did you at any point in the morning read it again?
Yes.
Did you read it more than once?
Yes.
Do you remember how many times you may have read it?
No.
Would you say a dozen times?
I don't remember. I mean, I was trying to figure out, to the best of my ability, who in the world had my daughter.
And were you looking at the ransom note for that purpose?
Yes.
When you were looking at the ransom note, was there anything in the language of the ransom note that struck you as peculiar?
The whole thing was peculiar. We were addressed as Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey, and then they switched to John personally. They asked for $20 bills and $100 bills, as I recall. The amount was a very odd amount. The way the note was signed was very odd. The cruelty that they threatened was bizarre. It's a very sick mind that wrote that note.
Were there any phrases in that ransom note that you thought were peculiar?
I don't remember at that time that I thought that, but certainly later we focused in on some phrases that seemed very peculiar.
When you say we focused in on some phrases that were peculiar, can you identify
Talking
the we?
corporately in terms of everyone that was looking at the note.
Can you tell me what phrases you were focusing on as peculiar?
Oh, I think the grow a brain phrase was one that looked odd. You're not the only fat cat in this town, John. Those are the two I recall now.
Use your good common sense, John. Do you remember that phrase?
your good common Southern sense or something like that.
Did those phrases seem peculiar to you?
On reflection, they did. I don't remember how they struck me that morning.
Had you ever heard any of those phrases used in relation to you before?
In relation to me, no.
Had you heard anybody that you knew ever use those as common phrases in their speech?
Yes.
Can you identify them?
Priscilla White used the term fat cat in my presence.
Any other phrases that you could remember somebody using?
No.
Did anybody in your family ever use any of those phrases?
No.
The phrase common sense or good Southern common sense, have you ever heard anybody use that before?
He asked me if he's ever heard anybody use the term common sense.
No.
Why don't you give him a
Southern
precise
common
phrase from the ransom note so that we don't have any misunderstandings about what you're asking, Mr.
I'll go back and ask him that. I'll get the ransom note in a bit. I just want to see what he remembers.
Well, I mean, he's telling you what he remembers in response to your question, but when you ask him, have you ever heard anybody use the phrase common sense or good common sense, I want to know precisely what you're asking. He's entitled to do that, and that's your obligation in terms of asking a proper question. He'll be glad to look at the note if you want him to.
Thank you. May I continue, Mr. Wood?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Ramsey, so you're certain that you don't remember anybody in your family using any of the phrases in the ransom note?
I am certain I don't remember ever hearing anyone in my family using any of those phrases.
Okay. Now, just briefly, do you know how your children were disciplined if they did something that was against a family rule or any of the wishes of their parents in your family?
Yes.
Could you tell me how they were disciplined?
I disciplined my children by raising my voice.
Do you know how your wife disciplined them?
I think in a similar manner.
Did you personally ever have occasion to spank any of your children?
I did not.
Do you have a philosophy with respect to corporal punishment in child raising?
Yes.
Could you tell me what
I
that
don't
philosophy
believe it's appropriate to strike a child.
Do you know whether or not your wife ever had occasion to spank any of the children?
I have never seen her spank any of our children.
With respect to corporal punishment, do you know if she has any philosophy that she's expressed to you?
I have only seen it demonstrated. We've never talked about philosophy of corporal punishment.
So have you ever discussed how the children should be disciplined?
No.
At no time during their...
Well, at no time have we ever discussed how the children should be disciplined. I'm sure we have.
Do you remember any time?
All of his children to the present date?
The two children that you had with Patricia Ramsey.
You know, I don't. They were good kids. I don't remember ever talking about discipline. Didn't seem to be necessary.
Can I take a break just for about 5 minutes at this point? Because I'm going to start going into different areas. Thank you.
We're on the video record at 10:35. We're on the video record at 10:53.
Thank you. Mr. Ramsey, I forgot to ask you a couple of questions before I asked for a break, and they regard any personal observations with respect to your daughter, JonBenet. Do you know if she liked to draw on her hand? Did you ever personally see that?
Not that I recall.
Do you remember whether or not she had drawn anything on her hand that night?
I don't remember seeing anything on her hand.
Were you away a great deal in the year prior to her death on business and whatever?
Weigh a great deal on business or whatever. Why don't
Yeah.
you clear that question up? It's pretty
Simply,
sloppy.
did you have a, Mr. Wood?
I object to the form of the question.
All right,
The
fine,
question
but
is
I
vague and
object to the
ambiguous and sloppy.
characterization. No, that is not a proper objection. Sloppy is not an objection to evidence.
Strikes me as a sloppy question. I've asked you to rephrase
No,
it, and
no,
so if you want
please.
to, please do. If you don't,
Okay.
leave it on the table.
Fine.
Let's go.
All right. Mr. Ramsey, how much time would you say you were at home in the year prior to her death, JonBenet Ramsey's death?
Well, I was normally gone Monday through Friday from 8 in the morning till 5 or 6 at night every day. I traveled occasionally. I don't remember specifically that year. I tried to make my trips either one-day trips or 1 or 2 nights out. Typically they were to California, Boston. Twice a year I probably went to Europe, visit our offices there.
So, would it be fair to say that you didn't do that much traveling away from home? Is that true? Correct?
I don't remember. I really don't. Certainly more than I would have liked, I'm sure, but I ran the company. I had to be there more often than not.
When Mrs. Ramsey was diagnosed with cancer, do you know what her treatment consisted of?
Her treatment, yes, I do.
Look at the bill theory. Can't say it in 3 pages. Don't say it. Well said in half pages.
We're on the video record.
I'm sorry.
127.
Would the reporter please read back the last question that I asked Mr. Ramsey?
Question, could you tell me what you do know about her treatment?
Mr. Ramsey, before you answer that question, I'm withdrawing that question. Thank you very much. Mr. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to look at page 145 of The Death of Innocence, and I'm going to just simply ask you to look at the highlighted area at the very top, and after you've read it, I'd like you to have an opportunity to just read it out loud.
Just the, just the highlighted part?
Yes, please, Mr. Ramsey.
Douglas described the killer as someone with extreme anger towards John Ramsey, trying to hurt him in the most devastating manner possible.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Mr. Ramsey, I'm also going to ask you to, first of all, I'm going to ask the reporter to please mark this document as, was it Plaintiff's Exhibit 15, marked for identification. Mr. Wood, I'm going to show this to you. I'm interested in Mr. Ramsey reading, looking at the highlighted parts of that first, on the second page. Yeah, please do. It'll be confusing if we... Thank you. All right. Have you had a chance to read it, Mr. Ramsey?
Yeah.
First, I'm going to ask you if you recognize this as a press release dated July 23rd, 1997. Do you recognize this?
Do I recognize this?
The language, not the article, but the actual language in this. Do you recognize it at all?
You know, I really don't.
Okay.
I mean, it
I'm going to
quite possibly came from us, but I don't remember or recognize it.
I'm going to ask you to just to look at the second page and the highlighted area. Just simply look at the different elements here of this profile. Is this profile familiar to you?
Generally, I mean, I think these were post-behavior characteristics that one might expect in the killer.
Were these characteristics that came from Mr. Douglas in his profile?
I don't remember. It's possible, but I don't remember.
Okay, because I just want you to examine it in conjunction with the statement that you had in your book that I believe the statement is that Douglas described the killer as someone with extreme anger toward John Ramsey, trying to hurt him in the most devastating manner possible. And I'm assuming that, correct, Mr. Ramsey, did you put this statement in the book because you subscribed to that as true?
I can't imagine anyone that I've made angry enough to murder a child. I took that at the opinion of someone who understands the criminal mind better than I do. But I'm not convinced that's correct.
All right. What I'd like you to do is to simply look at the elements on the second page there. And I'd like to ask you if, for instance, in the first element, I believe it's JonBenet's killer may have been suffering from some stress in the weeks and months preceding the crime. See that element in that profile? I'm going to ask you with respect to Patsy. Do you feel that Patsy was under any kind of unusual stress during the Christmas holidays? Your wife, Mrs. Ramsey?
No.
Did at any point during the holidays you observe her as working too hard?
No.
Do you feel that Mrs. Ramsey took too much responsibility on herself, helping herself and other people?
Well, she is a very giving person, but that's her nature. So I don't feel she took too much on, no.
Right. So you don't believe that she was under any unusual stress during that period?
Absolutely not.
Okay. The second element here is a triggering event, such as a job crisis, a crisis in a personal relationship, may have caused the individual to vent anger. All right, perhaps at a female close to him or to her, though it doesn't say her here, and perhaps at me personally. Now, the question I have, and I'm very sorry to ask you this, and I don't mean any disrespect, was there any stress in your personal relationship with Mrs. Ramsey that you would have observed at this time?
No.
Were you having any marital problems?
Absolutely not.
None. Okay. Okay. Now, with respect to two elements down, he possibly has increased his consumption of alcohol or drugs. Do you have occasion to observe Mrs. Ramsey drink at any point during this period?
During what period?
The Christmas holidays.
Well, we had a church party at our house at one point. We were at the Whites at one point. Patsy is not a heavy drinker. I don't recall an image of her having a drink. She might have had a glass of wine, but I don't.
Did you ever have occasion to see Patsy what you would call inebriated at any point in your marriage?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Do you know if Mrs. Ramsey was taking medication at that time, during the Christmas holidays?
Do I know if she was?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge.
Now, the next element is he may have even turned to religion. Was it your observation that Patsy was a particularly religious person?
We both were.
Okay. Did there come a time during Mrs. Ramsey's cancer that she expressed to you that she had experienced an extremely intense spiritual or religious event? In that?
We had a healing service that was conducted by our priest from St. John's. He prayed an Episcopal prayer that asked God to heal her body. Patsy returned to NIH within a week and took a CAT scan, and the cancer was gone. And we believe that our prayers are answered. Yes.
Do you or Patsy believe in the Holy Spirit?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe that the Holy Spirit is a agent for healing by God?
I think the Holy Spirit is part of the Trinity of God, and I don't know that I understand the Holy Spirit's role in healing. No, I don't know that one way or the other.
Are you familiar with Pentecostal religious beliefs that the true purpose of Christianity and Jesus' purpose was a healing ministry, and that the Holy Spirit was involved in that healing ministry?
I'm not familiar with that.
Also, are you familiar with the religious concept of what is known as being in right relation to God?
I don't know of that as a concept. I've heard that phrase.
I was just wondering if you understood what that phrase meant to you.
Do I understand the phrase being in a right relationship with God?
One being in right relation to God.
Well, that would not be how I would describe my relationship with God.
All right, I wanted to know that. The next statement, he may be rigid, nervous, preoccupied in casual conversation. How would you describe your observations of Mrs. Ramsey's conversational, attitude? Do you find her to be rigid or nervous or preoccupied in conversation?
You mean in general?
In general.
No.
During the Christmas holidays leading up to the death of your daughter, did you find her to be in any way rigid, nervous, or preoccupied?
No.
In conversation?
No.
Okay. Well, the next one I think speaks for itself. He may have tried to appear very cooperative with the authorities. Have you tried, to the best of your knowledge, to cooperate with the authorities?
Well, I think we've detailed that pretty accurately. We're very willing to cooperate with them, given that their intentions were to be trusted.
He may have quickly constructed an alibi for his whereabouts the night JonBenet was killed. That brings me to the issue of the next area I want to go into, which is the area of the ransom note, which I'm going to show you page 407, which I showed Mrs. Ramsey yesterday in your book with respect to the ransom note. Would you read that aloud? I had Mrs. Ramsey do it too yesterday.
Number 4, the ransom note. Considered earlier and throughout the book, the note was written by the killer and remains an extremely important clue. An adequate amount of handwriting samples from the killer should conclusively tie him to the long and rambling note.
Do you still believe that statement to be true?
That is my opinion, yes.
Yes, in your opinion?
Yes.
May I ask you if any of your investigators made any attempt to examine, prepare, did any of your investigators prepare handwriting reports with respect to your handwriting and Mrs. Ramsey's handwriting?
I never saw any reports. I don't know what they've prepared.
Do you know if reports have been prepared?
I don't know that for a fact.
For the record, I do think we indicated in response to request for production that there are written reports that are in the possession of Hal Haddon under a belief on his part that they are grand jury materials that he's not allowed to release even to me, present counsel for the Ramseys. So I don't know that John knows that, but I do want to make the record clear that you know that.
Also, just to make the record clear, I don't know what effect, if any, the July 5th ruling by Judge, Denver federal judge Wiley Daniel with respect to third-party testimony and the fact that the grand jury secrecy rule with respect to that was declared unconstitutional, to the extent that that would be the statement of a party, meaning whoever the expert was, his report is in effect statements, whether or not that now would be covered under the Grand Jury Secrecy Act. So for the purposes of this record, I'll indicate that that might now be available to counsel.
I've asked Hal Haddon since that ruling to produce them for me, and he declined.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Ramsey, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to first have the reporter mark this plaintiff's exhibit 16 for identification. You'll do that. Mr. Wood, I'll show you this, and please show it to your client. Mr. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to look at the document that's been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 16 for identification, and I'm going to ask you if you recognize this document.
Yes, I believe I do.
Could you identify it, please?
Well, it appears to be a copy of the ransom note that we found in our home.
Does it look substantially like the ransom note that you saw that morning?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to once again look at it, and I'm going to ask you if, in looking at it, whether or not you see any similarity between your wife's handwriting and the handwriting in the ransom note, you personally.
Absolutely not.
None at all?
No.
Not even a little bit?
Not even a little bit.
All right. Now, Mr. Ramsey.
Patsy writes very neatly. She's a feminine writer.
Right.
There's misspellings in the note. She graduated at the top of her class. She doesn't misspell words like business and possession.
Do you think the ransom note writer was trying to disguise their identity?
I've been told that that was the intent, but there are parts of it that where that's broken down. I don't know which parts, but.
Do you think that maybe some of the misspelling may have been an attempt by whoever was writing this note to disguise their identity?
I don't think so, because I think they tried to be very articulate to the best of their ability, and misspellings were because they didn't know how to spell those words.
With respect to the sloppiness of the handwriting, do you think it's possible that the handwriting, the person who wrote this handwriting was trying to make their handwriting look sloppier than normal?
I don't know. It's very sloppy handwriting. I would agree with that.
Now, Mr. Ramsey, do you know were you ever told that Mrs. Ramsey could not be eliminated from any of the handwriting investigation being done by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation? Did anybody ever tell you that?
I was told that it was virtually certain that she did not write the note, but that there were some similarities which exist in all of our handwriting because we've all been taught the same. And that's how we communicate, is with the written language in English. But that because of these few similarities, she could not be absolutely eliminated, but it was highly improbable that she wrote the note. And that in fact, there were more dissimilarities in her writing than a number of other people that have been looked at.
Right. Do you know if your handwriting was examined by the law enforcement?
As far as I know, it was.
Do you know whether or not you were eliminated as the author of the note?
I was told that on a scale of 1 to 5, Patsy was placed at a 4.5 in terms of probability. In other words, a very low probability. Mine was a 5.
But just to go back to the one point that you made, was your understanding that the reason Mrs. Ramsey could not be eliminated was because of what is, I think, called style book similarities? We all go to school, as you say. We are taught to draw to make our letters the same way. Is that the reason?
Let me object to the form of the question only because you've used what I think is meant to be some form of a technical term, style book similarities.
Yes.
I don't think that was a term Mr. Ramsey used. So to the extent you misstated his testimony, I object to the form. If you understand it, John, feel free to answer it.
Well, I don't know what that means. I told you what I was told, and I was told that by our attorneys. I was told that by, I've heard the police make that statement. I've heard the district attorney make that statement. That it's highly improbable that Patsy wrote this note based on their testing and our testing.
Do you know if she was the only one that law enforcement could not completely eliminate as the
No, in fact, I was told that your client had fewer dissimilarities than Patsy had with the note.
Without revealing an attorney-client privilege, do you know who told you that? Was it a law enforcement source or was it your private investigators?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
I
was told that there were other people that were tested that were much more interesting than Patsy in terms of a comparison.
Now, how do you know that?
I was told that. I don't recall by whom. It's general knowledge that I have in my head.
Plus, I wanted to point out I have not shared with Mr. Ramsey Alex Hunter's testimony on that very point, which I think you were aware of when he stated there were a number of people that had not been eliminated that were under suspicion.
I just want to know how Mr. Ramsey, if he remembers how he knows that or whatever with respect to it. Now, Mr. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to do something that I did yesterday, at least in a few pages here, and that is I'm going to ask you to look at Plaintiff's Exhibit number 1 that was marked for identification yesterday, and I'd like you to look at that document.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you if you recognize, without naming anybody, any of the figures in that particular document.
I think I recognize 2.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you to look at the handwriting beneath the document, and I'm going to ask you if you recognize that handwriting.
I do not.
Could it be your wife's handwriting?
I don't recognize it. It doesn't look like Patsy's writing. It's sloppy. It's irregular. I would not look at that and say that's Patsy's handwriting.
Thank you. Now I'm going to hand you Plaintiff's Exhibit number 2 that was marked for identification yesterday, and I'm going to ask you to please look at that. Now I'm going to ask you if you can identify, without naming the individuals in those photographs, any of them.
Yes.
Now I'm going to ask you to look at the handwriting and tell me if you can recognize the handwriting.
I do not.
Could that be your wife's handwriting?
I doubt it very seriously.
Can you tell me why you don't think it's your wife's handwriting?
It doesn't look like her handwriting. It's sloppy. Just doesn't look like her handwriting.
I don't think I need to look at any of the other. Okay, now I'm going to ask you to look at plaintiff's exhibit 11, marked for identification, and all I'm going to ask you to do is look at this document and tell me if you've ever seen it before.
Not that I recall.
So, would it be fair to say that today is the first time you've ever seen that document?
I think so. I don't remember seeing it. I don't remember seeing it, let me put it that way.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Mr. Ramsey, do you know, have you ever heard the name Sina Wong?
I have heard that name in association with you, yes.
Do you know who Sina Wong is?
I have no idea.
Have you heard the name David Liebman?
It was on that form right there.
Had you ever heard the name or seen the name before this?
Not that I recall.
Are you aware that those names appear in your book?
It's very possible.
Okay. So you weren't the person that provided the names in the book, in the manuscript, is that correct?
I don't remember. It's possible. I found that my brain cells have depleted a lot during the last 5 years.
Have you ever heard the name Howard Ryle?
Yes.
Can you tell me who Howard Ryle is?
He is either a handwriting expert or a expert linguistic examiner. I don't remember which.
Do you know the context in which you heard his name?
I think he was someone that our attorneys consulted to examine a number of documents that we'd received.
Do you know if he examined Mrs. Ramsey's handwriting?
I believe that he did, yes.
Do you know if he prepared a written report?
I don't know.
Again, you
Isn't he the one that's writing a book?
No, that's someone
Cunningham?
else.
Okay.
Again, we go back and we have provided you, as his counsel, information that Mr. Ryle and Mr. Cunningham, we are told, did prepare written reports, but they were submitted to the grand jury, and they are again in the possession of Al Haddon. And the question of releasing them from Mr. Haddon, at least, is something that he has not done voluntarily yet. Whether he would do that in response to a request from you, I don't know.
Okay.
But there are written reports from Mr. Ryle and Mr. Cunningham about Mrs. Ramsey.
Have you ever heard the name Floyd Cunningham, Mr. Ramsey?
Yes.
Lloyd.
I'm sorry, is it Floyd?
Lloyd.
Oh, Lloyd.
No
Lloyd.
F.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I thought Floyd. Lloyd Cunningham. Have you ever heard
Yes.
that name? Can you tell me in what context you heard that name?
I think he was someone that was used by our attorneys and investigators to look at handwriting exemplars.
Do you know anything else?
That he's at the top of his field. That's what I remember.
Do you know if Mr. Cunningham prepared a written handwriting report?
I don't know that for a fact.
Again, same
Yes,
observation for
absolutely.
your benefit and benefit of the record.
Yes. I want to make sure that what I'm about to say is accurate. So I have to do just a summation. Mr. Wood will absolutely correct me if I'm wrong in characterizing anything you've said.
Sounds like an invitation.
It is, Mr. Wood, in this particular instance. I want to make sure I'm correct. You have not personally seen the handwriting report, if there was one, by Mr. Ryle. Is that correct?
Hang on a second. Let me just confirm.
Sure.
'Cause, I mean, I want to make sure we're not touching into an area that might go to attorney-client privilege.
Okay.
Because that report was prepared by former counsel for Mr. Ramsey, or at their request. For
Well, I can remove the offending language as to who prepared it. Prepared for him, I don't know who prepared it for him. I'm not asking that. That this handwriting report by Mr. Ryle was prepared for the Ramseys, irrespective of who prepared it. I'm not trying to identify who prepared it, but that it was prepared by some person for you.
I know of no report that was prepared for us that I saw.
And when you say report, I'm more interested in if you had an opportunity to see any report involving handwriting of either Mrs. Ramsey or yourself by any expert that you or your agents and people that worked for you hired. Did you have an opportunity to see any report?
I don't recall seeing any report.
Do you remember whether or not you had an opportunity to see any other handwriting reports by, say, law enforcement?
I don't recall seeing any reports from law enforcement, no.
Then are you saying that you're relying on the opinion or statements of people that have seen those reports as the basis for your belief that Mrs. Ramsey is not the ransom note writer?
Hold on a second. I don't know how he's going to differentiate counsel's discussions.
Well,
you want to omit counsel?
You mean our discussions?
Well, you say that you're relying, then are you saying that you're relying upon the opinion or statements of people that have seen those reports as the basis for your belief that Mrs. Ramsey is not the ransom note writer?
Well, if...
Do you understand what he's asking?
To put it more...
I'm going to let him answer.
Oh, okay,
Let's go ahead and just let him answer.
No, I do not base my opinion on the reports that I have heard from others. I base my opinion on that I know my wife. I would stake my life on the fact that she did not murder her child. She did not fake all of this nonsense, and she did not write this bizarre note. That's what I stake my belief on, Mr. Hoffman.
So it's not based on anything empirical, such as reports?
The empirical information supports that belief, totally.
I'm just wanting to determine whether you're familiar with the empirical information that supports it.
Yes.
Trying to distinguish between your belief in your wife, which is understandable, and a belief that comes from actually having looked at forensic evidence that you personally have had an opportunity to view.
But let me just, again, I'm going to object to the form of that question, because at one point you're talking about to determine whether he's familiar with the information. And then you turn it around and make it limited to reports that he's personally had an opportunity to view. I mean, you're omitting the fact that his counsel, present company included, may have fully apprised him of the nature of variety of experts' reports in summary fashion verbally.
Yes.
That would go into attorney-client privilege.
Right, which I'm not trying to go into.
But you can't omit the fact that he may have received that information. I don't think it'd be fair for the record to. I don't want the record to appear that Mr. Ramsey is unaware of what Mr. Ryle, Cunningham, and obviously the information from the Boulder authorities that we know from Mr. Smith and others in terms of, and Mr. Hunter now and Chief Beckner, what those conclusions, even though he hasn't seen the formal reports.
Right.
Am I making sense here? I just want to make sure the record is doesn't mislead one to think that Mr. Ramsey, because he may have heard that through counsel, is unaware of it. That's my point.
No, and I've answered the questions that I understood were, have I physically seen and read a report?
Right. So I'm now going to ask you one additional question, which may be a bit of a repetition, but I hope we'll clarify it. and you may have already answered it, in light of the fact that you have admitted that you have not physically seen the handwriting reports themselves, but maybe relying on summaries from the people around you, why are you so certain that Mrs. Ramsey is not the ransom note writer?
Because I know my wife. I know how much she loved JonBenet. I know how much she valued life. She valued every day that she lived, and lived every day to its fullest as if it were a gift from God.
Are you aware that there are handwriting experts which are experts on behalf of Chris Wolf that have rendered opinions? You want to stop there?
I just want to make sure he knows that I want to make an objection.
Okay.
Go, why don't you start again?
All right. Just simply, I just want to know what he knows or doesn't know. I'm not asking him to do anything other than say yes or no to this. Are you aware that there are handwriting experts that are working on behalf of Chris Wolf who have concluded that Patsy Ramsey is, as one of them said, without doubt, the ransom note writer?
I'm going to object to that question, and on several bases. Number one, there has been no finding of qualification of any individual submitted to date by the plaintiff as a handwriting quote-unquote expert, number one. To the contrary, at least 3 or 4 of the individuals that are presently being relied upon, at least we believe, by the plaintiff, have been specifically rejected as legitimate handwriting experts by the Boulder District Attorney's Office and the Boulder Police Department. Third, you are representing, Mr. Hoffman, that one of these individuals is making a statement without doubt Patsy Ramsey wrote the ransom note. And I think that is an unfair statement on your part, because we have, as counsel for defendants, been seeking for several months, at least the last 2 months, to obtain Rule 26 reports from these individuals that you represent to be experts, so that we, according to law, could then depose them, test their qualifications, test their opinions against cross-examination, including cross-examination of standard and fundamental handwriting practices and procedures. So far, for whatever reason, we have not been afforded those reports. We have not been afforded the opportunity to examine those experts to determine what, if any, opinion they may hold, and what, if any, credibility that opinion is worth receiving. And I think it's fundamentally unfair to ask Mr. Ramsey a question that presupposes at least one of those experts' opinions, and ask him if he's aware of it.
Just but
the point is, I think it's fundamentally unfair to ask him to do that. Beyond that point, I think it is clearly a question that does not raise a reasonable chance of discovering admissible evidence, because Mr. Ramsey's knowledge of that does not go to any issue of admissibility. Whether he knows about something that one of your alleged experts says, I don't see how that's relevant in terms of reasonably calculated to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence. But as long as you will stipulate for me that we have not received the Rule 26 reports and have not yet had the opportunity to cross-examine those experts, and then obviously we have not reached the questions of Dalbert and other cases about whether the court would even allow those individuals to testify. If you will stipulate that I am accurate in those representations, then I'm going to let him answer the question. Is that fair?
There's only one representation that I won't stipulate to, and that is 2 of the handwriting experts, Larry Ziegler and Gideon Epstein, for which you have at least their preliminary reports, one of which has that statement, without doubt, Patsy Ramsey is the ransom note writer, that you have those statements, that they were given to you, and that those 2 experts are not only highly qualified, but have been admitted, one of which was admitted by Judge Carnes in a case that she sat on several years ago. So to the degree that your representation is that the handwriting experts are in fact not experts, I would disagree with at least that characterization with respect to Mr. Gideon Epstein and Larry Ziegler. And that's the only thing I want to correct within it. But I'll stipulate to everything else that you've said with respect to you haven't received full the Federal Rule 26 reports or anything else. That's absolutely correct.
I have not, and I will not, and I don't believe that I'm allowed to characterize an individual as an expert. I think that is a decision that would ultimately be determined by Judge Carnes in this case, and whatever may have happened to Mr. Ziegler in another case has no bearing whatsoever on what his position will be in this case.
All right.
But I don't want this record to be kind of one-sided, Darnay, on this issue of Gideon Epstein and Larry Ziegler, because you've asked me about what is in their affidavits. I don't have those in front of me.
They're not affidavits, they're letters.
Well, that's what it's my recollection. There was a letter to you from each of these individuals.
Right.
I can't recall sitting here today because my brain cells are failing me as I age also, exactly what those letters said. But I do know this, and I want this to be clear on the record. I know that you submitted affidavits from these two individuals, Epstein and Ziegler. Submitted letters as part of a supplemental response to mandatory disclosures.
Right.
And I know for a fact that those letters to you, submitted by you, indicated that there were some similarities between Patsy's handwriting and the note, copy of the note they had looked at. And they stated unequivocally that they believed that they could reach a conclusion if they were allowed to see other handwriting examples from Mrs. Ramsey from that time period. Am I right so far?
Yes.
And I do know that I have a number of public statements made by you, both on the internet and on television, wherein you made almost the identical representations that Mr. Ziegler and Mr. Epstein would in fact testify conclusively that Patsy Ramsey wrote the note. And I know as a matter of undisputed fact that you made those representations about the conclusions of Ziegler and Epstein at a time when Ziegler and Epstein had not been given any additional handwriting exemplars, which they had earlier stated they had to have in order to reach the conclusions that you attributed to them. Those, I believe, are clearly undisputed facts that can be shown, and those facts alone, before I even get to an expert's report or the ability to cross-examine that expert, say to me that Mr. Ziegler and Mr. Epstein, if you have accurately stated their conclusions publicly at the time you did state them, have some very, very serious credibility problems. That's my response to Ziegler and Epstein, for the record.
I just for the record, I think that was sort of an unnecessarily long response, but irrespective of that, I just simply like to state that the more recent statements by Mr. Ziegler and Mr. Gideon Epstein reflect the fact that they were able to actually look at the police exemplars that were given by Mr. Ramsey and Mrs. Ramsey, and which were provided by you subject to a discovery request, and that those most recent observations are based on that. And to that degree, those observations are more complete.
Well, let's leave it here.
But I'm willing to withdraw this question.
I'm going to let him answer whether he's aware of that.
Just want to know.
Probably is now after listening to us. The point is simply this. We look forward to receiving the reports, and we look extremely forward to the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Ziegler, Mr. Epstein, and any other individual who is identified by you as a potential expert.
All right. So, Mr. Ramsey, could you answer? But maybe I'm going to need to read back from the question. And Mr. Ramsey, if you can answer it, please do, to the best of your ability.
$123,112. $123,12.
Question is, are you aware that there are handwriting experts that are working on behalf of Chris Wolf who have concluded that Patsy Ramsey is, as one of them said, without doubt, the ransom note writer?
It's a yes or no, if you want.
Or answer any way you feel appropriate.
I wouldn't be qualified to say that they're handwriting experts, particularly if they've reached that conclusion.
All right.
They're wrong. And they've made probably a serious career-limiting decision if that, in fact, is their statement.
Probably
Because
like
that's something that neither the CBI, the FBI, the Secret Service, nor the top experts in this country have ever said. In fact, quite the contrary.
How do you know that, Mr. Ramsey? That they
I've
never
heard
said it?
statements from the police. I've heard statements from the district attorney. I've heard the results of what we consider, and most people would consider, the top handwriting experts and linguistic experts in the country, all of which have said highly improbable that Patsy wrote the note.
Yet you've never actually seen any of these reports.
I have never read any of the reports. They've never physically been given to me.
That's all I want to know. In light of that, I think then we're just going to move on, and I'm going to ask you to look at a document that I'm going to have marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 17? Okay, would you please do that? Okay. And
Can I ask a question?
Would you like to?
No, I'd like to ask you a question. Was this used by your experts?
That was one of the exhibits that was attached to an early handwriting report, and one of the reasons that we are in fact here asking, we made an initial request in what is known as a notice to a request for admission, and there seemed to be some question as to whether or not what I had attached as an exhibit was sufficiently clear for there to be, you know, an accurate representation of yes or no. So I thought it would be easier if I just brought in clearer copies and just asked you and Mrs. Ramsey to determine whether or not these are in fact samples of her handwriting. Clearly nobody wants to be drawing conclusions based on handwriting samples which are in fact not hers. It seems that Mrs. Ramsey doesn't remember this as being hers.
She didn't recognize
Doesn't recognize
Yes.
it.
Nor do I.
Nor do you. Okay, that's all we want
And,
to
and
clear.
fairly, Darnay, let's be clear that we're talking about plaintiff's exhibit number 2
Yeah,
and plaintiff's exhibit number 1, and to the extent that it's also letters from those might be in plaintiff's exhibits 11 and I think also 10, as well as plaintiff's exhibit number 9. The record should accurately reflect that each and every one of your experts, including Epstein and Ziegler, have in fact stated conclusions to some extent, relying in part on each and every one of those exhibits, except for exhibits 10 and 11, which are Sena Wong, David Liebman's exhibit. So all of your experts have relied on that to form their statements made in their reports to date, including just the recent letters we've received that you sent us a few months ago from Epstein and Ziegler. They did rely on those documents. And they didn't even know that it wasn't Patsy Ramsey's handwriting.
Well, that hasn't been established because the argument could always be that there is always a reason why Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey might have a motive to lie. I'm not saying that they are, but the fact is there might be a reason why it's convenient for them not to be able to recognize it.
I think Patsy was very clear that she did identify handwriting that she recognized as hers.
And quite frankly, she may very well have been telling the truth.
What might be interesting,
frankly, she was telling the truth, Mr. Hoffman.
And what might be interesting is to know what efforts were made by any of your so-called experts to actually authenticate those documents as Patsy Ramsey's handwriting before they were willing to go out and publicly stake their reputations that she was the author of the note based on handwriting exemplars that they didn't even have the slightest clue were written by her. So those
Not
are when you.
necessarily they didn't have the slightest clue.
But
Don't
when you raise when you raise questions about whether or not my clients might have a motive to lie, I'm going to respond by saying that I think these people that you claim to be experts might have a motive to lie, and that motive is to get publicity and other things. We won't clutter the record up today, but let me tell you something. My clients have clearly identified the documents that you attached as exhibits when the writing was Patsy Ramsey's. Nobody ran from it. The problem is your people are relying on documents that either are not Patsy's or documents that they never bothered clearly to find out whether they were Patsy's before they went out publicly and accused Patsy Ramsey of writing a note to support the accusation that Patsy Ramsey killed her daughter. That is pretty flimsy in my opinion, and I think that your experts will have a lot to answer for when we are finally given their reports and allowed to cross-examine them, Darnay.
Now, Mr. Wood, I will say one thing in my defense and their defense. If in fact we were concerned that there was something bogus about their examination, I think the last thing we would want to do is clearly establish at a deposition record by the testimony of both Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey that this is in fact not their handwriting. I think we'd try to let that go
with all due
by the
respect,
board.
with all due respect, you should have had reasonable notice to be concerned about whether there was something bogus about the alleged reports of Sena Wong and David Liebman and Mr. Lacey, I'm sorry, and I think Tom Miller. When you were informed by Michael Kane of the Boulder District Attorney's Office that those experts were not following recognized handwriting methodology, that they were not even attempting to discuss dissimilarities, but were only hinging their alleged conclusions on a few similarities which are common to almost all handwritings, and that there were serious questions in the Boulder District Attorney's mind also on their credibility because of their efforts to gain publicity for themselves regarding those reports. That information was provided to you, Mr. Hoffman, in writing from Michael Kane, and I don't think you're going to state that Michael Kane was necessarily trying to do John or Patsy Ramsey any favors in his role as a grand jury specialist for the Boulder DA. But once he told you that and put that in writing, I believe that you should have been on clear notice that there were legitimate and serious concerns about the bogusness of these people's reports and conclusions. And those are the individuals, Mr. Hoffman, not Mr. Epstein and Mr. Ziegler, who are now Johnny-come-latelys to this lawsuit. Those were the individuals who you relied upon when you filed this complaint for Chris Wolf and submitted your mandatory disclosures. So I think there are very serious questions about their legitimacy, not just those raised by me. I haven't had the time yet and opportunity to cross-examine them, which I say I look forward to. But they were carefully studied by the Boulder District Attorney's Office, and they were soundly and wholeheartedly rejected as credible experts on the issue of handwriting. You knew that before you used them to file this lawsuit, yet you filed it anyway, I would say, without further inquiry into their legitimacy. That is a problem and an issue, and I think the record ought to reflect it, and I think I've stated it accurately.
I have to, now naturally, since you've made a record, I'm going to have to respond to what may be either mischaracterizations or just simply things that you're not aware of.
That is a problem and an issue, and I think the record ought to reflect it, and I think I've stated it accurately.
I have to, now naturally, since you've made a record, I'm going to have to respond to what may be either mischaracterizations or just simply things that you're not aware of. To begin with, the letter by Michael Kane did not indicate what about the methodology, with the exception of the similarity, was suspect.
I can get the record and we can put it into the record here. Why don't we do that? Let the letter speak for itself. I've got a copy of the letter.
Well, if you would like to take a break and do that, we
don't have to take a break, but I can have someone find that letter.
That letter, fine. We'll put that into the record. That's the first thing from what I remember, since you're speaking from memory also.
I'm pretty good memory on that point.
Right.
Brain cells don't always fail me.
Second point is that with respect to the similarities, we do not know who Mr. Kane had actually submitted those reports to and who he was relying upon for the questions about the legitimacy of the reports. He did not indicate in his letter who it was that he had consulted. But more importantly, I will say one thing, that with respect to disguised handwriting, the finding dissimilarities is less useful since the person clearly is trying to create consciously dissimilarities in the handwriting, and to the degree that the handwriting is disguised, there is to some degree dissimilarity to be expected, and to continually belabor the point that disguised handwriting has dissimilarities is really not useful in a discussion of dissimilarities with respect to being able to add or eliminate people from handwriting. So I never thought that Mr. Kane's one methodological discussion was a particularly valid one. Now, with respect to the district attorney's office, that experts would be seeking publicity, I know that at one time they certainly did consult with a Donald Foster, who I believe was thought to be seeking publicity at one point, but that did not prevent them from at least consulting with him, at least at some time. I know that Barry Scheck, who's a former professor of mine and was brought in as a DNA expert, I won't say he's a publicity hound, but he certainly is not media adverse. They brought him in, they relied upon him. Also, I know that periodic, the district attorney's office would trot out an expert. I believe there was somebody from Canada who was a not expert or whatever. So I don't think the district attorney was adverse to using media seeking experts. And I think that Michael Kane's characterization of Sina Wong and David Liebman as media experts, disqualifying them inherently because of that, was in fact anything other than just simply hypocritical on his part. Now, as far as Mr. Kane is concerned, I don't think that from the statements that I've heard from the Ramseys, that they particularly trust A, his judgment, B, his motivation. I may be incorrect with respect to that. I, in turn, do not trust either his motivation or his competence. But I will point out that these handwriting reports were given to Alex Hunter's office. In the 4 years that they have had the reports or anything else, they not once made an attempt to contact either myself or any of my experts to talk, even in a collect telephone call. There was never any acknowledgement of receiving it, and that is despite the fact that the district attorney's office and I believe the police department made public appeals to individuals to please come forward, that they were listened to any sort of reasonable clue, if it came over the internet, if it came from telephone calls or whatever. And here were handwriting reports that I had solicited, some of which I had actually had to use my own money to prepare, and they were completely ignored. They weren't even acknowledged by anybody in the district attorney's office, and yet they spent an inordinate amount of money trying to track down something that was known in the press as a Santa bear, for instance. That sort of thing. Yes, Mr. Ramsey.
Well, I've got a band concert to go to tonight. Could I get my questions asked, and then you guys can...
Okay. The only reason I'm responding, I'm very sorry, is that I have to respond to your counsel's colloquy here, and I have to make a record. I'm very sorry for that. Mr. Wood and I, I'm sure, will take this into... This is my first hearing that you have a band concert. I'm very sorry. And I will try to make this, I'll try to make it.
I think he's trying to say maybe let's don't go back and forth until 7
o'clock
tonight.
You made a record with respect to, and representations for a record with respect to my experts, and I'm not going to allow my silence to act as some sort of admission that you were in fact correct. I categorically deny that my experts are unqualified, any of them, that any of them acted out of any malice. In fact, it was my experience that when Sina Wong, when I contacted her initially, each expert was contacted to look at the report of another expert to see whether or not there was a problem in the methodology, and as a result of looking at these the methodology, they reached the same conclusions. I did not ask them to reach a conclusion. I basically wanted to make sure that if, in fact, there was going to be a case made in civil court against Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey, that there was, in fact, a sufficient basis for it. I was doing my best to investigate the facts of the case before making the allegations. The only allegation that I've ever really made is that based on the handwriting reports by people that I trust to be experts, that their conclusion that Mrs. Ramsey is the ransom note writer was the basis not only for any allegations that I may have made personally in public with respect to Mrs. Ramsey, but also forms the basis by which I filed not only the action against Alex Hunter in 1997, but also the action on behalf of Chris Wolf and Linda Hoffman Pugh. So I have tried to do a due diligence and certainly avoid any problems with Rule 11. I am under a duty as an officer of the court to investigate the case and the facts. And the only reason, basically, we are here today is because I have yet to see handwriting reports from any source other than my own that, in fact, clear Mrs. Ramsey. I would love to see those reports. I don't know why I have never been offered a report. The question I have for Mr. Wood is, at the time that Mr. Wood was releasing your polygraph reports and had a very attentive national media, why did he not come forward with written handwriting reports that could clear Mrs. Ramsey? I think that would have been a spectacular and an extremely important opportunity in order to clear your wife from any suspicion of being the ransom note writer, and yet there has never been, despite all the money that Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey have spent, any attempt to release a written report at any time to the media similar to the written report that was released in the polygraph, and I've never been able to understand it. It's like the dog that should have barked in the night that hasn't barked in the night. My question has always been, why haven't the Ramseys released a handwriting report to shut me up, to just simply stop all the noise about the fact that there are handwriting experts that believe that Mrs. Ramsey wrote the ransom note? Why haven't Mr. Wood, your clients, been willing to produce for public consumption a handwriting report that simply adequately and for all time clear Mrs. Ramsey?
Darnay, out of respect for John, who does have a band concert, I'm not going to engage in trying to go back through and respond to all of that colloquy. Suffice it to say, because you've referenced two individuals, clearly, Barry Scheck has never sought publicity about the Ramsey case. He's never discussed it publicly. He has refused to do so. Don Foster was not rejected by the Boulder District Attorney's Office because he sought publicity. Don Foster was rejected because he concluded, after being hired by Steve Thomas, that Patsy Ramsey was the author of the note, and they thereafter found out that he had, prior to being hired by the Boulder District Attorney's Office, written a 3-page letter to Patsy Ramsey stating unequivocally that he would stake his reputation on her innocence, that she was not the author of the note. So they discovered that Don Foster was, as we say in the business, a liar for hire. There are a lot of liars for hire in our business. You and I can debate after I have been presented with your experts' reports and the opportunity to depose them, whether they have any legitimacy or whether they too are liars for hire or for publicity. We'll resolve that another day. Suffice it to say here that we're not going to react to your comments about handwriting experts until we get your experts, which we're entitled to get, and then I want you to know this. You will receive handwriting expert reports from the Ramseys, okay? So the time for that will come. It hasn't been time yet, but that will happen at the appropriate time. But first we're entitled to get your reports and cross-examine your experts. Once we've done that, you will get our reports that you so desperately want, and then I'm going to hold you to that. That once you get those reports, since you don't believe the four people that Alex Hunter described as top of the line that said out there in Boulder she didn't write it, since you don't believe them, we'll hold you to your word. Once we give you those reports, I'm going to ask you to quote unquote, as you say, shut up, your words, not mine, and then dismiss your lawsuit. Okay? So let's go and let Mr. Ramsey answer questions.
Mr. Ramsey, what time do you need to be out of here? You know, and believe me, I'm not going to hold this against you. Seriously, I'd just like to, because I will do this according to that.
What time is the band? 7, okay. So. No, my son is.
Okay. What time would you like to be able to leave here, to be able to conveniently get there?
If we left at 5, we're in good shape.
What time do we have now?
It's 2:30. We've got plenty of time.
We're not going more than an hour, Mr. Ramsey, at all, and maybe even less than that.
Okay.
Okay.
But that's not an invitation for him and I to go for another 2.5 hours talking, is it?
Well, you can come to the band concert with me then.
We could just stick to, what we've been here for, ask questions, answer questions, I think.
Well, I think that's appropriate, but the problem is Darnay knows well that this deposition, as the Ramseys have done before, they don't claim confidentiality, they have nothing to hide, and I want the record to be clear that this idea that Mr. Hoffman is asking questions that seem to contain damaging statements of experts about Mrs. Ramsey, I think that invites the record to be very clear that there are serious questions about whether these individuals are, as I say in the industry, we call them liars for hire. And so I think that both sides of that issue have to be explored on the record when he makes their conclusions part of his question.
Well,
that's all.
But I think the question was, is it in fact, do you have knowledge of it? Not so much, do you agree with it?
That's a way of putting out this, what we believe to be potentially a very bogus conclusion, accusing Patsy Ramsey of writing the note, because he wants that to then be part of a public record that's either watched on television or read by someone. And when you put that kind of information out there, the record, in order to be accurate and complete, has got to contain information that I think clearly demonstrates that there are at a minimum serious credibility issues with these alleged experts, if there's not already sufficient evidence in the record to show that they are quote-unquote liars for hire or bogus experts. I've offered to resolve at least part of this, and I will do so by having my office locate Mr. Kane's letter to Mr. Hoffman. We'll attach it to the record. It will speak for itself. Okay?
Mr. Wood, I just want to say one other thing with respect to, you may have noticed that I have not asked Mr. Ramsey for personal information, or Mrs. Ramsey. I haven't asked for their address. I haven't asked for social security numbers. I haven't asked for anything that would in any way hinder your ability to have to hold this back, to at least redact those elements of it, because I'm not interested in creating a record that will keep you from being able to make this public if you choose to do so at any time that you choose to do so. I just simply want to go, I've had an opportunity to see a lot of the tapes and transcripts of Mr. Ramsey and Mrs. Ramsey with the police interviews and whatever, and I'm not interested in taking them over the same ground. I could have easily, Mrs. Ramsey, I believe, made a statement to the media yesterday that she was surprised at how short the deposition was, that there didn't seem to be any where's the meat to the Whopper, but a lot of that was already provided to me by material from Discovery. So consequently, I'm not trying to create any kind of record. I'm just trying to get answers to questions that I still have, and I'm required to do that.
Let's move forward. You asked the questions. They've answered everyone so far, and they'll continue to do so.
Mr. Ramsey, I'm going to show you a document that I'd like to have the court reporter mark plaintiff's exhibit. You're going to have to help me. 17, marked for identification. Okay, so mark. Okay.
Is there a part of this you want to look at?
I want him to look at the headline, because basically I know this is a news story. I'm going to ask him if he can, if he's ever seen this news story before.
No, I have not.
Are you familiar with Charlie Brennan?
Yes.
As a news reporter. Do you have any opinion with respect to his ability as a journalist to accurately report the news? Any personal knowledge?
I know of one instance in the beginning where he reported incorrect information.
Okay. I want to ask you whether or not the headline in this story is substantially correct, knowing that these are not your words. Did you, in fact, have investigators tail possible suspects?
I did not have investigators tail possible suspects.
Do you know if anybody working on your behalf had suspects tailed by investigators?
I believe that our investigators observed the behavior of certain people the day that that ad appeared. I don't know for how long, I don't know what they did, but I'm aware of that.
I would like to ask you then very simply, is this headline substantially correct or false as a statement of fact? In your opinion.
Is it substantially
correct as a statement of fact in your opinion, the headline?
Well, I don't, the word I have difficulty with is tail. I don't know that they tailed anyone. I think they observed outside their homes. So it's generally correct to my knowledge.
Mm. Okay. I'm going to now ask you to look at something I'm going to have the court reporter mark as Plaintiff's Exhibit 18 for identification. Please, there are a series of documents here. I'd just like you to look at them all at one time briefly, and I'll ask you about each one. All right. With respect to the first document, I'd like you to review the headline, and I'm going to ask you whether or not that headline is substantially correct when it states that parents' book will name suspects, publisher says. Do you know
I
if your
think
publisher
it
made that
is
statement?
substantially incorrect.
In what respect?
Our book did not name suspects. It addressed people that were already being discussed in books, in the media, who've been on television, and whom, had we not addressed, would have looked foolish. There are a number of people that we are interested in that we did not name in our book because they were not out in the public and known to the public.
Do you know if at this time, the story is dated February 22nd, I believe it's the year your book came out was 2000, it's copywritten 2000. Around this time, you were doing a media tour, what is commonly known as a media tour for the book?
We'd agreed to do a few interviews, yes.
Interviews,
right.
Okay. Were you aware that your publisher was reported as having made these statements, that the Ramsey's book will name suspects?
You may answer
that. At the time.
But what reported, yes, but in fairness to Mr. Zetterston, I don't believe that that's what he said. If you look at the quote, that may be the headline that somebody decided to give it. But if you look at the quotes, I don't think Ralph Zetterston has said that before. In fact, he said very precisely, it's people who have been mentioned before Zetterston's did.
Yeah.
There will be a couple of others, but not by name.
And that is correct.
And that's his quote. So, I mean,
No,
we're not responsible for what some writer decided to put in a
understand.
headline for whatever reason. But you can answer the question if you were familiar with this article or other articles that claim that that's what Mr. Zetterson was doing.
Actually, I'm going to withdraw my question. I'm going to ask a different question. Were you aware at the time this article was published that there were stories with this sort of headline circulating, that the Ramseys were naming suspects?
Was I aware? I was aware post that being out there. I wasn't aware that that was going to be said or that.
But afterward.
That was interpreted as that.
Did you make any attempt to object to any of the media with respect to this characterization? Did you make any attempt to correct that impression?
What we found in dealing with the media is that it's a massive brute. I don't know how I would begin to correct that kind of thing. The book was an attempt to correct as many of the myths that we knew about.
Mr. Ramsey, I quite agree with the characterization of the media as a massive brute. However, did you at any time ever say in public that one of your intentions in your litigation was to change the way in which the press reported the news in a case like yours?
You can answer that if you want to see the statement, don't answer.
No, I'm just saying
well, I'll tell you what my feeling is, and I've said this a number of times, that we need a law in this country that prevents the police from talking to the media about evidence in an ongoing case. We have bypassed the constitutional provisions that have been put in place to protect people's rights when the police could disclose evidence to the media for entertainment. It's a law in England. If some of the things that the media had done in this country and that the police had done in Boulder had been done in England, they would be in jail. It's a simple law. I think we need that in our society. So yes, I would love to see that kind of a change, because I think our system is too quick to convict based on hearsay that's broadcast on the media. And that's unfair to any citizen.
I don't know if you're familiar with J. Edgar Hoover, who was the former head of the FBI, or whether or not you were aware that J. Edgar Hoover used to tell his agents that if you cannot solve a case, if you're having a hard time solving a case, give it to the press, because people are more likely to come forward and talk to a reporter than they are to a law enforcement agent, and that might be the reason why some law enforcement agents, in fact, have this policy of giving information to the media. I just wanted to know if you were aware of
well,
that.
Do you have
I'm
any
talking
source for
about
that statement to J. Edgar Hoover? I mean, you know,
I don't have it that I can produce.
We
I'm
could
just
say that J.
responding.
Edgar Hoover could speak for himself, but you know, you're putting in his
or herself,
it'd be kind of
whichever
difficult
case
to
it may be.
himself
He's
or
not
herself.
somebody that I would like quote as a libertarian or a humanitarian or an ACLU advocate.
I'm going to let Mr. Ramsey answer, but we're getting far afield again, I'm afraid.
No,
But go ahead.
I can tell you, from my opinion, some of the best investigative work has been done by journalists in this case. But that's different than disclosing evidence or opinions on evidence to the media prior to a trial.
Now,
That's what I'm talking about, evidence.
No.
I'm not talking about the fact that someone was murdered or accosted or raped and it was in this location and this is the description of the person we're looking for. I'm talking about, we know for a fact that there was a deliberate and thought out effort on the behalf of the police at the direction of the FBI to publicly assassinate our character and discredit us and bring massive pressure on Patsy and I in hopes that one of us would confess or break and turn the other one in. That is bypassing all of the rights that have been established in our Constitution to protect every citizen. And that's wrong.
Okay. That brings me to my next question, which is, could you just express briefly your opinions of tabloid magazines such as Globe, The Inquirer, The Examiner, The Star?
I have said before, and I still believe they are a cancer in our society.
All right, which brings me to the next question, which I asked Mrs. Ramsey yesterday, and I'm going to ask you. Did you at any time agree to give an interview with The Inquirer, this cancer on society?
Yes.
May I ask you why you agreed to do that?
It was part of a settlement agreement on behalf of some suits that we had filed against these people. And I cannot disclose per the agreement any more than that. And we were willing to confront our most ridiculous accusers.
Let's see. I just want to ask you to, I'm going to ask the court reporter to mark this plaintiff's exhibit 18, I believe that's 19. And I'll show that to Mr. Ramsey and Mr. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you if the document I've just shown you, which is marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 19 for, what's the incantation, for identification, is substantially correct in its reporting with respect to its headline?
No, it is not.
Okay. In what respects is it incorrect?
We did not turn to the work of a psychic. A picture was forwarded to us that was done by Dorothy Allison, who I believe is a psychic, by someone. I think she'd done it on a television program. We forwarded it to our investigators as a matter of procedure. We did that with everything we got in the mail, and we got a lot of stuff. And I believe they chose to put it on their website to stir up activity. And they did receive a number of leads and calls based on that.
Were those leads and calls useful to your investigation?
I don't know.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you, unfortunately, for some reason, I ran out without making a second copy, so I'm going to ask the reporter to mark this as Plaintiff's Exhibit number 20 for identification, and then I'll just show it to you after he's marked it.
Okay.
Mr. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you if you can identify what appears in that document.
I can identify most of the pictures of JonBenet. Some of them one of them is very fuzzy, but I just assume that's the picture that was on the website.
Do you know if that is in fact a picture of your website that you're looking at?
I don't know that for a fact, no. I've not seen this image.
Do you know if the image of the man who's at the lower part of it, do you know if that image ever appeared on your website?
This is the first I've seen it. I don't usually look at that website.
Do you know if the man in question in that photo was in fact a suspect to your personal knowledge?
I don't know.
Okay. Was that man meant to be Chris Wolf?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Just so the record's clear, that's the drawing of the psyche that you were earlier referring to.
Is it? I don't know. I was asking Mr. Ramsey what he did or didn't know.
Well, just so that the record is not confused here, Mr. Ramsey indicated to you that the psychic's drawing was sent to the Ramseys, that it was reviewed by the Ramsey investigators, and that the investigators put it up on the website. I think he said their website. This website was utilized by the Ramsey investigators.
All right. I just asked Mr. Ramsey if he could identify it, if he'd ever seen those pictures, and whatever else. That's all I just want to know.
That's a different question that I was asked. Have I ever seen this drawing? Yes, I have.
You have?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what in context it
That
was?
it appears to be as best I can tell from the copy, the drawing that was sent to us, that was made by Dorothy Allison.
Have you ever seen a picture of Chris Wolf?
Yes.
In your opinion, does Chris Wolf look anything like the picture there?
I wouldn't draw that conclusion, no.
Okay. Now, I have one last question. Just simply, it's a point that involves something I just want to be clear about. And I'm going to let you read this. It's and the reason I'm not reading it out loud is that it's part of the Boulder police interview, which has been marked confidential. I don't want to have something read into the record that would in any way mean we suddenly have to mark this confidential if for some reason we don't want to have today's deposition marked confidential. So for the purposes of this question, I'm just going to ask you to read to yourself the highlighted portions. And in fact, I'm not going to even attach this as an exhibit. I'm just going to simply use this as a recollection refreshed. If you look at that, I'm just going to ask you one question with respect to it. And Mr. Lynn, it's at the very end. It regards I think the butler door or whatever it is.
Well, let me just say this to you.
Yeah.
This is a couple of pages from, it looks like Patsy Ramsey's April
the front, I put the
interview,
cover.
6-hour interview.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any problems. You can read it. You can put it into the
I
record.
would just prefer.
I don't have any problems with that being made part of the record officially. Put it out there. We'd like to see the whole police investigative file made public so that people would know the truth about this case.
I would prefer, since this has been stamped confidential.
I'm the one that stamped it confidential in other litigation several months ago, if not last year, for reasons different than the issue of confidentiality. In this case, I am waiving any claim to confidentiality. Put that into the record. I have no problems with you doing so.
Well, I'm not
you can put the whole April 1997 transcript of both of their interviews into the record. I have no problems with you doing so.
I'm not going to do that.
I have no problems with it.
Thank you very much.
Let the truth come out.
I agree with you. This question involves you know where the butler kitchen was?
Well,
in your house?
Yes, I know what we call the butler
kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember opening the door to the butler kitchen at any time in the morning while you were looking through the house for JonBenet?
No.
And so, is it that you have no memory of it, or that you just didn't do it?
I did not open it.
So it wasn't opened by you?
No.
Thank you very much. This is going to conclude my deposition of Mr. Ramsey, and I want to thank Mr. Ramsey for being here. I want to thank Mrs. Ramsey once again for her deposition yesterday and for being here today, and thank counsel.
All right, just so the record is clear, we have a number of hours under the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure remaining in which you have the right to examine Mr. Ramsey and to ask him any question factually otherwise that is proper and relevant to the claims and defenses in the lawsuit. And you acknowledge that there's a number of hours remaining?
Absolutely.
He's answered every question today?
Yes, he has.
Well,
and
I think with the exception of what we've spoken about regarding the financial issues, which we may take up.
We're going to take that up on the record, right? That's something that would require
every question that was put to Mr. Ramsey today, that was a matter of record today, that we agreed on as a matter of record, was in fact answered by Mr. Ramsey.
And as you've indicated, you've reviewed his April 1997, June 1998, and April 2000 police interviews.
That's correct.
And I think you'll say, with respect to Mr. Ramsey, Mr. Hoffman, the same thing he said with respect to Mrs. Ramsey yesterday. He answered every question for the police, didn't he?
That I can't make a subjective statement about, simply because I don't know what it was the police were trying to elicit in the way of answers, so I can't say that.
Can't say that he gave them the answers they wanted?
No, I just don't know. It's really probably improper for me to characterize their testimony. I mean, and I don't think anybody would want a testimonial from me from the Ramsey family anyway.
The point is,
but I did receive those.
You've had that mass of what amounts to about 70 hours of their interviews with police that they voluntarily gave. And my question is, all of that material have been forwarded to you earlier by the Ramseys, along with a number of other documents. Are you sure you have no other questions of Mr. Ramsey? Because if you do, I want you to ask him.
No, I understand. In fact, one of the reasons why, and I want to characterize this properly, is one of the reasons why these depositions are shorter than they might have been is because I am not asking either Mr. or Mrs. Ramsey to go over testimony that they've already given by the police. The police certainly spent a great deal of time with the Ramseys, and quite frankly, even though there may be areas that I might have personal curiosity about, I feel it would be inappropriate for me to ask them. And so that is why these depositions aren't going the full day. It is not because I feel that the Ramseys don't have anything to offer. It's just simply that I think that they offered a great deal of information when they were in fact interviewed, and I just chose not to cover most of it, and that's all.
But you acknowledge that any question you have, curiosity or otherwise, that you believe to be relevant and properly frame this case, you have the opportunity to ask now.
I have had the opportunity to ask Mr. Ramsey questions today, and with the stipulated exception that we have, which does not affect my answer here, I felt that Mr. Ramsey made the best effort that he could to answer those questions fully.
Let me briefly cover a couple of matters with you, Mr. Ramsey, by way of direct or redirect discovery. Let me hand you what has been marked for purposes of identification as Plaintiff's Exhibit number 16 to the deposition, and I think has been represented to you and acknowledged by you. It appears to be we don't know how many generations away from the original, but a copy of the ransom note found in your home on December 26, 1996. You've looked at that earlier today. At the time earlier in your testimony with Mr. Hoffman, I think you made reference to one of the peculiarities of the ransom note being that you were first discussed or addressed formally and then later in the note informally. Do you remember telling Mr. Hoffman about that? And I think you made the reference that you were addressed Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey. Do you recall telling him that? Did you have the ransom note in front of you at the time you were giving that information to Mr. Hoffman?
I'd forgotten that it was only addressed to me, but it was what I noticed was that it was a formal address, and yet they fell into a familiar form later on.
That's all I wanted to clarify.
Yes.
And now let me mark this as Defendant's Exhibit number 1. You want to take a look at this real quick?
Yes, please. Thank you very much. May I make one observation about this before you read it into the record? I'd like the record to reflect that I made this document available on the internet at the time that Sina Wong, and there's a document which seems to be almost identical, that David Liebman received this. I'd just like the record to reflect that I made no attempt to keep this hidden from the public.
And there has been no representation that you did make any such attempt?
I'm sorry, no, but
I'd
like the record to reflect that
But I appreciate the stipulation.
I made that available to the
stipulation was that you recognized the document,
yes,
and it is actually the very material that you placed on the internet.
That's correct.
And it was in fact, and is in fact, a true and correct statement of the letter that was sent to Sina Wong by Michael Kane on behalf of Alex Hunter, the Boulder District Attorney, January 20, 1999.
Yes.
And also a true and correct verbatim statement of the letter sent by Mr. Kane on that date, January 20, 1999, to Mr. David Liebman. Am I right?
That's correct.
All right. So that the record is clear. In those letters, which predate the filing of this lawsuit, Mr. Kane stated to Ms. Wong and Mr. Liebman, in identical language, that he was informing them that their request to testify before the Boulder County Grand Jury in the JonBenet Ramsey murder investigation was denied. And the statement was, "We have determined that your proposed testimony would not serve the interest of justice, which is the controlling standard by which to judge your request." And I continue to quote, "The primary reason that we have reached this decision is that we believe that the methodology which you have used in reaching your conclusions does not meet the standards employed by the vast majority of forensic questioned document examiners in this country." I continue to quote, "Most significant is your complete failure to account for or even reference any unexplained dissimilarities between the questioned and known samples. You are willing to conclude with 100% certainty that a writing was authored by a particular person based on some threshold level of similarities without any mention that there may be 10, 100, or 10,000 unexplainable dissimilarities between the known and unknown writings. I know of no reputable forensic document examiner who will not agree that unexplained dissimilarities between a person's natural writing and questioned handwriting will preclude a positive identification. In fact, where the degree of unexplained dissimilarity is high, it may result in elimination, in spite of the existence of a number of points of similarity. And then I go down to state, in addition to your technical deficiencies, I quote, there are other reasons for our decision. I would note that you have engaged in a campaign of promoting your opinion in a manner that would surely open your credibility to doubt on cross-examination in a judicial proceeding. As an experienced trial attorney, I believe that an expert witness who has attempted to insinuate herself or himself into a particular criminal investigation through a public media campaign would appear less than objective and professional to a jury. End quote. Right. Now, I make that statement because I misspoke earlier when I made a statement about a letter sent by Michael Caine to you. In fact, the letters were sent by Michael Caine directly to Sena Wong and to David Liebman in January of 1999. You received copies of those letters before this lawsuit was filed. You published those letters on the internet, and I simply make this record because I now know there can be no dispute about what Michael Caine said about your alleged experts and your knowledge. Hold on.
About how they became available to the public.
I don't think there's any dispute about what Michael Caine has said about their methodology and their credibility. That's why this is important to be put into the record, since you have referred to them earlier today. Yeah. And I do that not only to clarify the record, but also to point out that this is another one of the reasons that we filed what is now correctly identified by me as the 15th defense, Darnay. I had earlier said the 13th defense. That instead of bringing this legal action out of a concern for some real injury to reputation, Plaintiff Wolf and his counsel bring this lawsuit as a publicity stunt. They have thus joined legions of persons who have tried to make personal profit from the brutal murder of defendant's child. Neither Plaintiff Wolf nor his counsel possesses any admissible evidence that any defendant murdered JonBenet Ramsey. That is verbatim the 15th defense. There was some question in the litigation raised earlier in the deposition about whether that had been made in the pleadings. It is a defense to this case, asserted in the 15th defense in our answer. With those clarifications to the record, I have nothing further.
Right. I would just only like to point out one thing with respect to Mr. Caine's objection. The operative word there is unexplained dissimilarities. And the fact is that Mr. Liebman and Ms. Wong felt that these dissimilarities were explained by the fact that the person in question, in their opinion, was trying to disguise their handwriting. And in disguising your handwriting, occasionally you're going to create dissimilarities which are not unexplained. They're dissimilarities, but they're not unexplained dissimilarities. And that's the point I'd like to make with that. And thank you.
Appreciate your statements about what they say. We look forward to having the opportunity, as I'm sure you will tell us, to ourselves cross-examine Ms. Wong, Mr. Liebman, Mr. Lacey, Mr. Miller, if he's going to be involved, as well as Mr. Epstein and Mr. Ziegler. We look forward to that day.
Thank you very much.
Ask them the questions and get the answers from them. Thank you.
Again, Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey, thank you for being here today and yesterday.
But we're all children of
Yes.
God and
Thank you very much. Right.
All for the record at 3:03.
Thank you very much.
we will
I graduated from the University of Colorado Law School in 1963. My first job was as a law clerk for then Justice Leonard Sutton of the Colorado Supreme Court. I worked for him for 18 months. Thereafter, for about a year and a half to 2 years, I was a deputy district attorney in Boulder under the DA, then Rex Scott. I then was in private practice for 5 or 6 years, doing just general legal practice, and ran for district attorney in 1972. That's about a quick summary.
And in your capacity as the district attorney for the county of Boulder, do you understand what I'm asking you?
I think so. The district attorney in Boulder, historically, or at least during my administration, acted as legal advisor to a police agency working a criminal case. And that is the role that that we embarked upon at the time of the death of JonBenet. I was, by the way, out of Colorado in Hawaii at the time, as you may have read in some of the books, and did not return until the end of the year, either the last day of December of that year or the first day. I think it was before the first of the year. I was kept advised generally on what was going on, probably by way of 3 or 4 phone calls in Hawaii. The case then, proceeded through the types of things that typically happen in investigations, interviews, a collection of evidence, and frankly, I don't think there was anything particularly unusual about the investigative process. There were some arguments, as is often the case, about matters having to do with the investigation. But in our capacity as legal advisor, that was typical of how these cases often went. This case, in the early months, particularly I'd say the latter part of the month of January, took on what I think is fair to say a high-profile nature. And I probably altered my traditional role a little bit to the extent that I felt, because of the volume of information that was coming in and also the high-profile nature, that I needed to be a little bit more proactive, and therefore I advised the police department that I was going to hire an investigator to help me compile information coming into my department from the Boulder Police Department and from the various labs that were working the case and from other areas that were involved in the investigation. And I hired a former detective from Colorado Springs who, at the point I hired him, I think he was working in the sheriff's office. He had been an investigator for the El Paso District Attorney's Office and had a very distinguished career in the Colorado Springs area, working a bunch of cases. And I hired Lou Smith to be my investigator in the sense of fulfilling the DA's job, which would be kind of the work, like the work he had done for the El Paso DA, getting a case sort of ready for trial. Lou set up, I thought, a sophisticated indexing system that allowed us to, punch in a word and bring up a certain area of the investigation. He was not hired to go out into the field to do field investigation. He was what I think of as a DA's investigator. Now, I had DA's investigators in my office, but they did not have the background and experience that this man had. I hired Lou, I believe, in February, roughly, of 1997, so pretty early into the investigation. I also got on loan from the Boulder County Sheriff George Epp, one of his detectives who had worked with my people on a number of different murder cases, Steve Ainsworth, And my charge to Ainsworth was to look at the evidence coming in to us with a defense attorney's eye. I don't think I'd done anything like that before, but I had never had a case that had drawn as much attention as this one, and I just felt that that was a smart thing to do. And he also was charged with what I just mentioned and not being a field investigator. I also, at or about that time, retained Henry Lee from the Connecticut Forensic Laboratory to assist us. And I also asked the Metropolitan District Attorneys at about that time to serve in an advisory capacity to me. I think it got referred to as sort of a task force. And these district attorneys had a number of years of experience, trial and administrative experience, that I felt would allow us to bring to bear as much thoughtfulness as I could think of in my mind to this case. Barry Scheck was also contacted to assist us in some of the areas that Mr. Scheck has expertise in. I think that would cover what I think. Let me begin with Mr. Kane. My practice during the 7 terms was not to utilize the grand jury very often. I probably, during the 28 years, convened the grand jury a half a dozen, maybe to 10 times, roughly. It appeared to me, and on the advice of a number of people involved in the case, some of whom I've mentioned, and some of my staff, I felt that we needed to convene the grand jury to consider this case and to take advantage of some of the powers that the Colorado grand jury has that are not otherwise available to a prosecutor. I did not have anybody on my staff that I felt was familiar enough with grand jury procedures, and so I made it clear through a couple of different public statements that I wanted to retain a grand jury specialist. And to make a long story short, that person ultimately was Mike Kane. He was recommended to me personally by Bill Ritter, who he had worked for, and ultimately I would hire Mike Kane to be my sort of grand jury specialist, I think is the way I referred to it. He came on board roughly the end of May of 1998, shortly before the June presentation by the Boulder Police Department of the case, sort of a case presentation, I think in maybe not, what was that, 98? Let me think. It must have been.
Is that what has been referred to as the VIP meeting?
Okay, so that's
that.
All right, then the June presentation occurred. And Mike Kane took on the role that I have described from the period of his being hired until, I'm going to say, late August of that year. I think in August of that year, just as an aside, Detective Thomas resigned, and the governor of Colorado at that time, Roy Romer, asked for the DAs, my advisors, to come together and me and Bill Wise to talk about the case to the extent that we could share that with him, and to talk about our timing in terms of the grand jury. If I remember correctly, the media made it appear that the governor was the one that sort of called for the grand jury. And of course, Kane had been hired by me at the point in time that I mentioned to get that process underway. And in terms of that process getting underway, I made a decision to take Peter Hofstrom and Trip DeMuth out of the grand jury role, and I was provided with 2 attorneys under the Colorado statutes to assist me and to assist Mike Kane, and those are the 2 lawyers that you mentioned in your question to me. They came on late August, early September, and would then basically be with us through the whole grand jury process, and had various roles that they performed in terms of that process.
Thank you. While we're on the subject of these, am I right?
That's correct.
But that's not the conclusion.
That's right.
Now, Darnay Hoffman was making allegations of murder against John Ramsey or Patsy Ramsey long before he ever concluded that anyone had written the ransom note. You know that to be true, don't you, Mr. Hunter?
Give me that once more. The
Sure.
timing, I'm a little...
Starting with his first involvement, which is, I believe, documented in a letter he sent to you March the 11th of 1997, wherein he gave you an analysis that concluded that the Charles Lindbergh case was a hoax, and that it was dramatically similar to the JonBenet Ramsey case, where there was a hoax kidnapping. And he suggested in that letter that Charles Lindbergh had actually killed his child, and that obviously here one of the Ramseys had killed JonBenet. Do you remember that letter?
I have a recollection of that letter.
Does your recollection generally coincide with what I've described?
Roughly.
And then subsequently, and I have that letter if we need it on my computer, but unfortunately not in hard copy. But let me also show you another letter that I do have in hard copy, and that's a letter that Mr.
I've sort of done a skimming of this letter.
Do you recall receiving
yes, I do.
May 1997 letter from Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
And he makes reference back to his prior correspondence where he had written you about the Lindbergh case and the Ramsey case. In this letter, it is clear that Mr. Hoffman, in May of 1997, is again strongly suggesting that Patsy Ramsey, in fact, was involved in the death of her daughter, right?
Yes.
Now, at the time this letter was written and received, in May of 1997, I am correct that the ransom note had not been publicly disclosed.
That's correct.
So there's no mention by Mr. Hoffman in his allegations of involvement in the death of JonBenet against Patsy Ramsey. There's no discussion of authorship of the ransom note whatsoever, is there?
Right.
Can you tell me just generally, and Darnay's here, so I don't mean to be disrespectful to Darnay, but I mean I need to know this. Why did you decide to decline Mr. Hoffman's overtures to help you with the case that he made in the March and May 1997 letters?
I did not take, nor did any of the people working with me, the suggestions of Mr. Hoffman seriously. I believe that, you know, he was also making similar kinds of pronouncements to various of the media.
Well, that wasn't the last that you heard of Darnay Hoffman, was it?
No, he's been interested in this case from the beginning.
But he didn't represent anyone, did he?
I did.
Any time to you that he had any client with a stake in the JonBenet Ramsey case, right?
Right.
He's just a lawyer in New York City who all of a sudden starts trying to become involved in the JonBenet Ramsey murder investigation in Colorado, making allegations of murder against Patsy Ramsey and to some extent in other correspondence, John Ramsey, right?
Right.
And your office candidly looked at his information and did not take it or him seriously. Am I right?
That's right.
I mean, some of this stuff was just off the wall.
That's right.
I mean, the events in Patsy Ramsey's life just prior to the day of the murder are highly significant. An isolated and comparatively unhappy, depressed woman about to turn 40 whose 16-year marriage to an older man was showing signs of stress, harboring suicidal thoughts. I mean, it's just made up out of whole cloth, wasn't it?
I did not take it seriously. I read it. As I've read, you know, lots of other communications about this case, thousands, and I didn't take this seriously.
When did Darnay Hoffman again consumption?
My recollection is that after the Vanity Fair article, motions were filed by some of the media to demand a release of the actual note. Several of us in the office, including Lou Smith, had felt that it would be smart to have released that note so that we could get input from the public, but there was a disagreement, as there is often, between the police and the prosecutor on that. So we did not fight the motion, if I remember correctly, by Attorney Kelly, and basically turned the notes over to, or the note over to the media at that point in time.
And this would be somewhat there. Excuse me. There is no justification in your mind as a professional law enforcement officer, because that's what you are as the district attorney, right?
Right.
There was not then, nor is there now in your mind, any legal or other justification for Steve Thomas having leaked confidential law enforcement information to Vanity Fair and Ann Bardock. There's no justification, is there, Mr. Hunter?
No.
Did your office ever consider any effort potentially to investigate the source of the leak at the time the article was published?
The publication of that article was very hurtful to the investigation and to individuals involved in my office with the investigation. For example, there was a comment that I remember in the article about Lou Smith being a delusional old man. And as tough as Lou Smith was and is that was hurtful. There were other allegations in that article about Triptomuth and others. I can't remember what it said about me, to be honest, but I had to make major efforts to calm my staff down, because the bottom line for me was that we had to work with this department, and I wanted to keep the relationship on a level that would allow it to be productive. I did receive a letter from Tom Kobe apologizing for the article. Tom Kobe, in my opinion, had no idea who had released information. And that apology letter went some distance to calm my people down and to allow us to continue to move forward.
Go back, if I could, to where I got sidetracked when we started talking about the Vanity Fair article. After the Vanity Fair article was published, and after the ransom note was made public, let me hand you Exhibit 6. Along came Mr. Hoffman again, this time communicating to you that according to a Globe tabloid story, there was a alleged document examiner named Tom Miller who believed that Patsy Ramsey wrote the note.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right?
In this letter, that's what Mr. Hoffman says.
And you have a recollection that at some point subsequent to October of 1997 that Mr. Hoffman submitted to your office affidavits from 3 individuals, one, Thomas C. Miller, 2, David S. Liebman, and 3, Senna L. Wong, which affidavits made claims of expertise in handwriting analysis and conclusions that Patsy Ramsey was the author of the ransom note. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I would be correct, would I not, Mr. Hunter, in stating that your office had to look at a lot of information from a lot of different sources, some of which was totally bogus, a total waste of time, some of which was helpful.
Mm-hmm.
But if someone came to your office and provided you with solid, credible information that you believe would advance the cause of the investigation, you would have embraced it and used it. True?
True.
Well, here's Senna Wong and David Liebman and Tom Miller, their affidavits. Patsy Ramsey wrote the note. Your office totally rejected those alleged experts as simply not being credible or qualified. Am I right?
I would say that was the conclusion that we reached.
Darnay Hoffman was not satisfied that you, again, had refused his offer to solve the case, and he did, in fact, follow up with a lawsuit filed on his behalf, trying to force you to prosecute Patsy Ramsey.
True.
Which lawsuit was ultimately dismissed.
Correct.
Am I right that Mr. Hoffman again tried to force these experts, alleged experts, or some of them, onto the investigation in terms of trying to force you to present their testimony to a grand jury?
Yes, that's true.
And I think Michael Caine responded in writing to Mr. Hoffman and indicated very clearly that he did not find. I've read from your interviews enough to be comfortable myself with the conclusion that you, while clearly people can agree or disagree and criticize or praise however they see fit, you strike me, Mr. Hunter, as an individual who has a genuine love and respect for the rule of law. And I think you would tell me that that's true. You do.
I think I do.
You believe strongly in our criminal system of justice.
I think it's one of the best in the world.
You are not going to succumb to the suggestions once literally made by Darnay Hoffman and again made by Steve Thomas that the way to get justice is to go out and throw somebody in jail and see if you can sweat out some type of a almost coerced type confession. That's not the way you do business in this system of justice, is it?
No.
And you do not do business in this system of justice by utilizing 327 of his book, and I think that's 327 of the hardback. Quote, Alex Hunter said that he thought Patsy Ramsey was involved. That was more than offset by comments from his staff. Question by Mr. Hoffman. Were you present when Alex Hunter said that? Answer, yes. Question, you were. So you actually had an occasion to hear Alex Hunter express a belief with respect to Patsy Ramsey's involvement in the case. Answer, yes. Did you state in Steve Thomas's presence that you thought Patsy Ramsey was involved?
I don't believe I did.
Did you, since you had to comment on it, did you read Steve Thomas's book?
I have not read the book.
Have you done anything to familiarize yourself with the general gist of the book?
Well, one of my staff people sort of gave me a, quick summary.
Did you get, from any summary that may have been provided you or any overview, do you come away with the belief that Steve Thomas's book contains incomplete information and information that has been distorted in a self-serving way to somehow justify Steve Thomas's feelings about the case?
Well, in terms of the briefings that I've received, well, I have said that as far as I was concerned, he was pecking at the bones of JonBenet for his own self-interest. I've just said that and believe that.
And you also believe in the principle of if you're going to accuse somebody of murdering their child, you better damn well be prepared to prove it.
Yes.
I don't want to get you into a political dilemma.
I don't think I have any anymore.
But I'll get you into one if I can.
Okay.
I want to go back and tweak you just a tad by reminding you that you've acknowledged and I've stated very clearly that I find you to be someone that I believe really believes in justice and the rule of law. What Bill Owen said about the Ramseys after the grand jury was discharged was totally inappropriate, wasn't it?
It would certainly be inappropriate for a lawyer to make those remarks. And I think I have tried in a few of my remarks to cut him a little slack for being a non-lawyer and a political person. It would have been better had he not said those things in terms of my sense of the criminal justice system. But I'm kind of a practical politician. So I would cut him a little slack in that regard. I think I have said that I would have tried to advise him differently.
The governor of the state has no business making those kinds of statements with the implications coming from them against private citizens who, within the framework of the system, have never been charged with a crime. It violates fundamental fairness, doesn't it, Mr. Hunter?
I think in terms of my sense of the criminal justice system, I would agree with you. I just think that we have to keep in mind how this case has touched people. Some have been obsessed by it. And I think that in terms of some just kind of human considerations, I'd cut the man some slack.
Well, you probably cut him more than I would.
Probably.
I really can't find any justification politically, emotionally, or otherwise for the governor of the state to make those kinds of statements. But I will say this, and I said it then, I said it now. He not only shouldn't have said it, but he was wrong. To say that in October of 1999 that the Ramseys, to imply that they are hiding behind lawyers, was not an accurate statement of the Ramseys' willingness and efforts to cooperate at that point in time, because they had in fact already spent 3 days with police and prosecutors answering questions. They weren't hiding behind lawyers in June of 1998, were they?
No, but I don't know what he knew.
Well, didn't it strike you, looking at his comments, that he may not have been fully informed?
He was not fully informed.
And he wasn't currently informed?
He wasn't currently informed.
Because he got
and he
off.
probably didn't ask his legal staff for help in dealing with, the questions that were put to him.
You observed that you didn't feel that Governor Owens was fully informed. At the time at which Governor Owens was in fact reviewing the case, so to speak, as it was at least being reported in the newspapers, I believe the newspapers reported that you were one of the people briefing him or helping him to review the evidence in the case. Is that true?
Yes.
Based on that, why is it that Governor Owens would not be fully informed on the case if you, in fact, were there reviewing it for him?
Well, I can't remember when his remarks were made, but I think they were made before what I think has been referred to as the Blue Ribbon Panel. But I'm not sure about that, so somebody may have to give me a timeline on. I thought those remarks were made after my announcement that no charges would be filed, and before he was, we met with him. We met with him, all of the lawyers, and I think Chief Beckner, but he was given kind of a 3 or 4 hour, maybe not even that long, overview of what we could share with him. Some of it we couldn't share with him.
All right. Mr. Hunter, at any time, did you ever make a public statement to the effect that although the Ramseys may have been cooperating to some degree, they were not as fully cooperative as they were being portrayed by their attorneys?
I'm not exactly sure what my language was. I believe that what I said in general was that they, didn't come down and knock on the front door of the police station, but that under our system that was not a requirement, that they had to. I think I have tried to be consistent in saying, because I believe it, that people have a right to hire lawyers and to follow their advice and not to have inferences drawn from that about cooperation.
Were you surprised, personally, that the Ramseys had not gone down and knocked at the door of the police station, as you just described it?
At what point in time?
At any time in the investigation?
I think as a kind of an old warhorse DA, I was not surprised. I wondered about whether that choice they made was in their best interest, or if they had been properly advised by their counsel on that issue, but I'm not surprised.
But as you said earlier, it was your impression that the Ramseys had not gone and banged on the door of the Boulder Police Department?
No, they didn't go bang on the door of the police department.
Okay. I want to process. Did you ever feel there was a time when members of your staff lost their objectivity with respect to this investigation?
I had some concerns about sort of staying on track. Yes, I did. I had some concerns.
Could you tell me what those concerns were?
And to the extent these get into any of the law enforcement investigation and the way it was going, I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of the law enforcement investigatory privilege or the grand jury secrecy privilege if it was in that time frame.
Would you like to take a moment?
And so...
Right, I'll move on.
Yeah.
May I ask you, Mr. Hunter, what your reaction was to the fact that Mr. Smith eventually discussed some of the evidence in this case on television?
I didn't like it, and I've told Lou that, and I've said that in one or more interviews.
We've got to change the video.
Just one paragraph.
What book?
The district attorney and his top prosecutor, 2 police chiefs, and a large number of cops, although so at odds on some points that they almost came to blows, all agreed on one thing: that probable cause existed to arrest Patsy Ramsey in connection with the death of her daughter. Mr. Hunter, at any time during the investigation, did you personally believe that probable cause existed for the arrest of Patsy Ramsey?
On the charge of what?
On the charge of her involvement in the death of her daughter.
Well, I would ask that you make a specific criminal charge if you're asking for whether there was probable cause to support an arrest for it, Barnett.
Was there sufficient probable cause to support an arrest on any charge of Patsy Ramsey in this case?
Well, I don't think in those terms. I can't imagine, although I can think of a case that happened one time. I don't want cops arresting somebody on probable cause when I have to then make a charging decision shortly thereafter. We just don't do it that way.
So is your answer no, there was no basis for believing that there was probable cause?
I just don't think that way in terms of probable cause that way. I do in terms of search warrants and so on and so forth, not in terms of charging.
With respect to the statement that I believe you made earlier in the deposition, which involved discussions with the media by law enforcement, I believe you said that you disapproved of that. Is that correct?
There's a statute in Colorado that prohibits the release of evidence. There are also, the certain canons in Colorado concerning what a prosecutor can release in terms of a statement to the media. There are guidelines on it.
do you feel that your communications with Jeff Shapiro of the Globe violated any of those prohibitions against that sort of communication?
No.
Are you in a position to be able to discuss or characterize, if only in a general way, your discussions with Jeff Shapiro?
I did not discuss evidence with Jeff Shapiro.
Did you, as has been reported in, I believe, Larry Schiller's book, ever give information regarding John Eller to Jeff Shapiro?
I may have given several reporters some information about John Eller that I had received from the Rocky Mountain News.
Could you tell us what the purpose of giving that information to several reporters was?
I felt that it would be appropriate for them to take a look at that.
Would you characterize the evidence that you were given by the Rocky Mountain News, which
It
you
was not.
subsequently gave to other reporters, as negative?
I'm going to object to the form. He hasn't characterized it as evidence. He characterized it as information.
All right.
Yeah, it was, right.
Then I will withdraw the question and restate it. Would you characterize the information that you received from the Rocky Mountain News that you subsequently gave to other reporters as negative to John Eller?
I don't think the information itself was negative. I think it suggested that they might make some inquiries. I can't remember exactly what it was. It was a resume and some information of that sort.
Did you feel that giving this information to these reporters would somehow help the investigation?
Yes.
Can you explain?
Yes, I wanted
But it would
John
help?
Eller out of the investigation.
You wanted John Eller out of the investigation?
I wanted, that's right.
I'm sorry, I'll repeat my question. Are you
Yes,
saying that you
I wanted him
John
out.
Eller
I wanted him out
of
of the investigation. And I, talked to Tom Kobe about that over a long period of time.
So was this information for the purposes of facilitating getting John Eller out of the investigation?
I thought it might move him out of the investigation and put him back in, administration someplace.
Is it true at the time that John Eller was in fact in charge of the murder investigation into JonBenet Ramsey?
Right, he was. I mean, the chief was in charge, but he was the commander of detectives.
And you felt that despite the fact that he was the commander of detectives, that moving him out in the middle of this investigation would be useful for the investigation?
Critical.
And so, did you ever ask Tom Kobe to remove John Eller from the investigation?
A half a dozen times.
And did Kobe ever agree to remove him?
Yes. On his own in November when he appointed Mark Beckner to the position.
But until that time, he had not agreed to your requests, of which you say there were a dozen?
No, I said a half a dozen, I think.
Half a dozen. Do you feel that any of this information that was given to reporters was instrumental in Colby's finally deciding to remove John Eller?
No.
Do you feel that you would have placed this investigation in jeopardy by not keeping John Eller in the case?
I don't understand the question, Darnay. I object to the form.
Was John Eller so detrimental to the case that it was essential that he be removed from the case this way?
He needed to be removed from the case. Chief Kobe needed to make that decision. He finally did.
You hear me all right?
I can.
All right. Mr. Thomas, you have a copy of your hardcover book with you, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Could you just turn to page 14 of your book?
Okay.
Yes. You see the first full paragraph on page 14 that begins the district attorney?
Yes, sir.
Could you just read the first sentence out loud, please?
Certainly. The district attorney and his top prosecutor, 2 police chiefs, and a large number of cops, although so at odds on some points that they almost came to blows, all agreed on one thing, that probable cause existed to arrest Patsy Ramsey in connection with the death of her daughter.
Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions with respect to that statement. To begin with, if you wouldn't mind, regarding one of the 2 police chiefs, could you turn to page 299 of your book?
Okay.
Yes, the second paragraph on 299 begins, even after DeMuth's recital of our shortcomings. Could you just read those 2 sentences?
Even after DeMuth's recital of our shortcomings, I felt we held a decent hand. Commander Beckner told me later that he felt we had gone far beyond showing probable cause.
Would you read the next sentence?
Certainly. I think she, parentheses, Patsy Ramsey, close parentheses, did it, he said. We should just charge them both with felony murder and aiding and abetting.
Is that an accurate statement of what you heard?
Yes, it is.
Did Mr. Beckner, actually Commander Beckner, tell you that personally?
On more than one occasion.
Could you please explain or elaborate a little further on each occasion how that statement came about?
Well, certainly inside the police department situation room that housed this Ramsey investigation, there were probably a handful of occasions on which, or in which Mark Beckner made statements like that or similar to that, indicating that we had sufficient facts and circumstances rising to a level of probable cause for an arrest of Patsy Ramsey.
Do you know approximately how many times or how many occasions he made that statement?
Wait, let me ask you a question, if I could, Your Honor, for clarification. Yes. Are you asking him for this? I'm sorry, I gotta get my mic. Is this me? Are you asking him for the statement that Patsy Ramsey was a killer, or for the statement that there was probable cause for an arrest, which is
I'm
what
asking for the statement that's actually in the book, which is that there's probable cause for an arrest.
Okay, all right, that's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Mr. Hoffman, could you repeat your question to me?
I'm sorry. Can you tell me approximately how many, the number, how many times or how many occasions he made that statement?
As I may have mentioned, a handful that I overheard. There was no disputing that among the detective team. He may have said that outside of my presence, and in fact, I think he did in relation to what we're talking about.
But within your own presence, how many times do you think approximately he said that?
Again, talking about there's probable cause for an arrest.
Probable cause for an arrest. That statement, the gist of that statement, that there was probable cause for an arrest.
Half a dozen times.
Half a dozen times. On any of those occasions, did he explain why he felt there was probable cause for an arrest?
Mr. Hoffman, at that time, I think he was sufficiently familiar with the facts of the investigation to make that conclusion on his own, as did, as you previously mentioned, the other detectives in the case.
All right. Do you know if the report that you actually were able to physically examine, do you know how many subjects or persons were actually being discussed in that report?
Yeah, many. You know, 20, 30, 40 maybe.
Do you know whether or not the report drew any conclusions with respect to the authorship of the ransom note?
Yes.
Could you tell me what you remember the conclusion to be?
As I sit here today without that document in front of me, I recall language in that document that
along the lines, and I'm certainly paraphrasing, that there was evidence to suggest that Patsy Ramsey was the author of the ransom note.
Is that the language that you remember, evidence to suggest?
Yes.
Now, with respect to your book, you make a statement in your book. I'm trying to find the page, but I'll just ask you generally. Yeah, it's on page 282. Right, that's really all I need to know. Now, I want to ask you about the 911 tape, which became controversial because of alleged background noise and possible voice identifications. Did you ever have occasion to listen to the 911 tape analysis that was done by a lab in Los Angeles or somewhere in California, purportedly to show that Burke's voice was on the back of that tape?
Yes.
He listened to the analysis?
Did you ever have occasion to hear the tape and actually hear what the people were reporting as being Burke's voice in the background?
Not on the aerospace engineering equipment, but on lesser equipment inside the Boulder Police Department, yes.
So it was actually audible on that equipment in the Boulder Police Department?
Now, Mr. Hoffman, let me make sure I understand you. What was audible?
Burke's, or the voice of someone who could have been Burke Ramsey, talking in the background at the very end of Patsy Ramsey's, conversation with 911.
Well, you're cutting right to the punchline. There's a long story behind it, but yes, myself and others listened to that tape and heard this third voice.
So, were you able to identify that third voice? You personally?
Well, I don't have any training in voice identification, but certainly it sounded to me to be a young male voice.
The report that you actually were able to physically examine, do you know how many subjects or persons were actually being discussed in that report?
Yeah, many, 20, 30, 40 maybe.
Do you know whether or not the report drew any conclusions with respect to Mr. Thomas? Are you aware of the fact that Patsy Ramsey was asked to give what is known as request samplers to the police on more than one occasion during the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many times on how many different occasions she was asked to give request samples of her handwriting to the police?
If my understanding is correct, I think it was 5.
Do you know why she was asked to give 5 separate handwriting samples on 5 separate occasions?
That was not my assignment, but given what I knew through the briefings and the detectives who were handling that assignment, I could speculate as to why as it became known to me.
Did anybody, through hearsay or any other way, communicate with you why they were asking Patsy Ramsey to appear on more than one occasion to give exemplars?
Yes.
Could you tell me why?
Yes, because apparently the CBI examiner, analyst, expert had questions or concerns about her handwriting and similarities with the note.
Did anybody ever express the belief that she was attempting to alter her handwriting?
Yes, Don Foster.
Any other person in the investigation?
And again, as I sit here from memory and without the QD examiner's reports in front of me, Mr. Hoffman, let me think for a moment. No, not that I can recall right now.
Right. Now, since I'm drawing near, how's my time doing? Does anybody know?
Yes, you've got 17 more minutes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Thomas, I'd just like to direct you to page 286 of your book.
Okay.
All right. Now, this is a rather lengthy series of paragraphs, and it runs to 289, and it's basically, from what I can understand, your theory of how this crime was committed and who was involved in it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review pages 286, 87, 88, and 89 since the book was written?
Yes.
Are these statements still accurate?
Well, I don't know the current state of the evidence and what may or may not have changed or come to be known by Mike Kane and the cops, but at the time I left, this was certainly a hypothesis that I felt was consistent with the evidence that I felt was certainly reasonable.
Have you had any occasion to change your mind with respect to your analysis and the conclusions that you draw in these pages?
Well, will you give me just a moment to reread quickly these 3 pages?
In fact, would anyone object if he read this out loud into the record?
You want to spend your time having him do that, Darnay? I have no objection whatsoever.
Yes. Would you mind? Well, let's do it this way. Why don't you silently read this to yourself, and then I'll ask you that question again.
He might as well read it out loud because it's on.
Okay. Well, then why don't you read it out loud? You can begin with, there was no doubt in my mind that Patsy wrote the note.
I believe she committed the murder, I told Smith, and proceeded to lay out what I thought had happened. In my hypothesis, an approaching 40th birthday, the busy holiday season, an exhausting Christmas day, and an argument with JonBenet had left Patsy frazzled. Her beautiful daughter, whom she frequently dressed almost as a twin, had rebelled against wearing the same outfit as her mother. When they came home, John Ramsey helped Burke put together a Christmas toy. JonBenet, who had not eaten much at the White's party, was hungry. Her mother let her have some pineapple, and then the kids were put to bed. John Ramsey read to his little girl. Then he went to bed. Patsy stayed up to prepare for the trip to Michigan the next morning, a trip she admittedly did not particularly want to make. Later, JonBenet awakened after wetting her bed, as indicated by the plastic sheets, the urine stains, the pull-up diaper package hanging halfway out of a cabinet, and the balled-up turtleneck found in the bathroom. I concluded that the little girl had worn the red turtleneck to bed, as her mother originally said, and that it was stripped off when it got wet. As I told Smith, I never believed that the child was sexually abused for the gratification of the offender, but the vaginal trauma was some sort of corporal punishment. The dark fibers found in her pubic region could have come from the violent wiping of a wet child. Patsy probably yanked out the diaper package in cleaning up JonBenet. Patsy would not be the first mother to lose control in such a situation. One of the doctors we consulted cited toileting issues as a textbook example of causing a parental rage. So in my hypothesis, there was some sort of explosive encounter in the child's bathroom sometime prior to 1 o'clock in the morning, the time suggested by the digestion rate of the pineapple found in the child's stomach. I believe JonBenet was slammed against a hard surface, such as the edge of a tub, inflicting a mortal head wound. She was unconscious, but her heart was still beating. Patsy would not have known that JonBenet was still alive because the child already appeared to be dead. The massive head trauma would have eventually killed her. It was the critical moment in which she had to either call for help or find an alternative explanation for her daughter's death. It was accidental in the sense that the situation had developed without motive or premeditation. She could have called for help but chose not to. An emergency room doctor probably would have questioned the accident and called the police. Still, little would have happened to Patsy in Boulder, but I believe panic overtook her. John and Burke continued to sleep while Patsy moved the body of JonBenet down to the basement and hid her in the little room. As I pictured the scene, her dilemma was that the police would assume the obvious if a 6-year-old child was found dead in a private home without any satisfactory explanation. Patsy needed a diversion and planned the way she thought a kidnapping should look. She returned upstairs to the kitchen and grabbed her tablet and felt-tip pen, flipping to the middle of the tablet, and started a ransom note, drafting one that ended on page 25. For some reason, she discarded that one and ripped pages 17 through 25 from the tablet. Police never found those pages. On page 26, she began the, quote, Mr. and Mrs. I, close quote, then abandoned that false start. At some point, she drafted the long ransom note. By doing so, she created the government's best piece of evidence. She then faced the major problem of what to do with the body. Leaving the house carried the risk of John or Burke awakening at the sounds and possibly being seen by a passerby or a neighbor. Leaving the body in the distant, almost inaccessible basement room was the best option. As I envisioned it, Patsy returned to the basement, a woman caught up in panic, where she could have seen, perhaps by detecting a faint heartbeat or a sound or a slight movement, that although completely unconscious, JonBenet was not dead. Others might argue that Patsy did not know the child was still alive. In my hypothesis, she took the next step, looking for the closest available items in desperation. Only feet away was her paint tote. She grabbed a paintbrush and broke it to fashion the garrote with some cord. Then she looped the cord around the girl's neck. In my scenario, she choked JonBenet from behind with a grip on her broken paintbrush handle, pulling the ligature. JonBenet, still unconscious, would never have felt it. There are only 4 ways to die: suicide, natural, accidental, or homicide. This accident, in my opinion, had just become a murder. Then the staging continued to make it look like a kidnapping. Patsy tied the girl's wrists in front, not in the back, for otherwise the arms would not have been in the overhead position. But with a 15-inch length of cord between the wrists and the knot tied loosely over the clothing, there was no way such a binding would have restrained a live child. It was a symbolic act to make it appear that the child had been bound. Patsy took considerable time with her daughter, wrapping her carefully in the blanket and leaving her with a favorite pink nightgown. As the FBI had told us, a stranger would not have taken such care. So I told Lou I thought that throughout the coming hours, Patsy worked on her staging, such as placing the ransom note where she would be sure to find it the next morning. She placed the tablet on the countertop right beside the stairs and put the pen in the cup. While going through the drawers and under the countertop, where the tablet had been, she found rolls of tape. She placed a strip from a roll of duct tape across JonBenet's mouth. There was bloody mucus under the tape and a perfect set of the child's lip prints, which did not indicate a tongue impression or resistance. I theorized that Patsy, trying to cover her tracks, took the remaining cord, tape, and the first ransom note out of the house that night, perhaps dropping them in a nearby storm sewer or among the Christmas debris and wrappings in a neighbor's trash can. She was running out of time. The household was scheduled to wake up early to fly to Michigan, and in her haste, Patsy Ramsey did not change clothes, a vital mistake. With the clock ticking and hearing her husband moving around upstairs, she stepped over the edge. The way I envisioned it, Patsy screamed, and John Ramsey, coming out of the shower, responded, totally unaware of what had occurred. Burke, awakened by the noise shortly before 6 o'clock in the morning, came down to find out what had happened and was sent back to bed as his mother talked to the 911 emergency dispatcher. Patsy Ramsey opened the door to Officer Rick French about 5:55 a.m. on the morning of December 26, 1996, wearing a red turtleneck sweater and black pants, the same thing she had worn to a party the night before. Her hair was done, her makeup was on. In my opinion, she had never been to bed. The diversion worked for 7 hours as the Boulder police thought they were dealing with a kidnapping. John Ramsey, in my hypothetical scenario, probably first grew suspicious while reading the ransom note that morning, which was why he was unusually quiet. He must have seen his wife's writing mannerisms all over it, everything but her signature. But where was his daughter? He said in his police interview that he went down to the basement when Detective Arndt noticed him missing. I suggested that Ramsey found JonBenet at that time and was faced with the dilemma of his life. During the next few hours, his behavior changed markedly as he desperately considered his few options: submit to the authorities or try to control the situation. He had already lost one child, Beth, and now JonBenet was gone too. Now Patsy was possibly in jeopardy. The stress increased steadily during the morning, for Patsy, in my theory, knew that no kidnapper was going to call by 10 o'clock, and after John found the body, he knew that too. So when Detective Linda Arndt told him to search the house, he used the opportunity and made a beeline for the basement. Then, tormented as he might be, he chose to protect his wife. Within a few hours, the first of his many lawyers was in motion, the private investigators a day later. That's the way I see it, I said to Lou Smith. That's how the evidence fits to me. She made mistakes, and that's how we solve crimes, right? I reminded him of his own favorite saying, murders are usually what they seem.
All right, thank you. Mr. Thomas.